Hunting Hollywood. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction, so don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 775 Candlelight. While Simon was in Ukraine, this year's 52nd Golden Globe Awards for American Film and Television opened at 6 p.m. on January 28, West Coast time. In the past year, as of December 31, 1994, the total annual box office in North America not only broke the $6 billion mark for the first time, but also raised the record to an astonishing high of $6.61 billion at one time, compared with a total box office of $5.73 billion in 1993, an increase of 15.3%. Industry insiders who have a little understanding of the North American film market can feel how amazing this data is. In the past, the North American film market always showed a steady growth trend with the increase in ticket prices and the recovery of the film industry, but the annual growth rate rarely exceeded 10%. Just like in 1993, compared with a total box office of $5.36 billion in 1992, the annual increase was only 6.9%. Whether it has happened in the past or in the history that has not happened, only in the years when phenomenal box office blockbusters such as The Alien and Titanic emerged, the annual box office growth of the North American film market could reach more than 10 percentage points. This time in 1994, it is the same. Apart from other things, the past year was the first time in Hollywood history that 4 blockbusters reached the $300 million level at the domestic box office, namely Batman, The Dark Knight Rises, Forrest Gump, Toy Story 2 and Suicide Squad. Among them, the domestic annual box office champion Batman, The Dark Knight Rises had a total domestic box office of $416 million. Although Toy Story 2 and Suicide Squad released at the end of last year did not break the $300 million threshold as of December 31 last year, this did not prevent the entire 1994 film market from exploding. From 4 Weddings and a Funeral and Ace Ventura at the beginning of last year to Stargate and True Lies in the summer, to Interview with the Vampire and The Mask at the end of the year, etc., it is overwhelming. Of course, the whole Hollywood has also felt the unstoppable strength of Deanery's entertainment group in the past year. As of December 31, 1994, the top 10 box office charts for the year included The Dark Knight Rises, Forrest Gump, Toy Story 2, Suicide Squad, True Lies, The Conjuring, Heat, The Haunting of the Morgue, and Stargate. The only film that was completely unrelated to Deanery's entertainment was The Haunting of the Morgue, produced by Paramount. Among them, the other 5 films that entered the billion-dollar box office club, 4 Weddings and a Funeral, Speed, Romeo and Juliet, Interview with the Vampire and The Mask, or because they were still in theaters, did not even make it into the top 10 of the year's charts. Even though the box office for the whole year of 1994 increased significantly, the excessive strength of this series of blockbusters still squeezed the box office space of many other films. Some films that should have been big sellers in history, such as The Gambler, had their box office shrinkage as severe as half. It can be said that influenced by Simon, this super butterfly, Hollywood has entered the era of super blockbusters ahead of time, where the box office of the top-ranked films is so high that it is lawless, and the market space of the middle and low-level films is severely compressed. Even if Simon deliberately suppresses the development frequency of comic-based films, he still cannot delay the occurrence of this trend. Fortunately, because the new era has just begun, the situation has not deteriorated to the point where non-comic-based and non-sequel blockbusters are difficult to survive. Forrest Gump, Heat, 4 Weddings and a Funeral and other outstanding films still have the opportunity to exert their market potential. At the same time, the field of Hollywood low-cost art films that Simon has fostered through Gay Omen Pictures also has considerable market space. It is not difficult to see from the list of films nominated for the new Golden Globe Awards that, like the field of commercial films, the past 1994 was also a year of great harvest for art films. In addition to Forrest Gump, which can be listed as the peak of art films, this year's award season nominations include 4 Weddings and a Funeral, Natural Born Killers, Little Women, Legend of the Fallen, Nell's Art, Foolish, Bullets Over Broadway, and a long list of others. Whether in business or art, the year of God-watching movies quietly promoted by Deanery's Entertainment is truly worthy of the name. The biggest difference in the details of this year's Golden Globe Awards is that many award-winning filmmakers were clearly reminded in advance that they no longer needed to thank Simon during their acceptance speeches. This will be the case throughout the awards season, or for many years to come. Simon intends to become an invisible man, but it does not prevent Deanery's Entertainment's films from shining at this year's Golden Globe Awards. The two core Best Film Awards in the drama and musical comedy categories, one for Forrest Gump and the other for Four Weddings and a Funeral, all fell into the hands of Deanery's Entertainment. Other important awards include Best Director, 2 Best Actors, 1 Best Supporting Actress, etc., including TV series awards. The continuously popular Friends, Desperate Housewives, ER, and so on have also won a lot. Both Deanery's Entertainment and the Golden Globe Awards organizing committee have considered balance. However, in such a dazzling year for movies, it would be deliberate to let those excellent films be covered in dust for the sake of so-called balance. During the 3-hour Golden Globe Awards dinner, Egret Portal broadcast the award results with pictures and texts throughout the whole process, and immediately introduced the audience discussion mode. According to audience feedback, compared with previous years, the results of this year's Golden Globe Awards are less controversial. Ukraine time is 10 hours ahead of the west coast of the United States. When the Golden Globe Awards dinner started, it was already 4 o'clock in the morning on Sunday in Rivne. Simon got up at 7 o'clock in the morning, and the complete award results were just released. Los Angeles had already started the after-party after the award dinner. During the run, Simon simply glanced at the award results. He just asked LA to send a greeting card to each winner in his personal name. This trick was learned from Michael Ovitz. The more gifts, the less blame. At breakfast time, there was one more person on the table today, Eve Besanoskova. Women are probably born to compete for the limelight. After the first time the night before, the tall Ukrainian girl followed Simon's instructions and rested on the big bed in the master bedroom for a whole day. Then, amid the different reactions of a group of women in the villa, she successfully occupied Simon for the second night. This morning, Simon pointed out that the girl's blushing extended from her face to her neck. She buried her head tightly in the pillow and dared not see anyone. Then she did not stay in bed again, but she kept her head down when eating at the table, not daring to look at others. After breakfast, Girl A introduced today's schedule to Simon. Just as they were about to leave, Celia suddenly thought of something and sat with Simon under this excuse. After the convoy set off, she took out a document and handed it to Simon. In the morning, we are going to the southwest suburbs of Rivne City. Simon plans to build an airport there, so that when he comes to Ukraine in the future, private planes can directly stop in Rivne. Moreover, as the city develops, the demand for commercial flights will also increase significantly. Because it is a small city airport with only one main runway, including hangars and terminal buildings, and considering the local prices in Ukraine, only a budget of $15 million was finally made. This figure is actually a bit high, but Simon does not intend to reduce it further. After all, it is something he needs. The government of Rivne State has no money to participate in the construction of such an airport. Therefore, the planned city airport will be fully invested and wholly owned by Oldek Company, which is responsible for Sergei Komorov. In the future, if the city develops and the airport needs to be expanded, Simon will give up part of the shares to Ukrainian local capital. In fact, there is another key to operating an airport: manpower. This is the least problem in Ukraine. After the disintegration of the Soviet Union, Ukraine inherited as many as 2,160 aircraft of various types from the former Soviet Union. Such a huge air force actually means a matching strong air force scale. Now, because there is no sufficient financial support, many aircraft are directly piled up in some abandoned military bases to eat dust and rot. In Simon's memory, more than 10 years later, the number of aircraft owned by the Ukrainian Air Force is less than a fraction of 2,160, and a large number of excellent Air Force talents have been eliminated. Therefore, not only the city airport, but also the military theme park that will be built this year will carry out real experience projects of various types of aircraft. Simon originally thought that the military theme park would be a bit troublesome, but in fact, many senior generals in some military districts in Ukraine took the initiative to contact this side, wanting to get the supply orders of this military theme park from personnel to materials. Tanks? Not a problem. Aircraft? No problem. Do you want warships? Oh, Rivne Oblast is not on the sea, but it is okay to have a lake. The reason for this is that Simon promised equity. The Westeros system only intends to occupy 40% of the shares of this military theme park, not to control the shares. The remaining 60%, the Rivne Oblast government took 15% of the cost of 20 square kilometers of land, and the other 45%, whoever gets it will own it. As a result, this theme park has actually become a major project that the Kiev authorities cannot veto at all. Times are hard, and compared with the smuggling of weapons, this is a legitimate and long-term income. Especially when the planning team of the military theme park solved the biggest moral problem of this project, various problems are even less of a problem. Before this, the Kiev authorities were mainly concerned that using state resources to open such a military theme park would attract ridicule from the international community and disgust from the public. The planning team easily solved this problem. In the name of peace. Peace is a major trend of public opinion around the world after the disintegration of the Soviet Union. No matter what is inside, on the surface, everyone thinks that mankind has entered a new era of peace. It is inevitable that weapons will be put into storage and horses will be released to the mountains. Ukraine opened such a military theme park to allow tourists to cherish peace more while experiencing the cruelty of war. Therefore, the name of this alternative theme park was also locked in advance as Ukrainian Peace Military Theme Park. If someone questions, "Hey, don't you love peace? Do you want war?" In the car rushing to the outskirts of Rivne, Celia handed Simon a completely handwritten application for agricultural loans. Maxim Noskov, the father of Ekaterina Noskova, one of the 3 remaining girls in the villa in the south of the city, hopes to get an agricultural loan from Simon to help Rovna and some surrounding counties resume agricultural production. Modern agriculture relies heavily on means of production. The sharp drop in grain production in Ukraine in the past few years is mainly due to this reason. After the disintegration, Ukraine quickly carried out land privatization reforms, not only distributing land to every citizen, but also directly converting many large state-owned farms into private joint stock companies. This radical reform, which completely disregards national conditions, not only caused a serious loss of state-owned assets, but also directly led to the collapse of the country's agricultural production system. Because although they have obtained land, most farmers do not have enough capital to carry out agricultural production. Many land operations have even fallen to the same level as primitive slash-and-burn farming, sowing seeds and waiting for the harvest. When Simon first came to Ukraine in August last year, all the way from Kiev to Rivne, his biggest feeling was that the large tracts of fertile land that should have been full of crops were either directly barren or there were fewer weeds than crops. Because there is a lack of agricultural machinery, pesticides, fertilizers, in short, everything needed for modern agriculture is lacking. Without these, there is only land, and it is destined that there will not be much output. Last night, when the Westeros system in Ukraine was entertained at a villa in the south of the city, Maxim Noskov, who is responsible for managing the Westeros system's layout of the fertilizer industry in Ukraine, was also present, and Simon was quite impressed. After the others attached to the Westeros system, they all wore quite bright clothes when attending the party, but Maxim Noskov was still wearing a light gray old-fashioned linen suit that was washed a little white and could only be considered neat. Privately, he paid attention to many core executives here. Simon knew that Maxim Noskov was not pretending to be simple, but was really simple. After this middle-aged man, a former Soviet Navy captain, took over the fertilizer plant from Simon, Maxim had been working hard for more than half a year to restore the production of the fertilizer plant and to keep the jobs of all the employees of the fertilizer plant. Sergei Kermorov once suggested that Maxim should first lay off employees in several fertilizer plants that were merged locally and in other places, but the other party did not do so. In such an era, losing a job would be a very miserable end. However, Maxim did not treat Simon, the financial sponsor, as a fat sheep. Not only did he reduce the salaries of all employees, but he also only received a minimum wage that barely supported his family's livelihood for more than half a year. Now, looking at the handwritten documents in his hand applying for an agricultural loan, Simon realized that this was probably the hope of a nation after it fell into turmoil. A dark period was insignificant but tried to reflect more bright candlelight. Every country and every nation has never lacked such people. It's a pity that the current country is too dark and the night is too dark. It can't be changed by 1 or 2 candles. Simon admires such people. However, he does not intend to agree to the agricultural loan application in his hand. Simon is not a savior, and he has no responsibility to revive this country. Moreover, Simon does not doubt Maxim's original intention to apply for this agricultural loan, but he doubts whether such a loan will be really used for agricultural production once it is approved. Because it involves many individual agricultural producers, there is no guarantee that these people will directly put the loans into their own pockets or embezzle them elsewhere, especially for some collective shareholding farms. After a lot of trouble, Simon doesn't know who to ask for the loan. Having lived 2 lives, Simon has heard of many similar cases even if he has not experienced them personally. Simon can certainly use the Westeros system's intelligence system in Ukraine for supervision, but he doesn't want to spend this resource and effort. There is no guarantee for people's hearts. The original intention of providing this loan is to help others, but the supervision is too strict and the crackdown is too harsh, which may unknowingly lead to many hatreds, which is not worth the loss. Chapter 776-2. In the evening, Simon returned from Kalebany, northwest of Rivne. On this day, from the site selection of the city airport in the southwest suburbs of Rivne to paper mill in Kalebany, Simon visited many companies that the Westeros system had merged in Rivne Oblast in the past 6 months. In the black Mercedes-Benz, next to Simon sat Sergei Komorov, the head of Oldek, which the Westeros system holds 80% of the shares. He also held a list of assets under Oldek, covering food, real estate, clothing, papermaking, building materials, breeding and many other fields. Moreover, this is only a small part. Simon will not give Komorov control of industries such as the larger Nokia factory. Foreign banks that have been established in Rivne will also be remotely controlled by Cersei Capital in New York. In addition, there are media and entertainment assets involving public opinion control, and Simon will not let Komorov intervene. In any case, all these industries added up, Simon will be able to control all aspects of Rivne Oblast. There is a Lee family city on the other side of the ocean. In Ukraine, far in the heart of Europe, there will be a state named Westeros in the future. After browsing the list of assets in his hand, Simon looked out the window. The convoy had not yet entered the city of Rivne, so he said to Komorov beside him, "Just shut down this paper mill in Kalebany." Sergei Komorov could feel that his boss was quite satisfied with today's itinerary. He didn't expect him to say this suddenly. He quickly recalled the details of Simon's visit to the paper mill and the operating conditions of the factory, and asked carefully, "Boss, is there any problem?" Simon shook his head. "I know this paper mill still has good profits, but the pollution caused is too serious. Sergei, I am not a harsh environmentalist, but since Rivne Oblast will be our territory in the future, it is completely worth it to make the air in this area better and the water clearer within our tolerance range. What do you think?" Sergei Komorov didn't expect it to be this reason. After hesitating, he quickly nodded, "No problem, boss." Simon was very satisfied with Sergei Komorov's attitude. The key is that he is a very capable person, so he continued, "Sergei, I am very satisfied with your work results, whether it is what I saw today or what I have observed in the past 6 months. Therefore, in the next few years, I will not only not dilute your holdings in Oldek, but also transfer an additional 15% of the shares to you. At that time, your holdings in Oldek can be increased from the current 15% to 30%. Sergei Komorov was originally just a small business owner in Rivne Oblast, with assets worth only a few $100,000. In less than a year, according to the actual total value of the series of companies acquired at low prices in various ways, Komorov's net worth has reached tens of millions of dollars for only 15% of the shares at present. In this process, in addition to the initial $10 million to buy out 80% of Oldek's shares, Simon's subsequent capital injections were all given in the form of debt, which also made Komorov feel the mind and pattern of this young boss more. After hearing Simon say that he could increase his shares from 15% to 30%, Komorov was more certain that he had followed the right person. 30% still seemed to be not much, even if it was the 5% of the Derevyanko family, it was still far from absolute control. However, when Oldek finally developed, this time the shares might reach hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars. Moreover, Simon seldom came to Ukraine, and in most cases, Komorov was the actual controller of the company. For a country like Ukraine, to have such an asset, even if it did not reach the level of the richest man, it was actually not much different. Thinking of this, Sergei Komorov quickly said, Thank you, boss. I also assure you that your investment and trust will be fully rewarded. Simon smiled and nodded, then looked at the list in his hand and said, I know that the forestry resources in Rivne Oblast are very rich. After the paper mill is closed, you can try to transform it into a furniture factory that is higher than wood processing. Do you know IKEA in Sweden? Sergei Komorov nodded. Simon said, as a global furniture retail chain, IKEA itself does not directly produce furniture, but mainly purchases from Eastern Europe. Of course, many other similar chains are the same. You can try to contact these companies and become their product factory. However, OEM factories are usually the link with the lowest profit at the bottom of the industrial chain. If you want to get higher income, it is better to create your own brand. Sergei Komorov nodded slightly. As a top student who graduated from the University of Kiev with a major in economics, he certainly knew this, but he couldn't help but ask, Simon, do you think Ukraine has the potential to develop a global furniture brand? Simon paused for a moment before he understood. This question is very similar to the China in his memory. As the world's factory, China manufactures products for almost all world-renowned brands, but until many years later, there were not many global national brands. The reasons are very complicated and cannot be explained in a few words. After thinking for a while, Simon said, for consumers in developed countries, it is indeed difficult for products from developing countries to get rid of the label of low-end and inferior quality, but this is not absolute. Take Ukraine for example. Overseas consumers may think that the products here are low-end, but to put it another way, far away from the industrial areas of Western Europe, our products can be more environmentally friendly, which will become an advantage. Product quality control and corporate branding are not things that can be accomplished overnight, but as long as we do it seriously, I believe that consumers will sooner or later recognize our products. Sergei Komorov thought for a moment, and said, I will try it seriously. Simon only thought that Komorov listened to what he said, but he did not expect that many years later, another global home furnishing giant with a scale larger than IKEA would emerge in Rivne Oblast, Ukraine. At this time in the car, after talking about this topic, Simon's thoughts quickly turned to the next one, and he marked another item on the list in his hand, saying, there is also real estate. Sergei, since you are studying economics, you must know the real estate bubble in many developed countries. In my opinion, if Rivne Oblast develops in the future, Rivne will inevitably have a real estate bubble. Because of the huge profits, it is inevitable that the real estate industry will suck blood from the real industry. We can't let others take away the fruits of our labor, so what you have to do is to hoard land in advance. In the short term, the real estate industry will only be a marginal business of old tech company, but in 5 years, or 10 years, as long as the economy is booming, I want you to ensure that we have enough prime land reserves in the city of Rivne for real estate development to reap the most lucrative profits. Sergei Komorov obviously couldn't think of Simon's other deeper layout for the real estate industry. He just felt that his boss was very reasonable again. He couldn't help but be curious. How did this young man, who will only be 27 next month, accumulate such rich knowledge? Apart from other things, just a fluent Russian every time he communicated with him, already surprised Komorov. The two chatted like this. The motorcade entered the city of Rivne, just arrived at the villa in the south of the city. Simon saw at a glance that a tall girl pushing a bicycle was confronting 2 villa bodyguards at the gate of the mansion. The bodyguards seemed to want to drive the girl away, but the girl was determined not to leave, and even put one hand on the street lamp pole beside the road, showing a determined resistance. Seeing the 3 cars coming, the confrontation paused for a while. One of the bodyguards ran to the gate, and the other stood in front of the girl, with a little uneasiness in his expression. Simon didn't intend to pay attention to it. The motorcade was about to drive directly into the mansion, but unexpectedly, the girl who was blocked by the bodyguards suddenly jumped out, and cleverly threw herself on the hood of Simon's car in the middle of the 3 cars. A pair of light-colored eyes looked inside from the front windshield of the car, but it was a pity that there was a block between the driver's seat and the back row, so he couldn't see the people behind him at all. Usually, Simon pays great attention to personal safety. He will not rush out just because a seemingly beautiful and harmless girl stops the car. Seeing the girl stopping the car, the bodyguard was no longer polite and quickly stepped forward to pull the girl away. The bodyguard in the car behind Simon's car also got out quickly and helped to easily subdue the girl. When Simon's car entered the door, he only saw the girl yelling at him with a wronged look on her face. Komorov also watched all this, and thought of something, and tried to ask, Boss, there are only 3 girls left here, do you want me to help you pick some more? Simon shook his head and smiled. Don't do this kind of thing in the future, just concentrate on the company's business. Besides, if you like beautiful girls, I actually prefer to find them myself. Komorov responded and stopped adding unnecessary details. Simon added, by the way, you should take over and reopen the dance hall opened by Pavlenko recently. The Pavlenko family, one of the behind the scenes of the 6 girls, was cleared out by Simon some time ago, and the dance hall opened in the city of Rivne with funds embezzled from Simon was also temporarily closed. Komorov was a little puzzled by this. As an industrialist, he didn't pay much attention to this matter. He didn't know how much profit a dance hall could make. Simon knew. No matter how the country declined, people always need entertainment. In the 1990s, some dance halls in big cities in China could definitely be described as making a fortune every day. Some large discotheques could even bring in hundreds of millions of RMB in a year. In Rivne, as the city develops rapidly under the support of the Westeros system, people's demand for entertainment will also increase significantly, and the profits will also be very lucrative. Of course, this type of entertainment venue, because it touches many marginal areas, is not something that anyone can open. This is true in any country. First of all, you need a backstage. In Rivne, this problem is not a problem at all for the Westeros system. The bodyguard opened the car door, and after the 2 got out of the car, Simon said, let's stop here today. You go back first. You will know about the dance hall yourself. No city can avoid such occasions. I asked you to do it, but I hope it can be more formal and not too many dirty things will happen. Sergei Komorov agreed, said goodbye to Simon, and returned to the car at his signal. Simon's driver will take him home. After Komorov left, Ken Dixon beside him smiled and said without waiting for Simon to ask, the girl outside, she said she is Miss Besanoskova's sister, and she came to see her sister. After pestering Simon for 2 consecutive nights, Eve was embarrassed to stay in the villa today. It happened that Simon was building a hot spring manor in the mountains and forests more than 30 kilometers north of Rivne, so he sent the girl to check the progress of the project today. Rivne Oblast has relatively rich hot spring resources. It may not be as famous as some hot spring resorts in other European countries, but after professional testing, the quality is not bad at all. In addition to reserving the best springs for himself to build a hot spring manor, Simon also plans to build a hot spring resort with a supporting military theme park. There was not much tourism development value in Rivne Oblast. However, with the completion of a series of facilities such as the military theme park, the natural hunting ground where northern beasts are active, and the hot spring resort, it basically has considerable tourism resources, and will mainly face lucrative overseas customers. Hearing that it was Eve's sister, Simon walked into the villa and asked with a smile, have you confirmed her identity? The team around Simon has detailed files, including family files. Ken Dixon nodded, I just checked it, it's true, her name is Ludmilla. After a pause, Dixon smiled again, the other people in the Besanoskov family have good personalities, this girl is an exception, very naughty girl. Simon came to the door of the villa and heard what Dixon said, and smiled, let her in. Ken Dixon did not follow in. He agreed at the door of the villa and retreated. Girl A and Celia, who had just been sitting in the car in front, were waiting in the living room. After hearing what Simon said, Girl A turned upstairs as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Celia winked at Simon mischievously and simply turned away. Katerina and the other 3 girls who were welcoming Simon home did not dare to be as upset as Girl A. They stepped forward to help Simon take off his thick coat, and asked the man what he wanted to drink before turning around to prepare it. Simon came to a living room next to the living room. Just as he sat down, a tall and thin girl in a furry white fur coat came in under the guidance of Evgenia. The girl looked well behaved on the surface, but her light-colored eyes were wandering around, which was really obvious. Simon motioned the girl to sit on the sofa opposite. Katerina brought coffee and was about to leave when the phone in the living room rang. The girls and servants in the villa had their own lines, and the calls to this room could only be to the owner's house. Katerina took the microphone and handed it to Simon, but when she left, she couldn't help but glance at Ludmilla with hostility in her eyes. Simon gestured with his fingers to let Ludmilla go at her own pace and greeted the person on the other end of the phone. It turned out to be Sophia Fessy. The woman was in the UK. At the beginning of the new year, Melis and her company quickly launched a new round of acquisitions. This time, The target was the old British top fashion brand Burberry. This luxury company has a well-known unique product style and will not form too obvious competition with Melisandre's Gucci, Versace and other brands, so it is a good target for mergers. I thought the woman called to talk about Burberry. However, after just a few words, Simon couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Sophia didn't talk about the ongoing acquisition, but about a prenatal checkup she had just done in the afternoon. Since the end of November last year, Sophia has been pregnant with a little guy for 2 months. Today, she had a checkup at a private hospital in London that kept confidentiality very well. The results showed that the little guy in the woman's belly was not one, but 2 twins. Chapter 777 1 year. Simon has never been a father who is too emotional about his children, but he never shirks his due responsibilities. Feeling Sophia's joy about her pregnancy with twins, Simon patiently accompanied her on the phone for half an hour and promised to rush to London tomorrow morning. Only after he put down the phone did he look at the girl who had been sitting opposite him. Ludmila Besanoskova, who has a slender figure and a more delicate face, is more in line with Simon's aesthetics than Eve. At this time, she is wearing a furry fur hat and a furry white fur coat on her upper body. Below her waist are 2 slender straight long legs wrapped in black tied jeans. To use an adjective from Simon's memory, it is simply crazy. Delicate and tall. A bit of an elf. With a pair of hard-style black leather boots, she immediately adds a bit of wildness. Judging from the scene at the gate, this is indeed a standard little wildcat. Or, it should be a little fox. Facing Simon's gaze, the girl was not at all timid. Instead, she straightened her waist slightly, looked directly at the man opposite with her bright light-colored eyes, and took the initiative to greet him in an odd English. "Hello, Mr. Westeros." Simon smiled and said in Russian, "I understand Ukrainian." After the disintegration of the Soviet Union, in order to distinguish between Russian and Ukrainian, the Ukrainian government deliberately differentiated the writing of the 2 languages, but in actual application, the pronunciation difference between the 2 languages is similar to that of Mandarin and Beijing dialect. In fact, there is not much difference. Seeing Simon saying in Russian that he could understand Ukrainian, Ludmila immediately changed to Russian and greeted again, "Hello, Mr. Westeros." Simon picked up the coffee in front of him and leaned back on the sofa in a relaxed manner. "What are you doing here? And you just stopped a car, don't do it again in the future." Ludmila nodded her head, looking obedient, and added, "I came to see my sister. She said she would go home on the weekend, but she hasn't been seen for the past 2 days. Eve has a mobile phone. With her income, it is easy to install a phone at home. If there is something to change the plan, she only needs to call home, or at least ask someone to notify them." This little goblin is obviously lying. Simon didn't mean to expose the girl, but just hummed and brought the coffee to his mouth and sipped it gently. Seeing this, Ludmila also picked up the coffee that Ekaterina had just brought, put it to her mouth and tasted it, and then tasted it again. The cup blocked her mouth, but her eyes were looking at the tray on the coffee table, as if she wanted to add something, but she didn't dare to move. Simon just thought it was interesting and said with a smile, "If you want to add sugar, do it yourself." "Ah, thank you." Ludmila was a little surprised, but she was not polite at all. She stood up slightly with a cup in her hand, went to the tray and added a piece of sugar cube to her cup, stirred it with a silver spoon, and then remembered to look at Simon and said, "Mr. Westeros, do you want it?" Simon put the cup back on the coffee table and said, "Just refill it." Ludmila picked up the coffee pot and came over to help Simon fill his cup, but did not return to the single sofa opposite. Instead, she sat down next to Simon in the corner of the long sofa in the middle, and did not forget to bring her own coffee cup over. As the girl approached, a faint fragrance came. Because the girl had such a good foundation, her outfit would be considered fashionable even in New York. Simon was a little surprised to smell the familiar Dior perfume at this time, because it smelled the same as Eve's. He asked casually, "Did you steal your sister's perfume?" "No, I bought it for her," Ludmila retorted subconsciously. She had been arguing with her sister for a long time for the perfume on her body. She finally got the money. She was afraid that the old man at home would know about the waste and get beaten, so she deliberately bought double. However, after saying this, the girl blinked a few times quickly, reacted, and looked at Simon. "Mr. Westeros, how do you know my sister uses this perfume?" Simon didn't expect Ludmila to be so smart, and said nonchalantly, "Because your sister is my bodyguard." Ludmila's eyes flashed a few times, and there was a bit more weirdness in her expression when she looked at Simon, and her posture was obviously much more relaxed. As her sister's employer, the richest man in the world, she was studying in the school he founded, and his shadow was everywhere in the city. Of course, Ludmila had secretly studied what kind of person Simon Westeros was. Thinking about her sister's temperament and the obvious difference between her and several other colleagues, things were not obvious. So the guy next to her was her brother-in-law, so why should the sister-in-law be polite to her brother-in-law? Thinking of this, Ludmila involuntarily changed her posture again, moving her slender body closer to the man beside her. She opened her mouth and wanted to change her address, but she didn't dare to do so. However, her tone was a little more flattering. Mr. Westeros, I have watched Suicide Squad many times recently. Simon looked at the little goblin in front of him who was ready to make trouble, and said calmly, "How do you feel?" Ludmila said, "The dubbing is too bad, but the movie is really great. In comparison, the movies I have seen before can be thrown directly into the trash can." Because of the good relationship with the Kiev authorities, the Westeros system not only directly invested in the construction of many cinemas in Ukraine, but also the movies produced by Deaneries Entertainment can basically be released simultaneously. Simon heard Ludmila talk about the problem of poor dubbing quality and secretly kept it in mind. This is considered direct feedback from the frontline audience. After all, Ukraine is a large market with a population of over 50 million. Even if it cannot be compared with a major film consumption countries such as Britain, France, Germany and Italy, after careful development, the market size will definitely far exceed that of other small European countries. Ludmila saw that Simon did not respond to her compliments, and she did not mind. Finally, she could not help but take the initiative to show her foxtail. Mr. Westeros, I want to be an actor in Hollywood, like Nicole Kidman. Can you help me? Simon retracted his thoughts and smiled. Why should I help you? You are my brother-in-law. Ludmila almost blurted out this, but she held back. She reached out her small hands, hugged Simon's arm and shook it a few times, then began to negotiate. I can help you act in movies for free in the future. Simon said jokingly, girls who are willing to help me act in movies for free can line up from Ukraine to the United States. Do you think you have any advantages? Me. Ludmila's long eyelashes fluttered a few times. I must be prettier than them, right? That's hard to say. Simon shook his head. Nana, who just helped us serve coffee, is no worse than you. If I wanted to, of course I would let Nana be a star, but it wouldn't be your turn. Ludmila held Simon's arm. But, I'm taller than her, I'm 182 centimeters. Simon shook his head again. This is not an advantage, but your disadvantage, because considering acting with male actors, the most appropriate height for Hollywood actresses is around 170 centimeters, because most male stars are actually not that tall, and you're too tall. Ludmila obviously didn't understand this kind of situation. She opened her mouth slightly and said subconsciously, then, how can Nicole Kidman become a big star? Simon said mischievously, because Nicole Kidman has my support. Ludmila turned her head and found a circle, so she knew that the man next to her was just teasing her. She hugged the man's arm and shook it coquettishly, and subconsciously changed her address. Simon, then can you help me? Simon really turned the circle back. Why should I help you? Ludmila's expression changed several times, and she seemed to make up her mind quickly. There was a little more charm in her expression. As long as you help me become a big star, anything is fine. And, there is my sister. This girl has obviously determined a fact, and she is not stingy when it comes to conditions. She has the character of doing big things. Simon sighed a little. However, having enjoyed both mother and daughter, Simon was not very attracted to sisters. Instead, he paid more attention to the feeling when getting along with women. Eve gave him a good feeling, and the girl was obviously not someone who could accept a sister being with her, so Simon would not do that. Ludmila had decided that Simon was her brother-in-law. In fact, Simon also had a similar brother-in-law mentality towards the girl, just treating her as a little sister. So he pulled his arm back from Ludmila's hand, and in the girl's expectant, confused, nervous and surprised expression, Simon reached out, passed through the girl's hair, passed through the edge of the rabbit fur hat, entered a warm place, easily found a delicate little ear, and then caught it. Clockwise. Twist. Ah, it hurts. In the room next to the living room, Katerina and her two daughters sat on the sofa watching TV, waiting for the man's possible call. Hearing this reaction for the first time, the three girls couldn't help but look at each other. Evgenia, whose nickname was also Eve, pouted her lips. Too exaggerated, it sounds fake. The other two girls nodded in agreement. It was really disgraceful. At the same time, Eve, who had just returned from outside and heard that her sister was looking for her, heard the voice and her heart tightened for no reason. She immediately quickened her pace and ran towards the sound. Thinking that something might have happened, another female guard who followed Eve also chased after her, mainly because she was worried that Eve would be impulsive and she could stop her. Eve rushed to the closed door of the living room, pushed it open, and then found that things were not what she thought, and she was relieved. However, seeing the man grabbing her sister's ear, Ludmilla leaned over with tears in her eyes and begged for mercy. Eve suddenly felt distressed again. She rushed forward in 3 or 2 steps, wanting to snatch her sister out, but she stopped when she came to the man. Her momentum had dropped since she just entered the door, and now it dropped again and again. She didn't have any courage to forcibly rescue her sister. She just begged, "Boss, I'm sorry, boss, please let Mira go. If she did something wrong, I can apologize." Simon didn't use much force at first, but hearing the girl's miserable screams and Eve rushing in aggressively, he increased his strength to teach Ludmilla a lesson. At this time, he heard Eve's plea and let go. Feeling that her ear had escaped the clutches, Ludmilla immediately jumped up from the sofa and threw herself into her sister's arms, whimpering in grievance. Eve hugged her sister and looked at Simon again. She wanted to go out, but she heard the man's voice, "Come here, sit down." Simon said so. Eve had to stop, hesitated for a moment, and pulled her sister to sit on the sofa, but she did not forget to block her sister to the side farther away from Simon. The female guard who had just chased and saw that it was nothing serious, closed the door and left quietly. Simon picked up the coffee that had just been placed on the coffee table again, and raised his chin to Ludmilla. "Tell your sister what you were going to do just now." Ludmilla looked at her sister with a guilty conscience, but did not speak, but the expression on her face became more aggrieved. Eve also realized at this time that her sister must have offended her boss in some way, so she had to take the initiative again. "I'm so sorry, boss. Mira is too naughty." The reason why Simon took action just now was just that he instinctively felt that this girl who could decisively sell herself and her sister together would inevitably cause trouble in the future if she was not taught a lesson. Of course, this kind of trouble is nothing to Simon, but it may bring bad luck to Eve's family. Just like the other 3 girls' families that were cleared out of the villa. Simon didn't really like doing this, but there is no order without rules, and when it's time to do it, he won't be soft-hearted. Glancing at the girl hiding next to his sister, Simon asked Eve, "Has she been asking you for money during this period?" No, Eve instinctively defended. "Mira is usually very well behaved and doesn't spend money recklessly." Simon was helpless. Is this, sister C is more spoiled than sister? Perhaps with the support of her sister, Ludmilla became bolder, and when she heard Eve defending herself, she proudly made a face at Simon. However, probably because she remembered Simon's identity, the girl realized that her expression was inappropriate, and she changed her face and smiled at Simon in a flattering manner. Simon was even more helpless and asked Eve, "How old is she this year?" Eve replied, 16 years old. Ludmilla poked her head out and added, "She will be 17 soon." "Oh," Simon raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "In that case, don't you want to be an actor?" "Forget about being an actor, be a model, I will help you arrange it. Westerners don't have any prejudice against girls being models." Ludmilla almost ran away from home to be a model last time and was chased back, but her parents saw at a glance that the matter was not reliable. Hearing Simon say this, Ludmilla's eyes suddenly lit up, and Eve did not object, but just said, "Boss, Mira is still in school." Simon raised his eyebrows, "Isn't it the school I just opened?" Eve nodded. Simon shook his head, "Don't let her mess up. Let's study with Nana and the others. Their courses are very helpful for becoming a model." He looked at Ludmilla, who was holding her sister and looking around. "I'll give you 1 year. If you don't do well on the stage at the Spring Fashion Week next year, I will punish you." Ludmilla, who was looking forward to it, felt the pain on her little ear and shrank her neck immediately. Simon said to Eve, "Don't give her money in the future. If I find out, I will punish you too. If she wants to spend money in the future, she can only earn it herself. In addition, I will have someone list the expenses for various trainings in the next year, and she must pay me back in full when she earns money in the future." Eve was not stupid at all. She could feel that Simon's arrangements were all for her sister's sake. However, she still said, "Simon, I have to discuss this matter with my parents first." Simon nodded, "I will arrange this matter too. Find a reliable agent to contact the Besanoskov family. As long as all the procedures are formal, there will be no problem. Last time, I talked to Grace about letting Elite develop its business in Ukraine. It would be a shame not to utilize the abundant resources of beautiful women here. Ludmilla just happens to be suitable to be signed with Elite." Chapter 778 Girls. After staying in Rivne for another night, Simon left the next morning and headed for London, England. In the United States, this year's Sundance Film Festival closed on Sunday night. After the premiere on January 21st, Simon's new version of This Man from Earth was screened 3 times in the past week, and every show was full. The media discussion around the film also rose sharply, even overshadowing the Golden Globe Awards on the evening of January 28th. As the topic heats up, there are more and more controversies. Audiences who like This Man from Earth worship it and think it is a masterpiece, a classic movie that tells a magical science fiction story without using any special effects. Those who don't like it also criticize the film's plot on various media platforms for being far-fetched and lacking sincerity. Many times, the topic heat of a movie is the key to determining the box office of the movie. The new movie, written by Simon Westeros himself, has a topic aura that can save tens of millions of dollars in publicity and promotion budget. Now, the film has caused strong controversy again, and most of it is praised. Deanery's entertainment executives are more optimistic about the box office prospects of this movie. The most troublesome thing for the Gay-Omen Films team responsible for the film's publicity is to prevent spoilers. Traditional paper media is easy to control. After a greeting, most media will avoid leaking the plot as long as they don't want to be excluded from the premiere of Deanery's Entertainment's new film in the future. Unfortunately, the rise of the internet has made confidentiality very difficult. Especially This Man from Earth is a high-concept movie that can summarize the general plot in one sentence. Fortunately, there is the assistance of the Egret portal. Even though the IE browser homepage restrictions have been opened, the current internet platforms, mainstream forum communities and social networks are basically under the influence and control of Egret. Despite this, the publicity team still went through a lot of trouble to clean up or hide content that is suspected of spoilers. In an email to Simon, Ella Deutschman joked that a quarter of the publicity budget for This Man from Earth would be used to prevent online spoilers. At the closing ceremony of the 11th Sundance Film Festival on the evening of January 29th, although Simon had hinted at Robert Redford, The Man from Earth still won the audience award that was almost expected by everyone. In addition to The Man from Earth, there was no surprise in the Core Jury Award, which successfully fell on the Brothers McMullen, produced by Deanery's Entertainment, and also received rave reviews at the film festival. Unspeakable Love, directed by another new director Simon favored, James Mangold, and another film A Thief's Life, won the Director Award, which is second only to the Jury Award. Of the 3 projects of Deanery's Entertainment this year, the last fashion documentary Unzipped naturally won nothing. However, through the unremitting promotion of Gay-Omen Films and Liz Carbon during Sundance, Unzipped became more famous than the documentary Kruber that won the Jury Award. Many viewers are looking forward to this documentary, with many supermodels appearing. On the other hand, Edward Burns' The Brothers McMullen is a self-invested project of Deanery's Entertainment, but James Mangold's The Unspeakable is not. After Simon personally talked with James Mangold, Mangold quickly signed a 3-film package contract with Deanery's Entertainment, but something went wrong with The Unspeakable, which Highgate Pictures originally planned to buy together. Because it was a film invested by an independent film company, everyone competed freely. After some news came out, this ultra-low-cost independent film with a production cost of only $250,000 was hyped up, and finally the Orion Pictures team under Paramount bought out a local full-channel distribution rights at a high price of $3.5 million. Highgate Pictures estimated the box office prospects of The Unspeakable to be around $5 million locally, and made a capped budget of $2 million based on this. Including the distribution costs, this price tag is actually equivalent to relying on subsequent videotapes and other channels to make a profit. Faced with a rush, Ella Deutschman had no choice but to give up. Before the consecutive Golden Globe Awards and Sundance closing ceremony, on Friday, January 27th, Deanery's Entertainment's first important film this year, Rumble in the Bronx, was released in North America. The film was distributed by New World Pictures and opened on 1,736 screens. Deaneries Entertainment has been making every effort to introduce excellent Hong Kong films to cultivate the market in recent years. Jack Cheng has gradually become famous in North America. After the film was released, both the media reputation and the audience feedback were very good. In addition, New World Pictures has a stronger publicity and distribution strength than New Line. The North American box office of Rumble in the Bronx is expected to be better than the $32 million in history. After that, facing the strong expectations of the audience, Gaoman Pictures immediately announced the opening date of The Man from Earth, February 24th. This arrangement is mainly to make way for Broken Arrow, which will be released on Valentine's Day, on February 10th. The other two films participating in Sundance, The Brothers McMullen and Under the Zipper, have also been announced to be released on February 10th and March 3rd respectively. The Brothers McMullen and Broken Arrow were released in the same period mainly to take advantage of the Grand Jury Award at the Sundance Film Festival, and there was not much competition between the two films. The less popular March 3rd release date of Under the Zipper was due to the film's positioning. Gaoman Pictures' publicity and distribution team planned to give about 500 screens for the opening, which was not too cold. The opening screen scale of The Brothers McMullen was probably only at this level. Simon arrived in London on January 30th. Because many matters needed to be negotiated with the Ukrainian government, Celia and her party had to stay in Ukraine for a few more days and did not leave together. Coincidentally, this day was the Chinese New Year's Eve. As an immigrant city, London naturally has no shortage of Chinatowns. The weather was too cold, so Simon did not plan to join in the fun. He just checked his work email on the private plane from Kiev to London and sent a text message of New Year's greetings to Lin Su and Chen Qing, who returned to China to spend the New Year. From Rivne, we took a car to Kiev and then flew to London. After getting off the plane, we rushed to Simon's villa on Kensington Gardens Street, where Sophia Fessy stayed. It was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Today is Monday, a working day. The negotiations for the acquisition of Burberry are still ongoing. Sophia did not come to pick him up at the airport, nor did she wait for Simon at home, but continued to go to work. However, there was someone else waiting in the villa on Kensington Gardens Street. Yulia Shelshikina, a ballet teacher that Simon had taken over last year, was seen through a remote camera. This Russian girl who led the girls to dance like an elf, made a small operation, and directly occupied her. However, Simon had no chance to come to London in the past year, and did not summon this Russian girl to his side. Instead, in addition to teaching the girls ballet lessons, he arranged another job for her, as the housekeeper of a series of properties in the UK for Simon. Shelshikina's treatment was comparable to that of Lin Su and the others. In addition to the residence, she was also equipped with a maid and a guard. Shelshikina, who had been through many hardships and almost had her mother and daughter sold by her lover, accepted her role without much resistance. She had been working diligently on the things Simon had asked her to do over the past year. When she first met Simon, Shelshikina was neither happy nor nervous or shy. The 31-year-old woman, who still showed no signs of aging, wore a well-cut OL suit indoors, with her blonde hair tied up, her face delicate and perfect, and her hands in front of her. When she addressed Simon, she was different from other women around her. She didn't call Simon's name intimately, nor did she call him boss with multiple meanings, but she called Simon Mr. in a clear and gentle voice. This reminded Simon of the British butler in The Big Shot at a certain moment. Since she was arranged to be a butler, Shelshikina did receive professional training courses, so it's not surprising that she developed this British butler style. Simon always felt that Slavic girls were the closest to elves. Ludmilla yesterday and Shelshikina now could be called elves, but they were two completely different styles. One was outspoken, the other was restrained, both perfect and exquisite. Listening to Shelshikina greeting him, Simon stepped forward and lifted up the woman's delicate chin, admiring her carefully. He finally saw some nervousness in the woman's expression, smiled, and said, "Go change into your training clothes and dance for me later." Shelshikina was stunned for a moment, and when Simon let go, she nodded subconsciously, but she couldn't help but lower her eyes, not daring to look at the man. After Simon finished speaking, he went upstairs, running around continuously, planning to take a hot bath to relax first. During this time, he called Sophia, and the woman said that the matter would probably be finalized today, so she would not be back until after 5 o'clock. Simon mentioned that today was China's New Year's Eve, and asked the woman if she wanted to eat Chinese food. Sophia took the initiative to introduce several good Chinese restaurants here, and invited chefs to come and cook. After taking a shower and arranging for Lady A to take care of the dinner, Simon was led by the maid to a spacious room on the first floor that was about 100 square meters. This was originally an entertainment room for the previous owner of the villa. After Simon bought the property, all the old things were cleared out, and only a new indoor bar was arranged in the corner, which was intended to be used as a dance floor for parties. Shalshikina was already waiting here, wearing a pure white ballet training suit without a tutu, which made her perfect figure even more prominent. There was a circle of sofas next to the bar, and a stage for band performances, with a piano on the stage. Simon did not sit on the sofa, but came to the piano, looked at the woman standing in the middle of the room with her hands behind her back, and smiled. "I had an idea when I saw you dancing last year. I thought your solo dance must be very beautiful. I happen to have a song here, you can listen to it. If you dance well, I can help you record an MV in the future. Well, this outfit needs to be changed by then, but let's talk about it later." After Simon finished speaking, he lowered his head and began to pluck the piano keys. The piano skills inherited from those memories have never faded, and it is easy to find the feeling. Then, piano music sounded in the room. This is a ballet solo that Simon had seen in his previous life, Bach's Last Day. He was not interested in ballet at all before, but when he saw this dance by chance, Simon immediately liked it. It turns out that ballet can be like this. Maybe all truly wonderful things are like this. Later, he specially checked and found that the song was composed by a German singer to commemorate his deceased wife. He found the complete song, but he didn't feel much after listening to it. It was only the pure music version with the solo dance of the Berlin National Ballet's principal Paulina Semyonova that was amazing. Because the original song was created after the new century, with the increasing influence of Simon's Big Butterfly, if he didn't take it out, it might never appear again in the future, so he had the idea of letting Shalshikina perform it. After playing the song once, Simon began to direct Yulia's corresponding movements and dance postures. After reading the information, Yulia, who has been practicing ballet since she was a child, is not much worse than many principal dancers in many dance companies. However, in this kind of thing, personal opportunities are always more important than ability. Before meeting Simon, Shalshikina had always been the one with bad luck. Under Simon's direction, the woman quickly danced in the spacious room, over and over again, gradually becoming proficient. Then she was at ease. At some point, it was already dark in London. Sophia, who had just returned from outside, appeared at the door of the room. She looked at the woman dancing in perfect harmony with the piano, feeling a little jealous, yet reluctant to interrupt. She waited until the dance was over again before she walked up to the man and looked at Yulia, who seemed to be immersed in the dance and lying on the floor with her neck curled up like a swan. She said, "It's very beautiful. Did you write this song especially for her?" Simon was still sitting on the stool and did not respond. Instead, he put his arms around Sophia's waist, who was standing next to him. He put his face against the woman's belly and asked with a smile, "How is the baby today?" The man did not answer the question just now, and Sophia was smart enough not to ask any more questions. She said softly, "It's only 2 months old. The little guy is not yet naughty." Simon listened for a moment and said, "London is too cold. Let's leave tomorrow and go to Cannes, Rome or Athens. The temperature there is suitable for the growth of children. You should not work like this for the next few months." Feeling the concern in the man's tone, Sophia's jealousy just dissipated a lot. She put her palm on the man's head and stroked it gently, and agreed, "Okay, anyway, we have already discussed today." The two whispered intimately, and Yulia, who was curled up on the floor, did not move, as if she had fallen asleep. Of course, she couldn't fall asleep. In just a few hours, dancing to the man's music, Yulia felt that her heart, which had gradually become cold over the years, suddenly melted again. She recalled many, many things. When she was 18 years old, she took her first ballet class. A clumsy little swan. When she was graceful, she felt the joy of being praised for her dancing and felt that the world was so beautiful. At that time, she was as proud as a swan. Later, there was the excitement when she joined the Bolshoi Ballet. Then, the trajectory of life seemed like a derailed train. Continuously falling. Until today, a heart that had been drowning for a long time suddenly resurfaced and felt a long-lost air, and the man sitting next to the piano was her savior. Knowing that she was just one of his collections. Dare not love. However, I really want to keep dancing to his music. Chapter 779 Girls, 2. The two of them whispered tenderly. Sophia noticed that Yulia Shishkina looked a little lost when she stood up and left silently. She whispered to the little man who was still holding her waist, "Another one. Do you like to capture women's hearts like this?" Simon focused on Sophia and didn't notice Shishkina's condition. Hearing this, he said, "You are wronging me. I am almost forgetting how to capture a woman's heart. It's too easy to capture a woman's body." Sophia smiled and patted the man on the shoulder. However, think about it. With Simon's current wealth, power, status and position, he doesn't need to do anything. He only needs to appear in front of people to easily attract a lot of women to throw themselves into his arms. Why does he need to spend any effort? However, Sophia suddenly discovered that the women who approached Simon with the simple intention of throwing themselves at him would inevitably fall for him later because of his strong, gentle, mysterious, generous, and knowledgeable personalities, because these were very attractive to women, and his wealth and power aura magnified this attraction infinitely. Think about yourself, isn't that one of them? Without the outsiders around, and feeling the man exerting a little force, Sophia sat on the man's lap, her arms around Simon's neck, and moved to kiss the man on the face, saying, "I'm suddenly worried that you'll forget me completely when you wake up." Simon drew a circle on her belly through her black bottoming shirt. It was possible before, but not now. "You are the mother of my child." Sophia leaned towards the man and curled her lips. "It seems that I have discovered a big secret. If I don't want you to forget it, I can just give birth to a child." Simon casually tapped on the piano keys a few times and smiled. "I think you must be more determined to protect this secret than me, right?" Sophia didn't answer. However, she certainly didn't want this secret to be discovered by other women. She also quietly made up her mind to do everything possible to avoid this from happening, and perhaps she should discuss it with the two Jennies in private. She has never been a generous woman. Thinking of this, Sophia heard the piano sound beside her ears, turned slightly towards the keys, and said, "Play me a song too, and there are two babies." "Okay." Simon smiled and agreed, feeling the intoxicating fragrance of the woman in his arms. After thinking for a moment, one hand still hugged Sophia, and the free right hand began to jump, and he played Beethoven's Trellis with one hand. It was a very simple song, but it fit the atmosphere at the moment. Sophia snuggled in the man's arms, listening to the piano sound floating in the air, and suddenly understood Shishkina's feeling just now. This little man is really a devil who can steal a woman's heart at will without knowing it. Little bastard. However, the most basic appearance is already outstanding enough, and his personality is so easy for women to get close to. What's more, he has wealth that ordinary people can't even dream of, and he seems to know everything and can do everything. It's probably hard to find another little man like this in this world. It was unknown how long it took, until Girl A reminded her that dinner was ready, and then Sophia reluctantly got up from the man's arms. Because it was Chinese New Year's Eve, the specially invited Chinese chef prepared a table of sumptuous dinner in full accordance with the specifications of the New Year's Eve dinner. Simon and Sophia couldn't finish it at all. Fortunately, there were enough people in the villa, so the two of them only kept their own portion and distributed the rest directly, which was considered a benefit of this special day. During dinner, Sophia also talked to Simon about Burberry. Burberry was founded in 1856. The brand is famous for its classic checkered pattern and royal use, and has maintained its prosperity for more than a century. However, in the 1950s, Burberry's heirs sold the brand to Gus, a large British retail chain group, thus getting rid of the label of a family business. The economic prosperity in the 1980s allowed Gus to increase Burberry's expansion pace, and gradually extended its business to markets such as North America and Asia. This expansion came to an abrupt end in 1992. The European currency crisis caused the economies of major European countries to fall into recession. As an important sub-brand of Gus, due to the economic downturn, Burberry's overexpansion has led to inefficient and chaotic corporate management and a sharp decline in profit margins, and other drawbacks have begun to emerge. With the rise of comprehensive luxury groups such as Melissandre and LVMH, Burberry, which is only dependent on a diversified retail group, is increasingly unable to find its own direction. So when Sophia began to contact Gus at the end of last year, the other party quickly gave a positive response. As one of the largest retail chains in the UK, Gus's retail business not only covers the fashion field, but also includes home furnishings, electrical appliances, insurance, finance and other aspects. The group's total market value on the London Stock Exchange recently exceeded £13 billion. Due to the economic downturn, Gus, which involves too many fields, is also streamlining its business. At this time, it is undoubtedly a good choice to get rid of Burberry, which has been somewhat out of control and even lost its development direction. For the Gus Group, Burberry's expansion in the 1980s was a bit excessive, but Sophia took a fancy to the extensive market resources established by this luxury brand in Europe, North America and Asia, which can help the global expansion strategy of many brands under Melisandre. Moreover, Burberry's unique style does not form a clear competition with Gucci, Versace, CK and other brands. Instead, it can further enrich the luxury goods category of Melisandre Company. Comprehensively considered, the advantages of acquiring this brand far outweigh the disadvantages. After the expansion in the 1980s, Burberry's total revenue in 1994 reached £530 million and its net profit was £62 million, equivalent to $790 million and $93 million respectively. After several consecutive negotiations after the new year, the two sides finally finalized a price of £800 million, equivalent to $1.2 billion, and once again traded in the form of stock plus cash. Melisandre Company paid £400 million, equivalent to about $600 million, plus 6% of its own shares in exchange for 100% of Burberry's shares from Gus Group. This transaction also increased Melisandre's valuation from $7.3 billion when it acquired Bulgari last year to $10 billion. After the transaction is completed, the equity distribution of Melisandre Company will be Westeros Company holding 72.8%, Sophia holding 18.2%, British Gus Group holding 6%, and Italian Bulgari family holding 3%. Simon had discussed the IPO of Melisandre Company with Sophia last year. Although Melisandre will not make any big moves in the short term after taking over Burberry, the investment or merger of some small brands will not stop. The IPO operation can make it easier for Melisandre to carry out various capital operations. Moreover, unlike the privatization state, the stock premium after the public listing will also make Melisandre's various investment operations more advantageous. After deciding to carry out the IPO, it is inevitable to consider where to carry out the IPO. After a discussion at dinner, it was finally decided to put it in the United States. Simon does not like to put all his eggs in one basket. However, considering the increasingly deep-rooted Westeros system in the United States and the super-strong prosperity of the U.S. economy in the late 1990s, it is undoubtedly the most beneficial for Melisandre to go public in the United States. Even Nokia, which is listed on the London Stock Exchange, will start its listing plan on the New York Stock Exchange this year. After finalizing this acquisition, Melisandre, which owns a series of luxury brands such as Gucci, Versace, CK, Burberry, Bulgari, Van Cleef & Arpels, and Vacheron Constantin, has completely surpassed the French LVMH group, which is centered on Dior and LV, in terms of comprehensive strength. In the original time and space, Bernard Arnault, the boss of LVMH, took advantage of the economic boom in the United States and Europe in the 1980s to rise through a series of mergers, temporarily dormant in the early 1990s due to the economic downturn, and began to expand on a large scale in the late 1990s with the help of another economic boom. The other two comprehensive luxury groups, Kering and Richemont, also began to rise in the late 1990s. Now, the pattern of the luxury industry is destined not to follow the trajectory of the previous life. Relying on the towering tree of the Westeros system, in the early 1990s when other luxury brands were resting due to the economic downturn, Melisandre has built a powerful luxury brand fleet. The next step is to continue to deepen and expand its own industry advantages in the wave of globalization that began in the late 1990s, while sniping other competitors as much as possible. At least, Kering, which once accounted for most of its sales with just Gucci, will definitely not appear again this time. Richemont, which focuses on jewelry and watches, already owns the flagship brand Cartier, but it is difficult to develop as it once did under the sniping of Melisandre's Bulgari, Van Cleef & Arpels, Vacheron Constantin and other companies. During the dinner, Simon also discussed with Sophia that maybe there would be a chance to take over Cartier in the future. Early the next morning, Simon and Sophia set off from London to Rome. Things here will be handed over to Angela Ahrens, Sophia's capable deputy who was promoted a few years ago. After more than 6 years of working at Melisandre, Angela Ahrens has followed Sophia's pace all the way from the initial president of Gucci's US branch to the CEO of Gucci and then to the president of the entire Melisandre company, and her ability has also been quite affirmed. Coincidentally, in the past, it was Angela Ahrens who joined Burberry after the new millennium and revived this declining luxury brand. In 8 years, Burberry's stock price increased threefold, returning to the ranks of first-tier luxury brands, and relying on this qualification, she became the second person in Apple after Tim Cook. Although Apple's luxury strategy ended in failure, it could not conceal the fact that Angela Ahrens used the luxury strategy to keep Apple different from other brands during the period of increasingly fierce competition in the mobile phone industry, avoiding mediocrity in many aspects of price and brand. You know, in any industry, it is very difficult to impact the high end from the low end, and it is even more difficult to impact the higher end from the high end. Therefore, there is no mistake in Apple's luxury strategy, it just did not succeed. On the contrary, after Angela Ahrens left, Apple readjusted its pricing strategy and began to slash prices. Although it may have increased sales in the short term, it actually damaged Apple's own brand value and significantly reduced the profit margin of its products. Once the price is completely aligned with the flagship of its competitors, the two sides will be caught in a close fight, and the result is even more unpredictable. This time, both Simon and Sophia were very relieved to hand over Burberry to Angela Ahrens for integration. From leaving the entertainment room last night to boarding the plane in the morning, Simon did not see Yulia Shishkina again. He probably understood that Sophia had quietly sent her away, but he did not mind. However, Simon did not forget the solo dance MV that he promised Shishkina. On the plane to Rome, he sent an email to Deaneries Entertainment's British branch, asking them to plan this matter. Among the cities on the Mediterranean coast, Simon actually prefers Cannes compared to Rome, because the hilltop mansion in Cannes overlooks the Mediterranean Sea, and Simon likes this feeling. Rome, however, is built on a plain, and there is no commanding sea view for Simon to enjoy. The reason why I didn't go to Cannes was because the Westeros system had been accumulating friction with France since the Rwandan war last year. Because of a big setback in Rwanda, France has never stopped its small moves against Simon in the past 6 months. Last year, French media went to Ukraine to dig up the inside story of UFMS. Simon didn't think this was a spontaneous act of the French media out of their enthusiasm for news. Not only that, the rise of Melisandre Company, which is centered on Italian brands, has also caused strong fear and hostility among many French luxury goods companies that have always dominated. There are also Hollywood movies that have been conquering France in recent years. Starting from the original Batman, under the continuous bombardment of a series of blockbuster bombs, the market share of French local films, which originally had an advantage, has shrunk rapidly in recent years. In recent years, the annual box office champions of the French film market are all Hollywood movies. Moreover, whether it was the original Batman or Jurassic Park or The Lion King outside the DC movie universe, or The Dark Knight Rises, which won the French box office last year, they all happen to be inextricably linked to Deaneries Entertainment, or the Westeros system. Therefore, the French film industry has been strongly calling on the French government to set a threshold for Hollywood movies. Hollywood will certainly not give in. Through lobbying and using the power of the Washington authorities to counterattack, the private game between the two sides is very fierce. In short, Simon is now a thorn in the eyes of all parties in France. Even if he keeps a low profile, it is inevitable that the French side will not make any trouble. Simply don't go. In comparison, despite the Stefano family incident last year, Simon has a deep foundation in Italy under the continuous operation of the Westeros system for many years. If nothing unexpected happens, the European Universal Studios will probably be located around Rome, which is just right for Sophia to have a baby here. The place of residence is a 30-acre farm-style manor in the southern suburbs of Rome. Many areas in northern Europe are still covered with snow, and have not escaped the coldest season of the year, but Rome, located on the Mediterranean coast, is warm as spring. Under the planning of Sophia, the manor in the southern suburbs has lawns, green trees, low walls, and stone forts that complement each other. At first glance, it looks like a beautiful rural pastoral painting. In addition, when Simon came here, he finally saw the girls he had raised for exactly a year. Chapter 780, Falsely Reporting Age. Simon's estate is located in the Indetino district in the south of Rome. Unlike the densely populated residential communities in other areas of Rome, the Indetino district, which is only 5 kilometers away from the center of Rome, has a very low population density and many historical sites and city parks. The surrounding golf courses and equestrian schools are also well equipped, making it a typical gathering place for the rich. In such a prime location, it is not easy to enclose a 30-acre estate equivalent to about 12 hectares. Sophia, who bought properties for Simon in Europe, spent a lot of money to buy 3 properties, and then pieced together a roughly quadrilateral estate. The estate is surrounded by a 300 or 400 meter high stone wall on all 4 sides, which can protect against gentlemen but not villains. Of course, if a villain wants to climb over the wall, the strict security system will immediately notify the estate security and the regional police station. The replanned manor house is a castle with a French classical style. It is said that it was built by an Italian nobleman to cater to the preferences of his French wife. The castle has 3 floors, white walls and blue roofs, and is in a concave shape facing south. It is a bit similar to the Palace of Versailles, but the scale is naturally much smaller than the other, covering an area of about 3,000 square meters. In the morning, if someone can enter this manor, they will find that some girls wearing dark blue OL style and Western private school uniforms are scattered inside and outside the castle. The reason why they are regarded as school uniforms is that the girls are quite young, with simple ponytails, plain faces, simple flat shoes on their feet, and gloves on their hands. At this time, just like a group of snail girls, they are busy with various affairs led by the manor maids in groups of 3 or 2, mowing the lawn, cleaning the flower beds, cleaning the rooms, etc. It was already Thursday, February 2nd. Simon arrived in Rome for the 3rd day. There is no special schedule here, so it is completely regarded as a short vacation to take a break from the busy schedule, mainly to accompany Sophia for a few days. The young girls scattered around the manor were the seeds of the Westeros maids that Simon had carefully cultivated from all over Eastern Europe the year before. During this year, a lot of things happened in the Westeros system, and various things also happened around these girls. The most intuitive point is that there were 2 batches of the original 200 girls in Eastern Europe and Latin America. Now, there are only 163 left, and the others have been eliminated for various reasons. Moreover, originally there were 10 girls in each city in Europe, distributed in London, Paris, Milan and so on. At this time, there were 2 groups in Rome. The main reason was that the 2 groups of girls originally placed in France were withdrawn to Rome and Milan, Italy, respectively, because of the friction between Simon and the French government. Although only a group of girls in London were publicly exposed at the beginning, and a live broadcast lasted for a month, in fact, the other girls scattered throughout Europe have received various attentions and excavations, but most of them have been suppressed under the operation of the Westeros system. Except for France. There are still various small actions. Today, the Child Protection Organization is investigating the living conditions of the girls. Tomorrow, the Paris police will receive a report of suspected child labor. When the princess-like living conditions of the girls were exposed by the French tabloids, some people began to appear in front of the local girls' apartments from time to time to protest, believing that Simon was seriously wasting social resources that could have been given to other children. When some girls were eliminated for various reasons, things became even more lively. With the support of some people, the parents of the eliminated girls filed a lawsuit against Simon, demanding huge compensation and trying to throw dirty water on Simon. Fortunately, various situations had been considered in advance, and the contract signed between the Westeros family's powerful legal team and the girls naturally did not have any loopholes. It was ultimately a farce that ended in vain. After several rounds of restless tossing, Simon simply let the 2 groups of girls in Paris and Cannes move to Rome and Milan in Italy. Now, there are 15 girls left in the 2 groups in Rome, which is considered to be the 2 groups with a slightly higher elimination rate than the average. Today's cleaning of the manor is considered the girls' weekly routine social practice course. Since they were originally intended to be trained as maids, the girls' daily courses also include how to take care of Simon's properties in various places. The French accusation of illegal use of child labor was also caused by the girls' weekly regular maintenance of Simon's estate in the western suburbs of Paris. Although Simon's mind about these girls gradually changed later, the relevant courses were not changed. Last night, a lively party was held in the manor, inviting wealthy politicians and celebrities from all walks of life in Italy who were related to the Westeros system, including the Gucci family, the Bulgari family, the richest family in Italy, the Agnelli family, the top executives of the Westeros system in Italy, Berlusconi, who barely held the position of prime minister in the face of various scandals, and the famous Italian director Giuseppe Tornatore. Sofia took the initiative to arrange the communication. No matter from which aspect, women are definitely very good wives. If you want to maintain the relationship between people, direct communication between each other is essential. Although Italy is a democratic country on the surface, its social classes are very distinct and solidified. Both power and wealth are in the hands of a relatively fixed minority of people. This is actually why Italy's corruption index has long been scarlet in the generally green Europe. As long as Simon can deal with the people he invited last night, he can basically deal with Italy. Considering the shock of the Stefano family incident to the Italian underground world last year and Simon's secret layout in related aspects, he can now walk sideways in this country without any problems. This is why the girls were invited to this manor today. If it was the property in the western suburbs of Paris, Simon would definitely not do this, because it would inevitably be used as a handle by someone with ulterior motives. Even if nothing happened when he was with the girls, it would inevitably cause trouble. After all, the girls are still young. The oldest ones are only 15 years old this year, and the youngest is only 11 years old. On a balcony on the third floor of the west wing of the castle, Simon and Sofia sat opposite each other at a simple round table, drinking coffee and enjoying the warm morning sunshine of the Mediterranean. At the same time, they could see the figures of girls scattered around outside the manor. After chatting with Simon about some gossip about the feud between the Gucci family and their spouses, Sofia, with a lazy posture, pointed to a girl who was planting green trees under the guidance of a maid next to a flower bed downstairs. That one, Carmen Case, is the one who lied about her age. Simon held the coffee cup, smiled and looked over, nodded and said, she was born in 1978, 17 years old. When selecting girls at the end of the previous year, Simon set the age standard to be 10 to 14 years old. In the information submitted by Carmen Case, who was once the god of cards in the fashion industry, her age was 16 years old, but she lied about her age as 13 years old. This little trick could not have escaped the strict review of the Westeros system team, but after being discovered by Simon, he kept it as a collection as usual. Speaking of which, although more than 30 girls were eliminated in the past year, the 11 girls that Simon deliberately selected were all retained intact. Because they are special cases, these girls are inevitably inferior to those girls who are selected according to strict standards in all aspects. However, think about it this way. In the future, the outstanding girls can fly freely according to Simon's mind, and those who are not outstanding enough will just stay by his side as maids. In the future, the maids around him will be replaced by Natalia Vodianova, Eugenia Volodina, Carmen Case, Giselle Bundchen, Alessandra Ambrosio, Anya Rubico, Adriana Lima, etc. People in this time and space will definitely not see the specialness. For Simon, the luxurious lineup can be said to break through the sky. As for the fashion circle, there will be no god of cards, Empress G, Prince Anne, Empress Eugene, Fruit Nana and other things from now on, which is no longer within Simon's consideration. In fact, because of the early rise of the Victoria's Secret fashion show, a group of old and new supermodels in the fashion circle have firmly occupied the top position of the pyramid in this field in recent years. Supermodels such as Caroline Goff, who are only in their early 20s, can easily maintain their career life for more than 10 years by relying on the Victoria's Secret platform. The resources at the top of the fashion pyramid have been occupied in advance, which will inevitably lead to the loss of opportunities for supermodels who should have risen around the new millennium. Unless Simon personally intervenes and promotes them. Otherwise, according to the current development of the fashion circle, the former supermodels such as Empress G and God of Cards are destined to find it difficult to stand out again under the resource monopoly of a group of old big names. Turning to be Simon's maid is also a good way out. Simon never treats the girls around him badly. On the terrace, Sofia glanced at Simon and asked meaningfully, "Do you think she knows that we actually know that she lied about her age?" Simon realized that Sofia probably discovered something that Janet had seen through at the beginning, and smiled and said, "She should know, they're all very smart." Sofia searched again, but did not find another target, which should be in the castle, so she said, "In fact, there is another Anya Rubico. I think she is also a little special." There are a total of 5 special girls in Europe. Natalia Vodianova and Eugenia Volodina in London, Carolina Kukova in Berlin, Carmen Case who was supposed to be in Paris but now moved to Rome, and finally Anya Rubico who was already in Rome. The 5 girls were once Fruit Nana, Eugene Queen, Big KK, God of Cards and Young Masterin. Janet had easily picked out all the special girls from these girls, and the equally smart Sophia pointed it out at this time. Simon was not surprised at all and smiled. You said special, then it must be a little special. Seeing that Simon did not comment, Sophia became more interested and pressed the summoner on the round table. A waitress soon appeared. Sophia pointed downstairs and ordered, "Let Carmen come over." The waitress did not ask any more questions, but responded softly and turned away. Sophia took a sip of coffee and looked at Simon again, but unfortunately the man still did not show any abnormality. A moment later, a tall and thin girl walked through the living room on the 3rd floor and appeared on the terrace. She greeted the two politely. "Mr. Westeros, Miss Fessy." Simon turned his head and looked over. The 17-year-old Carmen Case was exactly the same as he remembered. She was nearly 180 centimeters tall, with a soft face common in Eastern European girls, a short mouth, green eyes, and a tall and thin figure. However, she was not like the morbid beauty of some girls in the fashion circle. Instead, she exuded a healthy atmosphere from head to toe. Or because of the rise of the Victoria's Secret fashion show, the fashion circle has entered the era of healthy beauty in advance. The morbid beauty trend that should have been led by Kate Moss in recent years did not appear. Kate Moss is still just a model with some fame. Because her figure and appearance are not related to the Victoria's Secret angels at all, she cannot appear on the Victoria's Secret tea stage. In addition, the Victoria's Secret army divides up fashion resources. This alternative supermodel who once relied on her unremarkable personal conditions to emerge has no chance to stand out. Sophia also looked at the girl in front of her seriously for a moment. She had probably observed her secretly many times, so she naturally couldn't see more. So she suddenly and straightforwardly asked, "How old are you this year?" Carmen Case was stunned for a moment, and some nervousness and guilt flashed across her expression. She glanced at Simon quickly, hesitated for a moment, and quickly said, 17 years old, Miss Fessy, I am 17 years old." Sophia's mouth curled up. "Why did you admit it voluntarily?" Realizing that the two people in front of her didn't look angry at all, Sophia's tone revealed a kind of knowing the truth in advance. Carmen Case soon lost her nervousness, but still instinctively made some embarrassed expressions and said, "I didn't expect that I would be selected. This is the truth." When she first saw the recruitment notice in the newspaper, this girl who grew up in a small town in Estonia, a small country in Eastern Europe, submitted a resume with the mentality of if you don't have a chance, you won't waste it. Later, she found that the screening process was extremely strict and learned a certain truth. She thought that she would be easily eliminated for her serious mistake of falsely reporting her age, but she actually passed and became one of the last 200 lucky ones. The girl is not a person who doesn't know the world. A few years ago, Estonia had just gotten rid of the Soviet Union and became independent. Many people in this small country in Eastern Europe tried to find opportunities in prosperous Western Europe. Carmen Cath, who was only 13 years old, went to Milan alone against her mother's wishes to pursue a modeling career. Unfortunately, she was too young at the time and soon returned to Estonia. Then, there was this opportunity at the end of the year before last. Carmen Cath, like other girls, did not feel any loss about not being able to become a model and instead becoming a maid of the Westeros family, especially after seeing the achievements of girls such as ABCD around Simon Westeros. As for Carmen Cath, the girl only wanted to leave Estonia to make a name for herself. How to make a name for herself, what does it matter? Seeing the girl's graceful and generous appearance, Sophia felt a little favorable in her heart, but she couldn't help joking, motioning to the side and said, "Actually, it's because Simon likes you. What do you think?" Carmen Case looked a little surprised, quickly glanced at a man again, quickly lowered her eyes, and her face unconsciously flushed. It's my honor." Even though she was older than the other girls, under the quiet influence of the team training and various courses in the past year, Carmen Case still couldn't get rid of the subtle brainwashing. All these girls were unconsciously planted with the seeds of worship for Simon. No matter from which aspect, Simon was completely worthy of these girls' worship, so those arrangements achieved twice the result with half the effort. Sophia heard the girl say this, and saw the man next to her laughing hatefully, and immediately realized that she was digging a hole for herself again, and quickly said, "Okay, you go and get busy first." Carmen Case saw that Sophia didn't follow up after she finished speaking, and finally secretly glanced at Simon, and then she greeted him respectfully and turned away. After the girl left, Simon shrugged slightly when he saw Sophia looking at him angrily. He smiled and said, "There's nothing I can do. When I think about it sometimes, I can't help but admire myself. There is such a brilliant man in the world." Tisk tisk. Sophia couldn't help it anymore. She rolled her eyes and made a vomiting gesture. She reached out and grabbed the summoner on the round table and threw it towards Simon. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 781. There will be controversy no matter what. After accompanying Sophia for a week, Simon left Rome and returned to Los Angeles on February 6, while the woman stayed in the manor in the southern suburbs of Rome to continue to take care of the baby. From then on, until the child is born, most of Melisandre's affairs will be handed over to her deputy Angela Ahrens. During Simon's absence from Hollywood, in addition to the successful conclusion of the Sundance Film Festival and the 52nd Golden Globe Awards dinner, another thing happened in the box office week from January 27 to February 2. Toy Story 2, which was released during the Thanksgiving period last year, continued to earn $4.31 million after its 11th week of release, and the cumulative box office officially exceeded the $300 million mark, reaching $305.6 million, becoming the third domestic box office to exceed $300 million in 1994. Another domestic $300 million level film, Suicide Squad, earned $10.37 million in the 7th week of release from January 27 to February 2, with a cumulative box office of $278.36 million, only $22 million away from the $300 million mark. It is only a matter of time before it successfully crosses the threshold. In addition, Rumble in the Bronx, which was released on January 27, was also a good start for Deaneries Entertainment in 1995. In the first 7 days of its release, with excellent word of mouth and 1,736 screens, Rumble in the Bronx reached a box office of $14.19 million in its first week, with an average of more than $8,000 per theater. Although it did not reach the level of A Big Height of over 10,000, it was still a niche Hong Kong film in such an unpopular period at the end of January, and such a result exceeded everyone's expectations. When Simon returned to Los Angeles, the second weekend box office of Rumble in the Bronx had also been released. The year-on-year decline in the 3 days of the second weekend was only 27%, with a revenue of $6.34 million. The cumulative box office exceeded $20 million in 10 days of release, reaching $20.53 million. In comparison, the production cost of Rumble in the Bronx was only $7.5 million, and as a co-investor, New World Pictures, a subsidiary of Deaneries Entertainment, only obtained the full channel distribution rights of the film in North America and Europe with an investment share of only $2.5 million, and the film's early publicity and distribution budget in North America was only $3 million. Now, with a total investment of $5.5 million, the box office revenue in 10 days is more than $20 million, and the total box office in North America may reach $35 million to $40 million, not to mention the revenue from Europe and subsequent videotapes and television channels. Taken together, the total return brought by this movie to Deaneries Entertainment may exceed many blockbuster projects. Since Rumble in the Bronx has been successful, Rush Hour can also be put on the agenda smoothly. The previous Rush Hour script was basically put together in real time according to the Hong Kong film routine, and it was tailor-made for Jack Chang. It was also a Hollywood standard and even somewhat flooded brother movie model. Simon came up with a similar idea, and there was no possibility of collision. However, Simon did not personally take charge of the script. He just mentioned the general idea of the script to Danny Morris, president of New World Pictures, and asked the other party to find a screenwriter to improve it on his own. The key to the success of Rush Hour is the wonderful partnership of Jack Chang and Chris Tucker, and the details of the plot are not that important. Malibu, Deaneries Studios. The time is already Wednesday, February 8. Back in Los Angeles, Simon has devoted most of his energy to a series of film projects that Deaneries Entertainment is preparing or has already entered into production. He started work at 9 o'clock this morning, and had 3 consecutive production meetings for 3 hours, about Charlie's Angels, The Mummy, and Jumanji, which are 3 of the 4 foreign cooperation projects finalized last year. The other one, The Bourne Supremacy, as part of the Agent movie universe, will not be launched until Charlie's Angels is released. Of the 3 projects that have been launched, the earliest one to be released is The Mummy, which is co-produced with Fox and is tentatively scheduled for next summer. Charlie's Angels and Jumanji will have to wait until the end of next year. The 3 partners are not satisfied with this arrangement, but they can do nothing about it. After all, it is still a problem of too many projects. Unless they want to kill each other, there is definitely no suitable schedule this year. Even next year, the blockbuster movies that have been confirmed include a new 007 movie, Tim Burton's Sleepy Hollow, Deaneries' Mission, Impossible 2 in cooperation with Paramount, and another sequel to the DC movie universe, Wonder Woman 2. In addition, there are the indispensable sequels to the Conjuring movie universe and some other low-cost key projects. With these 3 movies, the 1996 schedule is already very crowded. Simon's originally planned Independence Day and the early conceived Justice League will be postponed, otherwise all the films will not be able to play their due box office potential. In the morning meeting, Simon and the production team basically finalized the production ideas of the 3 projects. The Mummy, which is co-produced with Fox, will use the original plot and Simon's memory without much modification. The Charlie's Angels co-produced with MGM is a brand new concept, and Simon personally wrote the script. For the final version of Jumanji, Simon weighed the 1995 version and the 2017 version in his memory, and decided to use the 2017 version starring Dwayne Johnson. It is obvious that the latter is easier for the audience to feel involved in the game and the game. Even if inflation is excluded, the box office of the 2017 version is much higher than that of the 1995 version. The global box office in his memory is close to $1 billion. The main reason why Simon hesitated is that if the Dwayne Johnson version is used, a male lead with a high salary will need to be selected, perhaps Schwarzenegger or Stallone. If it is just a one-time cooperation, it is okay, 15 million or even 20 million salary is no problem. The key is that if the first film is successful, it will be very difficult to cooperate with big names like Schwarzenegger to make a sequel. Simon still clearly remembers that Schwarzenegger specially prepared a strong team of lawyers to negotiate with a film company for Terminator 3. In the end, Terminator 3, which invested up to $200 million, barely broke the global box office of $400 million, which only made a group of investors busy. Only Schwarzenegger easily received a huge salary of $30 million, which is a typical case of a film company working for a star. Simon will not allow this to happen to Deaneries Entertainment. What's more, the 2017 version of Jumanji is still set up with 4 protagonists. Once the first part is successful, the salaries of the 4 protagonists will rise. Now that this plan has been finalized, Simon must first solve the problem of actors. In the 2017 version of Memory, Sony is actually very economical. Except for Dwayne Johnson, who received a salary of $20 million, the other few are not big names. The total production cost is therefore only $90 million. The budget of less than $100 million is no longer considered a blockbuster after more than 20 years, but the final global box office of the film has exploded to nearly $1 billion. This time, Simon will not save money on special effects, but will directly finalize a budget of $100 million. The $100 million in 1995 and the $100 million in 2017 are obviously not the same concept. Not only that, Simon also plans to limit the main creative expenses to $25 million, including the producer, director and 4 protagonists, and can provide a certain profit share for this. If this version of Jumanji can still hit $1 billion worldwide, Simon will be very happy to pay $100 million for the main creatives. Another thing is that a package contract with a capped salary must be signed in advance. Simon does not want the sequel to be stranded for a long time or even completely aborted because of various arguments about salary after the success of the first part. Of course, if the project fails, Deaneries Entertainment has the right to cancel the sequel directly, and there will be no additional compensation. Deaneries Entertainment now has absolute initiative in Hollywood. Stars used to pressure the studio to sign various unequal contracts, at least in Deanery's entertainment. If you don't want to, then the opportunity is someone else's. Even the biggest stars can't stand the constant increase and decrease. After a busy morning, I had lunch with Amy Pascal in the executive restaurant of the studio at noon. As soon as the waiter served lunch and left, Amy Pascal smiled and mentioned something. There has been a lot of controversy in the media recently about your donation of AOL stocks. Simon picked up the cutlery and shrugged. No matter what you do, you can't avoid controversy. Let them argue. If they annoy me, I won't donate anymore. A few days ago, when Simon was still in Rome, in North America, the Westeros family began to fulfill their charitable promise at the beginning of the year and donated the first batch of AOL company stocks worth $1 billion to the Simon and Janet Westeros Foundation to help public universities and elementary and secondary schools across the United States build modern professional computer classrooms. The promised donation is $3 billion, and Simon certainly won't pay it all at once. The first consideration is that the stocks in hand are still increasing in value, and donating them in batches can always save a little. Even if you are rich, you still have to be frugal when you need to be frugal. However, this immediately triggered the first controversy. Some media believe that Simon's donation of $3 billion was seriously reduced, and they criticized it. Even though the Westeros family's spokesperson clarified it many times, some people still had a stubborn attitude of I don't believe it, you are just untrustworthy. In fact, even if it is just this $1 billion donation, including previous expenses, the scale of the Simon and Janet Westeros Foundation has already caught up with many family foundations of old money families that have lasted for more than half a century. However, for those who don't want to see this, it is obviously useless to say anything. Not only that, some people quickly objected to Simon's donation of stocks instead of a cash, believing that he was deliberately avoiding taxes. According to the charity rules of the United States, if Simon cashes out the stocks and then donates them, even if you declare that the money will be used for charitable purposes, you must pay capital gains tax before donating it. The current capital gains tax rate is still 28%. This means that if Simon donated cash directly, according to the $3 billion donation commitment, the capital gains tax alone would cost more than $1.1 billion in additional expenses during the cashing process. Simon certainly would not do this, and not many other wealthy people would do this. Donating stocks directly, placing the stocks in a charitable fund, and then cashing out would not have any tax issues. Not only that, Simon can also get a huge tax deduction. Although it is not a full tax deduction, and the tax deduction rate for stock donations is only 30%, which is much lower than the 50% of cash donations, but based on the donation amount of $3 billion, this is still a large tax deduction amount, and, according to tax laws, this money can be deferred for 5 years and gradually cashed out, just like corporate loss tax deductions. Calculated, after all the $3 billion worth of stocks are donated, the Westeros family can get up to $900 million in tax deductions. Simon has saved $1.1 billion in capital gains tax by donating stocks directly. After donating all 3 billion stocks, he can get another $900 million in tax deductions. In this way, in the eyes of many people, Simon Westeros has saved $2 billion, which is actually equivalent to donating only $1 billion. The other $2 billion is equivalent to using the taxes that the federal government deserves for charity. This is simply crazy. For the unscrupulous media's very far-fetched but very eye-catching algorithm, Simon can only be helpless even if he has been mentally prepared before. Moreover, as the discussion ferments, some media have questioned Simon's charity project. It cost $3 billion to build computer classrooms for American public schools. Whether it is purchasing equipment or connecting to the network, it basically cannot bypass the new technology companies such as Microsoft, Intel, and AOL in the Westeros system. This money is equivalent to eventually flowing back to Simon himself. Calculated again, Simon Westeros may not have donated a penny from beginning to end. This is no longer crazy enough to describe. The media industry in the United States is still too developed after all. This kind of questioning is not a direct personal attack like last year. If someone questions it, they will sue and launch a lawsuit bombardment, which will inevitably lead to a stronger backlash. Simon just let the media power of the Westeros system refute it as much as possible. Moreover, it is impossible to really stop donating money as he just said in anger. The charity that should be done must be done. After all, this is the basic strategy related to the future wealth inheritance of the Westeros family. With such a huge asset, if you want to cross the threshold of inheritance tax many years later, you must pass it on in the name of the foundation as much as possible in the future. Of course, at that time, compared with the single foundations of some old money families, if the Westeros family's related foundations do not want to be too dazzling, they will definitely try to break up the whole into small pieces. Amy could also sense the helplessness in Simon's tone and asked, "Are you starting to feel distressed because you have too much money?" Simon shook his head when he heard this question and smiled, "Really not. I enjoy it, and I also like to see many people envious and jealous of my personal assets." Amy couldn't help laughing. "Yeah, I occasionally think about it and I'm jealous." After a month-long rise in January, the Nasdaq index has broken through 2,000 points. The prices of a large number of technology stocks held by Simon have also continued to increase with the rise of the stock market. Now it is said that Simon's personal wealth has reached $500 billion. At least from the stock account, there is no water at all. The personal net worth of $500 billion has completely exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. Those media and politicians who think that Simon's personal wealth should be restricted from continuing to grow probably gradually don't know how to deal with it. Judging from the current situation, if you want to stop Simon Westeros's personal wealth from continuing to increase, you can only break the rules of capitalist society and forcibly confiscate Westeros assets. This is obviously not feasible. After all, no one wants America to become the former Soviet Union. If this can be done to Simon Westeros, other wealthy people may also be treated in the same way. It may even gradually become a common sight. By then, no one will have any sense of security. Chapter 782 LinkedIn. The issue of charity is actually a bit sensitive for Simon. Amy Pascal just joked a few times and stopped talking. Instead, she said, "I just got the news this morning that Vivendi has confirmed that Sandy Litwater and Bill Mechanic will be promoted internally to serve as CEO and president of Disney respectively. They will probably publicly announce their acceptance of the appointment next week, and Frank Wells will also retire." Simon has also received the news and nodded, "I know." After completing the acquisition of Disney at the end of last year, the French Vivendi Group has been looking for suitable professional managers for the company. However, some candidates that Vivendi has taken a fancy to have successively refused, including CAA President Michael Ovitz, Spielberg's former right-hand man Frank Marshall and Kathleen Kennedy, Hollywood gold medal producer Joe Silver, and even several executives of Deanery's Entertainment Group. The circle probably realized something, and coupled with Vivendi's conservativeness in delegating power, these external candidates have successively refused. In desperation, Vivendi had to promote executives from within Disney. Sandy Litwater is Disney's vice president and head of the legal department, and Bill Mechanic is the president of Disney's home entertainment department responsible for videotape and television distribution. The two were promoted to CEO and president of Disney respectively, which is equivalent to a two-level promotion. However, in terms of actual authority, the two were actually only promoted one level. According to Simon's information, after Sandy Litwater was promoted to CEO, she was actually in charge of the business of former President Frank Wells, mainly corporate personnel and legal administrative affairs. As president, Bill Mechanic will directly manage the production business that was once in charge of Jeffrey Katzenberg. The core corporate strategic planning and financial power, which should have belonged to the CEO, are directly controlled by Vivendi headquarters. This is actually not the result that Vivendi's board of directors wants to see. However, there are not so many good things in the world for those who are unwilling to give up power and want to be outstanding professional managers. They had discussed privately more than once how to deal with Disney after it was acquired by Vivendi Group. Amy only mentioned this to Simon at this time. Seeing that her boss already knew about it, she stopped talking and said, "Eisner is trying to invest in the internet field. He is in partnership with Ovitz and has already finalized a project. I had dinner with Nancy at Morton's last night and happened to meet them. We talked about it. It's an interesting idea." Simon was a little surprised and asked, "Is Eisner recovered?" Amy nodded. "He is fine now, but the quadruple bypass surgery was very risky. He will be fine if he can get through it." Michael Eisner had a heart attack when he heard the news that Deanery's Entertainment would build Universal Studios in Europe. He almost died at that time. Simon had learned about this earlier. Disney president Frank Wells, who was supposed to die in a skiing accident last year, Escape because of the influence of Simon's big butterfly. If Eisner died unexpectedly because of the news he released, Simon would inevitably feel guilty. Fair business competition is not to the point of killing people, not to mention that Hollywood is a place where people meet all the time. Simon nodded slightly, skillfully picked up some Chinese fried noodles from the plate with chopsticks, and asked with a smile, "What project did Eisner invest in?" Amy took a sip of the juice beside her and said, "Probably, it should be considered a workplace social networking site." This is the idea that Ovitz came up with. As you know, Ovitz is very good at managing personal connections. He thinks that the real-life personal connection management model can be moved to the internet. Unlike those recruitment websites that can only send resumes in a targeted manner, this workplace social networking site allows users to directly build their own personal connections in certain circles and display their resumes more intuitively. Moreover, after forming a circle, they can also obtain more accurate recruitment or application targets through mutual recommendations, and social network members can also recommend each other. Simon, who is across the table, felt more and more familiar with it and soon understood it. Isn't this the LinkedIn in his memory? In the past, Terry Semel left Time Warner to become the CEO of Yahoo Hollywood because of his failure in the internal power struggle. This time, Semel has become more and more dominant within Time Warner Group because of the support of Deaneries Entertainment, and is likely to become the next chairman candidate. Unexpectedly, Michael Eisner, who left Disney 10 years earlier, turned to Silicon Valley. After Amy finished speaking, she saw Simon was silent and asked, "Simon, what do you think?" Simon came back to his senses, smiled and nodded, "It's a good idea. The key is whether they can find a suitable business model." LinkedIn was acquired by Microsoft for more than $26 billion in 2016, which shows the feasibility of the conception of this workplace social platform. The key is whether Eisner and Ovitz can find a business plan that can make the website sustainable in the future. In the final analysis, ideas are never worth money. Just like LinkedIn in the past, Simon did not believe that there would only be one workplace social website in Silicon Valley, but LinkedIn finally stood out. Across the table, Amy paused after hearing what Simon said, and said, "So, Simon, are you interested in this project?" Simon looked up at Amy, as if he understood something, and smiled. "Did Eisner and the others ask you to ask?" Amy shook her head and said, "No, but I think since they told me so much detail last night, they probably want you to know. Maybe, if you are willing to invest, that would be even better." Simon said, "The Eisner should not be short of money, right?" Amy shrugged. "You know, this is not just a matter of money." Simon thought about it for a while and roughly understood. First of all, Amy Pascal, Michael Eisner, and Michael Ovitz are all Jews. This is a typical mutual help between Jews without conflict of interest. Secondly, it is probably true as Amy said, if it was not intended to let Simon know, Eisner and the others would not have described the project in such detail at a dinner where they met by chance, which was obviously to attract Simon's attention. As for the issue of money, Eisner and Ovitz certainly have no shortage of money, and it must be easy for them to come up with millions of dollars in startup capital. However, the two obviously still maintain a certain inertial thinking of Hollywood. The first rule of Hollywood movie investment: never spend your own money. The same is true for Silicon Valley. Everyone only sees the success of websites such as Yahoo, Google, and Amazon, but they don't know that behind these successful companies, more than 90% of the projects have finally failed, and the hundreds of millions of investors' funds have not even heard a sound. Moreover, if Simon is willing to invest in Eisner and the two, it will not only ease some of the previous frictions between the two sides, but the project will also be supported by the Westeros system. This is crucial. There are more than one photo-sharing website in Silicon Valley now. Why is Instagram, which was established only half a year ago, so far ahead? Is it really because of the excellent business model of this website? The answer is no. At least most of them are no. The key is the full-scale support of Instagram by the entire Westeros system in hardware, software, and network traffic. Speaking of which, Simon has always admired Eisner and Ovitz very much. After the rise of the Westeros system, Simon occasionally considered recruiting Ovitz to join, because the huge Westeros system needs to coordinate and maintain a large number of interpersonal relationships, and Ovitz happens to be an expert in this regard. However, ideas are only ideas after all, and there will be many obstacles in putting them into action. For example, loyalty. Because they are not direct descendants like Amy Pascal who rose from scratch together, they lack the recognition and loyalty formed by long-term running-in. It seems very rash to invite the other party to maintain a very sensitive system network relationship. In any case, Simon admires Ovitz very much. As for Eisner, there was no friction between the two sides before, but because of some information in his memory, Simon did not have much good feelings for Eisner. Now, many things have changed, and Simon has never been a person who cares about every little thing. After thinking for a moment, he said, "In this case, please ask for me. If you are free on the weekend, let's have a cup of coffee and chat together." Amy nodded to indicate that she would take note. Seeing that Amy was just stopping at the point, Simon became interested again and said, "Well, I can give a name for their website first, LinkedIn." He even wrote the word on the table and said jokingly, "The most troublesome thing in Silicon Valley now is naming, because over the years, slightly normal words have been registered by various companies, and I guess this one definitely doesn't exist." Amy noticed Simon's gesture just now. LinkedIn is obviously a combination of the two words LinkedIn, which literally means connection, which is very consistent with the concept of a workplace social networking site. Knowing that her boss's naming habit has struck again, Amy smiled and promised, "I'll tell them." Chatting like this, lunchtime ended and the two returned to their respective offices. The afternoon's work is other matters besides Deanery's entertainment. Simon returned to the office, and the female assistant reminded Celia Miller, who had returned to New York, that she was online, and the documents to be read in the afternoon were already listed on the desk. The first is several important cooperative results negotiated with Ukraine during this period. As for the Riv nuclear power plant, under the matchmaking of the Westeros system, the first Boston team finally finalized a bond issuance contract of up to $1 billion with a Ukrainian nuclear power company, which was used for the construction of Unit 4 of the Riv nuclear power plant and the transformation of the power grid line between the nuclear power plant and the city of Riv. In today's Ukraine, no investor dares to rashly lend the other party $1 billion. Therefore, in addition to the credit guarantee of the Westeros system, the Ukrainian nuclear power company also carried out actual pledge operations, targeting 50% of the equity of the Riv nuclear power plant. Once the Ukrainian nuclear power cannot repay the principal and interest of the bond on time, First Boston will have the right to auction 50% of the equity of the Ukrainian nuclear power to raise funds to repay investors. Not only that, the annual interest rate of the 10-year bond of $1 billion this time is as high as 12%, far exceeding the industry average. You must know that the current 10-year Treasury bond interest rate in the United States is only 2.8%. And the 10-year bond interest rate of high-quality enterprises is generally only about 5%. Although Ukraine's economy is not good, in fact, the repayment ability of Ukrainian nuclear power is still very guaranteed. While the power generation of other traditional power plants in Ukraine has plummeted, only the Ukrainian nuclear power plant has maintained a stable power generation of 50 billion kilowatts-hour per year, with annual revenue equivalent to about $3 billion. As long as repayment can be guaranteed, even if an annual interest rate of 5% is offered, there will be no one to take over such a monopoly state-owned enterprise with stable income. The reason why there is such a bond financing plan, which Simon thinks is quite stupid, is that, on the one hand, Ukraine obviously lacks experience in dealing with national financial giants, and instinctively puts itself in a weak position without confidence. The other party is an international financial giant, so of course what it says is what it means. On the other hand, it is probably because the money is enough. In his memory, Simon often heard similar things. Now to finalize such a contract is nothing more than cutting off a part of the funds that the Ukrainian nuclear power plant can hand over to the national treasury for national economy and people's livelihood every year to repay the debt. Anyway, Ukraine's finances are already in tatters, and it doesn't care if it is more stretched. Moreover, according to the initial estimate, the $1 billion is actually completely unnecessary, and $700 million is enough. The additional $300 million now is mainly used to purchase power generation equipment from Westinghouse Electric in the United States. Because the price of Westinghouse equipment is twice as high as that of local production in Ukraine. Simon also knew that this could actually be bargained, and the range of bargaining was quite large. However, obviously, if the money was enough, no one would want to bargain. Anyway, it was all the country's money. Not only that, the high-priced imported American equipment can also be used for publicity. American equipment is of course safer, and everyone can sleep peacefully, and there will definitely not be a second Chernobyl accident. This is not Simon's imagination, but the public opinion released by local Ukrainian newspapers. The effect is very good. Now Ukraine, because of the disintegration of the Soviet Union and the country's economic collapse, the national sentiment is basically still in the mindset that the United States is good at everything and their own country is useless, and it is destined to be difficult to get rid of it for many years to come. Of course, these have nothing to do with Simon. During the telephone discussion, Simon only asked Celia to set up a special financial supervision team to ensure that the $1 billion bond financing is spent where it should be spent. After all, whether it is the construction of Unit 4 of the Rivne nuclear power plant or the transformation of the power grid between the nuclear power plant and Rivne, it will eventually be used for the layout of the Westeros system in Rivne Oblast. Although the Westeros system did not actually pay anything in the process of this bond financing, it still has the power of supervision because it relies on its own reputation for matchmaking. Even if all parties have their own little calculations, they will definitely hope that the money will be spent as much as possible. In addition to the nuclear power plant, there is also the matter of Nokia building a mobile phone production plant in Rivne. After negotiations, Nokia successfully obtained a series of preferential policies from the Ukrainian government, mainly a 10-year tax preferential agreement and 150 hectares of land in the north of Rivne for free for factory construction. Chapter 783 Communications Decency Act. After ending the call with Celia Miller, Simon put aside the information on the two projects of the Rivne nuclear power plant and the Nokia factory, and reread the other two documents that he had just discussed with Celia. The first one came from the Rivne city government. During Simon's last trip to Ukraine, he happened to talk with several senior government officials of Rivne Oblast about the achievements of China's reform and opening up, and casually mentioned the idea of establishing Rivne City into a special economic zone similar to some of China's. It was just a casual chat during the cocktail party, but it was unexpectedly remembered by the other side, and they soon tried to put it into action. The document in his hand was the Special Economic Zone Plan that the Rivne city government had drafted and planned to submit to the Kiev authorities. Not only that, some senior officials of the Rivne Oblast government also planned to go to China for a field investigation. When the document arrived in Simon's hands, the inspection team had already set off. Simon never thought of helping Ukraine develop its economy and prosper. However, if this plan can succeed, it will be more beneficial to the layout of the Westeros system in Rivne Oblast. Because special economic zones often mean a more open financial investment environment, it is easy for overseas capital such as the Westeros system to enter and exit, and it can be said to be free to come and go, and it must also mean strong import and export tariff reductions and other incentive policies that are beneficial to foreign investors. On the other hand, although Ukraine's developed industrial areas are located in the southeast of the country, and the northwest is a backward traditional agricultural area, Rivne Oblast actually has its own advantages. This northwestern border state is only separated from Poland by Volhynia Oblast. Geographically, it is a state-county that is relatively close to Western Europe, and it has a complete highway and railway transportation network connecting Western Europe, which basically meets all the conditions of a trading port. The idea is good, but it is not easy to realize it. The whole of Ukraine is now in a state of decline, waiting for the rice to cook. Once such a special economic zone idea that will inevitably increase the attractiveness of foreign investment is proposed, various parts of Ukraine will inevitably raise objections and even compete with each other. Compared with the capital Kiev, compared with Petrovsk, the base behind the Petrovsk gang, the most powerful Ukrainian authorities, compared with Odessa, a large port city on the southern Black Sea coast, and compared with Donetsk, an important industrial city in the east, Rivne, which is still in ruins, does not qualify as a special economic zone in any way. Therefore, Simon's reply to Celia was to ask the Rivne state government to postpone the proposal to the authorities for at least 1 year. Otherwise, even if the Kiev authorities adopt this plan, even if more than one special economic zone is finalized, the possibility of Rivne falling on it is very small. Of course, the Rivne state government is now starting to take various preparatory measures, such as visiting China, etc., which is also possible. Rome was not built in a day, and it is always right to prepare in advance. Another document is the loan application from Maxim Noskov, the father of Ekaterina. Simon directly rejected this application when he was in Ukraine, and then rejected Maxim's request for an interview. Unexpectedly, The other party still did not give up and approached Celia. According to Celia's description, Maxim was obviously not a person who was good at persuading others. When he met with her, the other party just introduced the purpose of each sum of money in detail to Celia, and listed them carefully for a full hour and a half, and then Celia couldn't help but agree to it for some unknown reason. In fact, the money was not much, involving a total of more than 100 individual farms and collective farms, and the cumulative amount was only about $25 million. Celia learned that Simon rejected the loan application, and privately used her connections to help Maxim solve the matter. The funds came from the Netherlands. The Netherlands, a developed country in Western Europe with a land area of only 40,000 square kilometers, has a population of more than 14 million, and its population density far exceeds that of several neighboring countries. The compact land area obviously cannot support the food production of 14 million people, so the Netherlands is also one of the largest food importers in Western Europe. During the Soviet period, the Netherlands was one of the important food export target countries in Ukraine, and it ranked among the top 3 food exporters in Ukraine all year round, bringing hundreds of millions of dollars worth of foreign exchange to the former Soviet Union every year. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, Ukraine's agricultural production collapsed. As the granary of Europe, it once had to import food to meet the absurd level of national food needs. As a result, the Netherlands' food imports from Ukraine were interrupted, and it had to spend relatively high prices to import food from North America and Latin America every year. As the political situation in Ukraine gradually stabilized, the Netherlands naturally wanted to reopen this cheap source of food imports. As one of Ukraine's most profitable industries, the Westeros system will not let go of the food export business in its layout in this country. Oldek, which Sergei Kermorov is in charge of, established a subsidiary focusing on food exports last year and has been successfully operating. Using the connections of this food export company under Oldek, Celia quickly obtained a loan of 50 million Dutch guilders from a Dutch bank that was interested in supporting Ukraine's food production, equivalent to $29.5 million, which was more than the loan Maxim applied for. Because it was a supportive agricultural loan with a 3-year term and an annual interest rate of only 4.5%, and it could be repaid directly with food in the next 3 years. After all, the resources of the Westeros system were utilized. Although the matter was basically finalized, Celia still talked to Simon first and said that if he insisted, the cooperation could still be cancelled. Simon would certainly not do that. Moreover, Simon probably understood Celia's thoughts. For the sincere request of a middle-aged man who just wanted to do something for the people in trouble around him, it was difficult for anyone with a little sentiment to refuse, especially if he did what he could. Now that the Netherlands was paying again, Simon had no reason to intervene. Whether the money could be put into practice, Simon did not need to worry about it anymore. Since the Netherlands was willing to pay, it would definitely carry out relevant supervision, so he just agreed directly. The voice of Girl A came from the desktop landline, reminding that Francis Levison had arrived. Simon took back these thoughts and asked Allison to bring him in. Some details of the Westeros system's investment in the Levison Group were still under negotiation, but this matter was basically set in stone. Unless Simon regretted it himself, there would be no more changes. Simon and Francis Levison, the helmsman of the Levison Group, agreed to discuss some of the company's future development ideas today. Levison just flew over from Florida this morning. According to the plan, after receiving the $1.5 billion investment from Westeros, the Levison Group's tight capital chain will be completely relieved. After paying off some of the urgent due debts, the remaining funds will be used entirely for business operations, mainly for the development of Levison Group's reserve plots in Miami. The real estate industry in the United States has begun to recover. Now that new projects are launched, the market will pick up starting next year, and it will happen to be one step ahead of other real estate developers to gain more market share, and through this opportunity, a virtuous circle will be formed in the U.S. real estate boom that will last for more than a decade in the future. Because the real estate industry in the United States is already very mature, coupled with the policy restrictions on the real estate industry, it is difficult for this country to have a large-scale real estate giant. Therefore, Simon's plan is to expand the Levison Group overseas. For example, China, such as Eastern Europe. Simon is of course also aware of the various barriers and protections in the real estate industry. However, the rapidly expanding Westeros system has no problem breaking through these hidden industry restrictions through the intricate interest relationships. Just like China, Even if the Leveson Group cannot personally go into battle, it is also feasible to enter the Chinese market through a joint venture. The Leveson Group's experienced real estate development and operation team can help joint ventures supported by overseas companies avoid many detours. In memory, many real estate giants in China, such as the CBD model, are actually imitating overseas real estate companies. The two chatted for an hour and a half, and Francis Leveson said goodbye and left. The other party had to fly directly back to Florida. Simon continued to handle some affairs until after 6 o'clock, when Janet personally called to urge him, and then he went home from get off work. Even on the way back to Cape Dumay Manor, Simon was still reading a draft of the Communication Decency Act that had just been sent from Washington. Just the word decency can roughly understand the content of this bill. It is mainly the federal government's legislation and regulation of adult-related content that is already quite rampant on the internet at this stage. There are probably not many people, both men and women, who have never been exposed to adult content on the internet. However, there are probably not many people who have considered how much interest is involved in this field. Simon knows. According to the information in memory, the online adult industry alone accounts for 20% of the entire internet traffic, and the revenue brought by related industries has reached the level of $100 billion each year, which is no less than the revenue volume of super technology giants such as Google or Amazon. Although it will be very bad to get involved in it, it is definitely a piece of fat meat that people are eager to get. Occasionally thinking about it, Simon had to admit that he wanted to cut a piece of the cake from it. Of course, with Simon's current status, if he doesn't want to be drowned by saliva, he can only think about it. Many other people don't have such scruples. Therefore, in recent years, many related websites have appeared on the internet, and even some video websites have appeared very advanced. Due to factors such as traffic costs, except for the small amount of video or live broadcast content launched by the IGRIT portal, professional and formal content video websites have not appeared, including companies that have obtained relevant patent authorizations from IGRIT, and can only temporarily shelve related projects. The adult industry has come up with something first. Even if it is just a very rough and low-resolution video, it is definitely an advanced behavior. In Simon's view, this is almost the same as war promoting technological development. Although it will never be involved, the Westeros system is still very active in quietly promoting legislation in related areas. Because, an irrefutable fact is that related industries have indeed greatly promoted the development of the internet. Many internet users choose to access the internet in order to find some free content from it. Moreover, the legislative norms of related industries can also prevent companies such as IGRIT and AOL, which are portals to the internet, from encountering litigation risks. For example, the search engine business. Simon will not get involved in related industries, but as an online search tool that gathers and organizes internet content, search engines will inevitably touch certain areas. If there is a lack of formal legislation, this aspect is in a gray area. Once the search engine provides relevant links, some people will inevitably make a fuss and file claims against related companies on the grounds of endangering teenagers. Once such lawsuits appear, they are often class action lawsuits. IGRIT actually started to encounter this kind of thing last year. Fortunately, Google search engine has always been a marginal business of IGRIT to outsiders. Although the usage has been rising rapidly, the attention has been very low under the operation of the Westeros system. After the relevant lawsuits were properly handled, they did not evolve into large-scale class action lawsuits. Therefore, at this stage, IGRIT's Google search engine has temporarily blocked or hidden the relevant websites, and users often have to flip through several pages to find a little bit of it. As long as the Communication Decency Act is passed and there is a law to follow, Google will no longer need to hide it. As long as you follow the rules, you don't have to worry about someone deliberately finding fault. In fact, Simon has always believed that whether it is electronic games or certain content on the internet, for teenagers, the main regulator should be parents. This is the natural responsibility of parents, not the problem that content providers should be responsible for. Parents who have a little sense of responsibility, as long as they pay a little attention to restrict their children on weekdays, all kinds of troubles will not happen. In the memory of the previous life, whenever Simon saw those minors recharged tens of thousands of dollars to play games, and after the incident, the parents asked the game company to return it and accused the game of making minors addicted, he couldn't help but feel absurd, and didn't think the problem was the game at all. The root cause was those hateful parents who shouted loudly. How permissive and indulgent these people must be to allow some children aged 7 or 8, 11 or 12 to have the opportunity to recharge a lot on the game. Entertainment is a normal need for everyone in modern society. Whether it is movies, television, or music games, they are all very legitimate. The more developed a country is, the more prosperous the related industries are. Why don't people shout all day that these things poison teenagers and should be banned? Because the parents who should be responsible for supervising and educating their children have seriously neglected their duties. After the incident, they put the blame on the game. This is as absurd as putting the blame on the murder weapon when a murder occurs. If a child is not taught, it is the fault of the father. Our ancestors have explained this simple truth thousands of years ago. Therefore, whether it is deaneries or egret, as long as the content is produced within the rules, Simon has never had much scruples. Various national-level regulations are already quite complete, and there will be no lack of reminders. If there are still teenagers being poisoned, then poisoning is it. If the parents who should be in charge don't care, Simon will not worry about it, and he never feels that he should take any responsibility. Chapter 784 Valentine's Day. It was no coincidence that Michael Eisner and Michael Ovitz were planning to enter Silicon Valley, or that the Communications Decency Act was drafted a year earlier than in the past. With the current internet penetration rate in the United States far exceeding that of other countries in the world, it is no exaggeration to say that the country has entered the information age. In the new era, the focus of attention of both the general public and the government has changed. Since the end of last year, when several giants jointly launched the Information Age Marketing Plan, not only in January at the beginning of the year, but also in February 1995, many of the most eye-catching news in the American media are still related to new technologies. Simon took time to meet with Eisner and Ovitz on the following weekend, and directly finalized that the Egret Venture Capital Department would take 20% of the shares of the workplace social networking website that the two were preparing with a startup capital of $5 million. Also this weekend, Microsoft announced that it would officially release the Windows 95 operating system on March 10, 1 month later, which was 5 months earlier than in history. In fact, the test system of Windows 95 had been circulated around the world through various means last year. Microsoft had already added the groundbreaking Start menu to last year's Windows 3.2 system under Simon's inspiration, and received very positive user feedback. However, the latest Windows 95 system not only makes the operating system easier to use, but also has all-round upgrades in terms of network, external connection, image support, etc. Most importantly, Windows 95 also launched a more powerful 32-bit system, which allowed Microsoft to further leave its original biggest competitor, Apple, far behind and leave it far behind. Because the market was generally optimistic about Microsoft's Windows 95 system, on February 13, the first trading day after the news was released, Microsoft's stock price rose by 1.9% on the same day, and the closing market value reached $128.1 billion. In comparison, Apple's market value has fallen from a peak of more than $7 billion a few years ago to $2.8 billion at the close of February 13, a drop of more than 60%. Because Simon took over Pixar in advance, the aura of the animation studio's series of successes had nothing to do with Steve Jobs. Without this aura, this time, when Apple was declining, no one thought of inviting Jobs, who had also failed in business in recent years, to return to Apple to take charge. Simon has already made plans for many things, and he doesn't plan to intervene this time. Simon is not without vigilance against Microsoft's strong rise. Damon has been very resistant to the Westeros system in recent years. When Windows 95 was released, the other party still did not allow IE to become the default browser of this operating system, and Egret also did not give in to Microsoft's desire to obtain browser patent authorization. Not only that, because Microsoft directly imitated the model of Egret's online software store and directly added its own desktop software wall on the new system, the two sides will inevitably have a lawsuit next. Because the openness of the Windows system is, of course, relative to the openness of the Apple operating system in memory, Simon has never regarded the software store business as the core of Egret. Because as the network environment gradually improves, users can directly obtain the corresponding software from the official homepage in the future. Similarly, some software developers will inevitably hope to bypass Egret, a software wall that needs to be commissioned, and sell software directly to users for profit. Damon should not be blind to this. Suddenly using a software mall to disrupt the situation is probably because Microsoft, which is gradually dominating the PC operating system field, is excluded from the core industry of the Internet. Because of the increasing friction between the two sides, Igrit's Linux system team has been quietly developing the PC version of this free operating system, waiting for the right time to officially release it. Next, Simon has only one obstacle to solve: the patent issue. Microsoft has applied for a large number of software patents in the operating system with its employees who entered this market earlier, forming a solid patent barrier, which is actually the reason why other operating systems cannot rise. However, no matter how early Microsoft is, it is not as early as Apple. This is well known to everyone. Therefore, as long as Simon takes down Apple, he can obtain many operating system patents that are enough to compete with Microsoft, and many of them are still quite core patents. At that time, whether in the field of desktop operating systems or future mobile operating systems, Simon will no longer need to worry about Microsoft's patent barriers. The news that Windows 95 is about to be released has greatly stimulated Microsoft's stock price. On Igrit's side, the relevant information is even more important. As the IPO progresses, just like Deaneries Entertainment before its listing last year, Igrit will also honor equity rewards for a group of senior executives and reward or subscription plans for all employees in the near future. Compared with Deaneries Entertainment last year, the valuation of Igrit has basically reached the level of $100 billion as various news are released. Apart from other things, the public exposure of the 17% equity reward share of the four giants of Igrit, Tim Berners-Lee, Jeff Bezos, Carol Bartz and Alice Ferguson, has reached $17 billion according to the valuation of $100 billion. If all the equity rewards of Tim Berners-Lee and the other three are fully realized, theoretically, the stock value before listing will reach $5 billion, which is enough to directly squeeze into the top 10 of the Forbes 400 richest Americans. You know, on the Forbes 400 richest Americans list last year, although Simon's personal wealth was far ahead, in fact, there were only 6 people on the entire list whose personal wealth exceeded $5 billion. After the 6 people, their personal wealth has fallen below $5 billion. The 5 members of the Walton family, who occupied the 9th to 13th places on the list, have a personal wealth of only $4.3 billion. Many media outlets are now speculating whether Simon will fully honor his equity incentive promises to several executives. Even though Westeros' personal wealth has already broken through the sky, the amount of this incentive is still too huge. Moreover, according to the contracts of several executives, the redemption period has not yet arrived, and the contract stipulates that it will only be redeemed next year. If Simon does not want to give these executives too much, he actually has a lot of room to operate. Of course, if he really does this, turmoil in Igrit will be inevitable, and it may even lead to the collective resignation of several core executives, and then initiate a lawsuit war, causing this high-speed technology train to suddenly lose control. What's more, even if the 4 giants are dealt with, other management and employees who have made many contributions to the development of Igrit in recent years cannot be too stingy. The 4 giants already hold 17%, Goldman Sachs and Morgan hold 10%, and the rumored IPO will sell shares as high as 20%. In this way, Simon's equity is only 53%. If he gives too much to employees, even if he can maintain absolute control over Igrit through a dual-class share structure, after listing, Simon's shareholding in Igrit will inevitably fall below 50%. Losing the actual absolute control of the equity share will inevitably bring changes to the absolute control of the Westeros system over Igrit. Malibu, Cape Dumay Manor. The time is February 13th. After lunch, several owners in the Shell Villa are packing their luggage. Tomorrow is Valentine's Day. Simon plans to take the 2 Jennies to Miami, Florida to spend their private time. Of course, there is no room for the little ones in the private time of mom and dad, so Veronica comes to help take care of the children. After one of her identities was revealed last year, Veronica appeared less and less in Cape Dumay Manor. Simon probably knew that this should be Janet's deliberate arrangement. The couple also tacitly did not discuss this matter. Someone was sent to clean up the residence in Miami yesterday. There was everything there. The 3 of them didn't have much luggage to bring when they went out. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Veronica held little Nick in one hand and Melbourne in the other hand. Seattle, who was held by the Indian girl next to him but seemed a little absent-minded about his parents' imminent departure, said goodbye to the 3 of them. After saying goodbye, the female assistant, who had not been separated from the little one since giving birth the year before last, gave a careful explanation, and then got into the car with Simon and Janet. This Valentine's Day vacation, if there is nothing special, will last until next Monday. In addition to Miami, they also plan to go to the Bahamas and other places. The entourage is also huge. In addition to Simon and his wife, there are 50 bodyguards and covert agents who go with them, and there are more than 20 female maids and guards. Simon didn't feel that he was making a big fuss. Even though there have been many deterrents in the past year, because Simon is too dazzling, the world's hostility towards him and the corresponding actions have never stopped. Less than a month and a half into the new year, there have been 3 break-ins at Cape Dumay Manor for various reasons, an average of once every 2 weeks. Last year's several violent actions were mainly to reveal some of his positions to the outside world. Simon couldn't always take radical measures for these offenses, so he could only deal with them in a low-key manner, and some were directly handed over to the FBI. Out of some kind of instinctive caution, Simon originally hoped that the 3 of them would at least take 2 private planes, but both Jennies objected, so they boarded the Boeing 767 together. Boeing 767 front cabin. After the plane took off and stabilized in the cozy small living room on the lower level of the front cabin, after Zoe and Isabel, who were accompanying them, served coffee and left, Janet immediately took out a videotape and stuffed it into the projector. Soon, the wall-mounted TV showed Shelshkina's ballet solo, accompanied by the songbox Last Day. Grabbing the remote control and squeezing together on the reclining sofa by the hanging window, Janet pointed at the TV screen and began to complain to Jennifer on the other side. Look, they say that this fairy has gone crazy because of this dance. Even if Simon asked her to die, she probably wouldn't hesitate. Jenny, you also have a song Blizzard, but I don't have anything. As she spoke, she grabbed the big hand of the man next to her, opened her little mouth in dissatisfaction and bit it hard. Simon was originally looking at the agate shareholding plan that James Rebold passed to him, but his right hand was pulled away and bitten by Janet. He had no choice but to put the information aside and let the woman grind her teeth for a while. He smiled and said, "Just think of this dance music as a gift to you." Janet refused to let go, and uttered something in her mouth, so perfunctory, "I don't want it." The female assistant on the other side just smiled and watched the fun. In fact, she also wanted to bite, but she was always more reserved and ladylike than Janet. After waiting for a while, she tried to smooth things over and said, "Then let Simon compose a song for you this time. It won't be a difficult task for him." Simon shook his right hand and finally got rid of Janet's row of small teeth. He argued, "Don't you have Flight of the Bumblebee? Everyone knows it." Janet said, "That's not original." Simon smiled and said half truthfully, "Actually, these are not original either. The ghosts around me told me so." When the female assistant heard what Simon said, her eyes flashed slightly. Janet didn't seem to mind at all. She hugged Simon's arm and said, "It's useless for the ghosts to have these anyway. Pick me another song. It must be nice." Simon nodded, "Okay, I'll think about it. We'll talk about it when we get to Miami." Janet pushed further, "I want you to shoot the MV for me in person." Simon readily agreed, "No problem. The next few days should be enough." Seeing Simon agree, Janet was satisfied and seemed to remember what the man had just said. "Honey, are there ghosts on our plane?" Simon pretended to look around for a moment and pointed to a corner. "Hey, there's one over there, smiling at you." "Ah." Janet pretended to be frightened and stuck to Simon, and soon asked, "Male or female?" Female." "Is she pretty?" "Normally." "That's good. Let's make love in front of her later. She'll be jealous to death." Haha. Jennifer on the other side looked at the 2 people laughing and joking, with some envy in her eyes, and suddenly remembered a Chinese poem the man had mentioned. "If only life could be as it was when we first met." Over the years, many things have changed, even the 2 people around them can't avoid it, but the intimacy between them is still the same as when they first met. This kind of feeling is actually a bit strange. The man has more and more women outside, but every time he appears beside them, she can feel his feelings towards them without any alienation. Perhaps this is the advantage of men, they can fall in love with many women at the same time and sincerely, while they can only love him. Thinking in her heart, she couldn't help but smile. She hasn't changed either. After all, she is still his bed-warming girl for so many years. Since he still loves them, Janet's feelings for him have never cooled down. She thinks that she can do it naturally. Deep down, she is a very strong girl. Although, she is destined to lose to another Jenny. She can't lose more. So she leaned closer to the man next to her and listened quietly to their various chats. This was enough. As if sensing her emotions, a big hand reached out and wrapped around her shoulders, and put his face on his shoulder. Seeing Janet express dissatisfaction, he rarely protested to her. Janet bared her teeth and tried to pounce, but suddenly there was a violent tremor in the cabin. With a small scream, Janet huddled beside the man like a cat, but there was no fear in her eyes, but some strange excitement. "Simon, are we going to die?" Simon hugged the two women tightly on the left and right, and smiled. "It's just air currents." The captain's announcement came from the loudspeaker. It was indeed air currents, reminding everyone in the cabin to sit tight and hold on tightly to be careful of bumps. The tremor lasted for more than a minute. Being held by the man, Jennifer was a little scared, but when she noticed Janet's gaze on the other side, for some reason, the female assistant suddenly felt a strange expectation. I don't know if it was a pity or not, the tremor finally stopped. The three of them didn't speak for a long time afterwards, as if they were recalling the danger just now. Although they had suggested that the three of them share the ride beforehand, when they really encountered something, Simon found that he didn't have much fear. Living two lives is an unexpected gift from God. For so many years, there is nothing to regret. Moreover, many things have been arranged in advance, and there is no need to worry about the future. Simon certainly does not have the self-destructive tendency deep in Janet's bones. After arriving in Miami, considering this experience, he quickly made another decision to purchase two more Boeing 767s. For various reasons, it is not appropriate to purchase a large Boeing 747 as originally planned, but there is no problem with adding two more 767s. Simon's consideration is also very simple. In the future, he and the two Jennies can be on the same plane, but the whole family must not be like this. Chapter 785 Young and Beautiful. Miami, North Palm Beach. The 6 hectares of land Janet bought in this prime location by the sea has been developed for more than 3 years and has now become the top luxury estate in the area. Because of the Westeros family's move-in, the housing prices nearby have risen by more than 50% in recent years, and it has even become a gathering place for celebrities. Simon and his friends arrived at this seaside estate in Miami at around 8 o'clock in the evening on the East Coast. It was already dark. Fortunately, unlike the cold north, the temperature in Miami in the subtropics in February is still very pleasant. As soon as the black Bentley Simon and his friends drove through the gate of the estate, Janet noticed something unusual around them. When the car stopped, Janet got out of the car with a man's arm around her and was immediately surrounded by the refreshing fragrance of flowers. Under the lights at night, the surroundings were full of a sea of flowers composed of various roses, as if a perfect fairy tale world appeared in reality. This was prepared by Simon in advance as a Valentine's Day surprise. A total of 1 million roses shipped from all over the world completely submerged this seaside estate. Excitedly hugging Simon's neck and kissing him for a moment, Janet let go of the man and rushed into the sea of flowers. Simon watched Janet run away, then turned to Jennifer and whispered, "This is for you two." With outsiders around, the female assistant was more reserved than Janet, but she smiled at Simon with her eyes flowing, and then she couldn't help but walk towards the flowers. When the two women were trapped in the maze of roses, Angie Davis, who was waiting in front of the villa with several maids, came over, stood slightly behind Simon, and whispered with envy, "Madam is so happy." Simon looked at the two women playing among the flowers, and then glanced at the mature and charming housekeeper in a black OL suit beside him, and said, "You did a good job." After rearranging the Graf family, Angie Davis also got his new job. Realizing that this housekeeper who did her job to the extreme was indeed very useful, Simon gradually gave her more and more work. This Valentine's Day holiday in Miami, Angie Davis will be fully responsible for the daily life of Simon and the other two. The sea of roses in the manor was also carefully arranged by the housekeeper under Simon's instructions. Before rushing to Miami, Simon had secretly seen the photos of the on-site effects and was very satisfied with the woman's work. Angie Davis, who probably understood that this would be her last job, once managed a wealthy businessman so well that he couldn't help but want to marry her. Facing the compliments of the young man in front of her, she just lowered her eyes slightly. "Thank you, boss, this is my job." Simon nodded, gestured to the entourage who got off the other cars, and said, "You arrange it, there is no need to rush for dinner." Angie Davis agreed, and when the man also walked to the lawn covered with flowers beside the corridor, he turned to Zoe and Isabel, two women who were closer to Simon, and discussed with him to arrange everyone's daily life together. This trip was not a secret. The news spread, and various invitations were received early the next morning. However, because it was Valentine's Day, this day was completely closed to visitors, and only private time was enjoyed in the manor. Simon also fulfilled his promise on the plane when he came, and personally selected a song for Janet. This time, it was the song Young and Beautiful by Sister Lay, which I had heard countless times in my memory. After composing the music and teaching the women to sing it once, both Jennies immediately liked it. The female assistant even forgot about the man's ghost on the plane. She felt that this song was tailor-made for Janet, and half-jokingly said that the line "Lord, when I go to heaven, please allow me to take my love with me" was so vivid. Janet agreed very much and said quietly that she would take the female assistant with her. The music had to be completed in a professional recording studio after returning to Los Angeles, but the MV could be shot in advance. Janet took the lead role in person, and Simon was the photographer. The most important scene was directly chosen in the Sea of Roses in the seaside manor. On Valentine's Day, from morning to night, Janet kept changing various costumes, either classical, modern, gentle, or elegant. Then she appeared in various places in the manor like an elf, and Simon personally carried the camera and followed her like a shadow, and I don't know how much film was burned. The female assistant was very envious of this, but she tried to avoid it as much as possible that day, and did not sleep with the two that night. She didn't know how much she had stolen from Janet over the years, and she knew that she couldn't be too greedy. Before going to bed at night, the man came over, bowed his head and kissed her for a moment, and said Happy Valentine's Day again, so the last trace of emotion also dissipated. The shooting continued on the second day. For the MV of Young and Beautiful, Simon's personal understanding is to be as beautiful as possible, beautiful to the point of being unreal, beautiful to the point of disillusionment. The camera continued to wander in the sea of flowers for half a day, and began to turn to the private beach on one side of the manor. The seaside manor, which was closed to visitors, finally welcomed its first guest. After hearing that Simon and his party had come to Florida, Bryce Levison, who had been living in New York, quietly returned to Florida from the north after a week of crazy fun in Park City. Her husband, who was still busy after the family business experienced turmoil, completely ignored her, and she was too lazy to pay attention to him. There was no shortage of women around her husband. Anyway, the Valentine's Day gift did not fall on her. She didn't know who it was given to, or she had completely forgotten it. When people reach middle age, how can they celebrate Valentine's Day? However, her son asked her for an extra allowance a few days ago, probably planning to prepare a gift for his girlfriend on Valentine's Day. Although she was very dissatisfied with the girlfriend's mother, Bryce Levison, who had always been very strict with her son, was rarely generous this time. Then she couldn't help but think of a little man who left a deep impression on her. Of course, it was not the kind of deep love that Grace Spolt was. She was a very rational woman and would not be like this. However, in any case, it was really easy to get along with him. Moreover, recalling the experience in Park City, she also enjoyed the feeling that all circles were open to her and respectful under his aura of power. In this society, even at the top of the pyramid, there is a chain of contempt. In the past, these old-fashioned people from the South, who were not standard Anglo-Saxons, might have been treated lower in the upper-class circles of New York than the big landowners in the Midwest. Even though everyone seemed to be very polite to each other, they encountered a lot of ridicule, either overt or covert, in person. In comparison, although a certain young man did not have the heritage of those self-proclaimed aristocratic centuries-old money families, no one in this country was qualified to look down on him. Bryce Levison even felt that if this country had a king, it would probably be Simon Westeros. Whether in historical records or unofficial legends, the kings of Europe always had a lot of lovers, and many of them were wives of ministers and subordinates. Thinking about it this way, a certain bastard is really very appropriate. Driving alone into this seaside manor, because it was daytime, Bryce Levison was immediately attracted by the Sea of Roses. She realized that this must be a Valentine's Day gift from Westeros to his wife or lover. Thinking about how lonely she was when her husband forgot about her, at some point, she wanted to turn the steering wheel and run over the sea of flowers. It was so infuriating. After parking the red women's BMW sedan in front of the main villa, Bryce Levison got out of the car and felt the fragrance of the flowers. She, who had never been allergic to anything, suddenly felt a little dizzy. Could it be that from now on, she also had allergens? Just as he was thinking this, a charming woman in a black OL suit came over and greeted him. "Good morning, Ms. Levison." Bryce Levison agreed and was about to walk directly into the villa, but suddenly stopped and looked at the woman in front of her suspiciously. Suddenly, she showed a strange smile with a bit of hostility. "I remember, huh? You are the housekeeper of the Brawl family." As he said that, he turned his head to glance at the villain next to him, then turned to the woman in front of him, and walked around angry. There was a bit of undisguised ridicule in his tone, and he asked bluntly, "This time it's a bit difficult, and you have to be careful. Janet Westeros is not that stupid woman nor a Brawl. It is said that she is very powerful. If you compete with her for a man, you may be killed." Angry Davis listened to Bryce Levison's undisguised ridicule, and there was no abnormality in his expression. He softly defended himself. "Mrs. Levison, I didn't compete with Mrs. Westeros for a man." Bryce Levison nodded, and couldn't help but reach out to hold up Angry Davis's well-maintained smooth face, and looked at her for a few more times, and soon withdrew her hand with some disgust. "You don't have such an intention, it's just your instinct. But Simon happens to be. Tisk tisk, it seems a little dangerous." Angry Davis didn't seem to hear Bryce's words, and respectfully made a gesture of invitation. Bryce Levison saw that this woman looked as weak as water and could be needed by others, and felt a little bit like a cat scratching a hedgehog, but of course she didn't admit the slight frustration in her heart. She proudly raised her chin slightly and stepped on the steps in front of the villa, and asked, "Where's Simon?" Angry said, "The gentleman and the lady are on the beach." Bryce immediately stopped and glared at him with dissatisfaction. "Then why did you let me into the villa?" Then she turned and walked out. Angry Davis didn't remind her, and followed closely. The east side of the manor is not directly adjacent to the private beach. There is a 7 or 8 meter high stone cliff, which can be regarded as a barrier. A zigzag wooden staircase is built on the cliff. Bryce Levison came to the edge of the cliff and saw a group of figures on the white beach at a glance. A little man was sitting next to a piano on the beach. I don't know how this big guy was moved to the beach, but thinking about the sea of flowers in the manor, what is impossible? Going down the stairs, as he got closer, Bryce Levison began to hear a chant accompanied by the sound of the piano. Seeing the prosperity and going through vicissitudes. Heart lazy and tired. Intoxicated by the wealth, drinking and changing cups. Fleeting clouds and smoke. Midsummer night is vast, July is not yet midnight. We are young and frivolous, not afraid of the long years. We indulge in time until the lights come on. When the youth is gone and the face is no longer, will you still love me? Let the years pass. When the noise is gone and the body is covered with the bruises, will you love me as before, until the end of time? The singing voice was slightly hoarse and low, but it did not seem sad. Instead, it revealed a strange innocence and desolation, which made people feel self-destructive. It seemed that they could follow this song and walk towards the ripples of the sea not far away until the sea completely submerged them. If such a song had appeared before, Bryce Levison felt that she had definitely heard it. Now, it should be his original work. And it might be the most recent original work, or it might still be a Valentine's Day gift. Thinking of this, Bryce Levison, who unconsciously stopped to listen, could not help but feel an unconcealable jealousy in her heart, jealous of a woman who was wearing a sun hat, a white tank top and casual wide-leg pants, shouting, screaming, cheering and running barefoot on the beach not far away like a child. Seeing her stop, Angry Davis, who was also a little distracted by the song, waited for a moment and finally reminded her, "Ms. Levison, the gentleman and the lady probably don't want to be disturbed, right?" Bryce Levison, who had already had some intention of retreating, heard Angry say this, but instead developed some rebellious psychology. Besides, Simon and Janet were not the only two people on the beach, so what would happen if I went over there? He raised his foot and continued to go down. Angry did not move, and his eyes seemed to be focused on watching Bryce walk towards Simon. Then he turned back to the cliff and went to the villa. Bryce Levison came close, and the song just ended. Simon came back to his senses from his focused playing, saw Bryce approaching, smiled at her and greeted her, "Good morning." Inexplicably a little embarrassed, he nodded at him, his eyes drifted around, noticed the singing girl next to the piano, and then he was a little surprised. The girl who sang that kind of intoxicating song just now was really a little girl with a face that was obviously immature, and she was also very short, about 1.5 meters. Could it be that Westeros suddenly changed his taste? Noticing Bryce's gaze, Simon smiled and explained, "This is Christina Aguilera. Although she's very small, her singing skills are very powerful. After Disney was acquired by Vivendi Group, it has been making internal adjustments. Although the Disney Channel was exempted from the federal government and can continue to operate, after all, the Disney Channel is the childhood of many people, but Vivendi inevitably made significant cuts to the programs of the Disney Channel. Therefore, the Mickey Mouse Club, which has had low ratings in recent years, was not surprisingly cut." Speaking of Mickey Mouse Club, not many people may be familiar with it. However, in the past history, a large number of famous singers and actors who emerged in the late 1990s, such as Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera, Justin Timberlake, and Ryan Gosling, were child stars of MMC. Simon also noticed these children very early. Since MMC was disbanded, Deaneries Entertainment directly signed most of the child stars and planned to train them as teen pop singers. Compared with the girl next door style Britney Spears, Simon has always preferred the wildcat-like Christina Aguilera. Of course, it was mainly Christina in the genie in a bottle period. Later, the genie in the bottle lost control of her body and became a genie in a barrel, and gradually lost her love. In addition, among the child stars from MMC, Christina is definitely the best singer, and has a strong ability to imitate. Her voice is similar to that of Miss Del Rey. Simon brought the 15-year-old girl from Los Angeles yesterday, intending to let her imitate Miss Del Rey's style to record the song Young and Beautiful. He tried it several times in the morning, and the effect was no less than the original. In fact, if we compare singing skills, Miss Del Rey, who often fails in live performances, is definitely far behind Christina. Chapter 786 Amazing Data. Simon was talking to Bryce Levison when Janet came bouncing over and threw herself into the man's arms. She hugged his neck and lifted up a small foot covered with sand, saying in pain, "It's pricked, it's pricked, it seems to be pricked." Stopping the conversation with Bryce temporarily, Simon carefully supported Janet's body lying on her back with his arm, and took the small foot with his other hand to check it. There was no wound, but there was a red spot on the heel that was probably stabbed by a hard object. He smiled gently and patted and kneaded the woman a few times, saying, "Okay, it's okay." Bryce Levison looked at the situation in front of her, with envy and jealousy of a woman enjoying the doting eyes of a man, and some doubts. Could this be Janet Westeros, who was behind the scenes operating Cersei Capital? Why is she like a little girl? Moreover, they had met at the New Year's Eve party more than a month ago, and Janet Westeros was very decent at that time. However, she soon found out that her idea was wrong. After lying in the man's arms and acting like a spoiled child, Janet suddenly seemed to notice her presence. She looked at her for a few times, then changed her tone and said as a matter of course like a mistress, "I want to take a bath in the swimming pool. Go and prepare the bath water for me." Bryce Levison was stunned. Was she being treated as a maid? It felt really new. Besides, how did she look like a servant? Probably realizing that this was Janet Westeros deliberately making things difficult for her, Bryce Levison still explained, "Lady Westeros, I'm not." After giving Bryce a word, Janet stretched out her feet to let Zoe wipe the sand off her. She didn't even look at this side, but directly took over her words, "Aren't you Bryce Levison?" Bryce Levison paused again, and replied without much reaction, "I am." Janet said, "Then go and help me prepare the bath water." It was indeed a difficult thing. Bryce Levison was a little angry. From childhood to adulthood, only others helped her prepare the bathwater, and she didn't even serve her husband. However, she did not argue with Janet, but looked at Simon. Simon patted Janet soothingly and said to Bryce, "You can go back. Recently, it is her private time. It is not suitable to entertain you." Simon finished speaking, and before Bryce could take the step, Janet had turned her head again, and the tone was like a savage little girl. She said to Bryce, who was about to turn around, "You can leave, but don't show up in front of Simon in the future. Otherwise, you can try it." Bryce stopped her movements immediately, a little hesitant. Not long ago, she had experienced the many benefits of being this man's lover. She was reluctant to let go immediately. However, how could she be ordered like a servant to prepare bath water? Janet did not give her time to hesitate, and gestured to Isabel next to her, saying, "Isa, take her up." Isabel heard the words of the hostess, walked over, and gestured to Bryce. Bryce looked at Simon again, and seeing the man's helpless expression, she wanted to shake her hand and leave directly, but her body followed Isabel to the stairs beside the cliff. After the two walked away, Simon said to the woman in his arms, "Why are you bothering her?" Janet twisted her body to find a more comfortable position. Seeing Zoe was about to put shoes on her, she waved her little feet to indicate that she didn't want to for the time being, and said angrily, "I said it's our private time, and you still come up to me. I'm giving you face by not hitting you." Simon didn't invite Bryce to visit, and the manor was not open to anyone who could just come over. It can be imagined that Bryce must have called in advance to inquire, and it was obviously Janet who took the initiative to let her come. After thinking through the details, he smiled helplessly. "If you don't want her to appear, just refuse." Janet leaned her head over and bit Simon's chin lightly. "I just want to find a fairy to bully, otherwise they will treat me as if I don't exist." Simon felt the silence around him, and after his chin was loosened, he rubbed Janet's face and smiled. "Who dares to treat you as if you don't exist? I'm scared." Janet hummed a few times angrily again, and then changed her expression in a blink of an eye. She sat up facing the piano, and said to Christina Aguilera, who was standing next to her obediently like other waitresses, "Tina sang well, sing again." The girl, who was suddenly summoned from Los Angeles by the big shot Simon Westeros, and was a little flattered, quickly agreed, "Okay, Lady Westeros." This time Janet and Simon played together, and the song Young and Beautiful soon rang out on the beach again. After playing once, Janet said she had an inspiration, pulled Simon to turn on the camera, and planned to shoot another set of shots for one of the sentences. This continued until 11 o'clock, when everyone left the beach. Bryce Levison felt that she had endured all the grievances of her life today. Not only did she prepare a whole pool of bath water for Janet Westeros, but at lunch, there was not even a place for her, so she could only stand by the side with the waitresses. She was not allowed to leave in the afternoon, and was forced to peel rose petals for the whole afternoon, which was said to be made into perfume. Anyway, her hands were pierced many times, and life was simply boring. What made her even more aggrieved was that a certain man didn't care, and even went out in the afternoon with some excuses, allowing her to be bullied in various ways. Although she could actually leave at any time, when the day ended and she realized how much she had sacrificed, Bryce Levison made up her mind that if she didn't rely on him, she would be sorry to God. 2 days later, a Gulfstream V private jet landed at the Burbank Airport in Los Angeles. Christina Aguilera and her mother Shirley Kearns were taken to their rental apartment in Glendale near Burbank by a luxury car. When the luxury car left and they stood at the door of their home, the mother and daughter even felt as if they were in another world, and the strong sense of loss that Cinderella's pumpkin carriage and crystal shoes had all disappeared after 12 o'clock. The short little girl watched the luxury Mercedes-Benz leave, and then turned to her mother, who was obviously a little stunned. "Mom, can I see the check?" It was a check for $100,000. She had been moving around since she could remember. At the age of 8, she first stepped onto the stage under the arrangement of her mother, who used to be a bar singer. Then she tried to participate in various competitions everywhere. Until 2 years ago, Disney's MMC program recruited young actors. Because of her excellent singing skills, she was unexpectedly selected even though she was younger than Disney's requirements. Finally, she had a stable job. $1,500 a week. She also saw the hope of becoming a big star. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Just over a year later, as Disney was acquired by the French Vivendi Group, MMC was disbanded again. When they thought they had to start all over again, the opportunity came to them. Deanery's Entertainment Records took the initiative to contact them, hoping to sign them for training. Deanery's Entertainment. There was nothing to hesitate. However, after all, they were only 15 years old. According to the official arrangement, if they wanted to release a trial single, they had to be at least 16 years old, and if they wanted to officially debut, they had to wait until they were 18 years old. And there was no salary during this period. According to the official statement, arranging various training courses for these trainees, the annual budget for each person would be more than $100,000. If they calculated carefully, they would owe Deanery's Entertainment money, so they locked in a 10-year contract in advance, and it was a 10-year contract starting at the age of 16. Of course, they didn't have to sign. Anyway, There are a lot of children in the world who want this opportunity. It is true that some young MMC actors from well-off families gave up this opportunity that might have to be tied to them for a long time, but Christina did not have much choice. She already knew how rare this opportunity was. When her mother was young, she was a bar singer and had always dreamed of being signed by even the most inconspicuous record company. Unfortunately, she had never encountered such an opportunity until she got married and had children, so she could only pin her hopes on her. She thought that she would spend a long time in obscurity, but unexpectedly, in recent days, the little girl suddenly felt the scenery at the top of the pyramid, the days she had never dreamed of before. Unfortunately, in this dream, she was just a short-lived passerby. When Shirley Kearns heard her daughter say that she wanted to see the check, she subconsciously glanced around. Glendale is close to Burbank and is considered a relatively safe area in the valley, but it is only relatively speaking. If people knew that the mother and daughter suddenly received a huge sum of $100,000, I am afraid that someone would break into the house tonight. Without reminiscing about the past few days, Shirley Kearns took her daughter to the 3-story apartment building in front of her. Only when they entered the slightly messy rental house did she whisper to her daughter, "Tina, don't tell anyone about this matter outside, and about the check. This may cause us trouble. Do you understand?" Christina nodded obediently. "Of course I know. A few days ago, when she was flying to Florida, she and her mother signed a confidentiality agreement. This time, on the return private plane, a lawyer from the Westeros family repeated a long confidentiality matter in detail to the mother and daughter. The most important point was that they were not allowed to tell anyone about this trip. And that song. $100,000 was the remuneration for this trip and the upcoming recording of that song. Even though Christina had been listening to all kinds of songs since she was very young, she felt that the song Young and Beautiful was one of the best songs she had ever heard in her life. It was an honor for her to sing it this time. The only regret was probably that she didn't have the right to be credited. But it was $100,000. This money is enough to guarantee the living of her mother and daughter before her official debut. She also has a younger sister, Rachel, who is currently fostered by her grandmother. With this money, she can probably take over. She also knows that her mother has always wanted to do this, but the financial conditions did not allow it in the past. Compared with the silly Britney Spears and MMC, Christina is much more precocious. Being in this circle, Christina already knows everything that should be known and should not be known, and has personally experienced a lot. Just like this time, she knew what to keep secret without her mother's explanation. Not to mention other things, if it is leaked that she is favored by Simon Westeros, there will definitely be potential competitors who will try to trip her up in the huge deanery's record, and she may not even have the opportunity to debut at that time. Seeing Christina nod, Shirley Kearns took out the wallet from the imitation Gucci shoulder bag she bought at a roadside stall and handed it directly to her daughter, who was looking expectant. "Look, be careful not to wrinkle it. If we can't exchange it, we will have to continue living here for the next few years. I'll make a phone call first." The relationship between mother and daughter has always been very harmonious. Shirley Kearns stopped treating her as a child a long time ago. This made Christina think of Britney again. As a friend who seemed to be relatively harmonious with an MMC, she had been to Britney's house as a guest. That family, well, it was a mess. Taking the wallet, Christina found the check and stroked it carefully. Seeing her mother pick up the phone and start dialing not far away, she remembered what she had just said and asked, "Mom, do you mean, can we move this time?" Shirley Kearns nodded. "Of course, I also want to bring your sister over, Tina. What do you think?" "No problem. It's okay to bring your grandmother over too. I think I can make money to support everyone soon." "Oh, you really touched my mother, my little sweetheart." Christina smiled, but she was also worried about wrinkling the check. She played with it carefully for a while and quickly put it back into her mother's wallet. Then she curled up on the sofa, found the remote control and turned on the TV, but she couldn't help but recall the past few days in her mind. What she didn't tell her mother was that she secretly tried to seduce him. Of course, it was Simon Westeros. Unfortunately, when her little hand touched his thigh, she was only lightly tapped in the forehead. The man laughed and said that she was not his type, and that she was too small and tender, not enough to eat in one bite. She then boldly said that tender and small ones were more delicious, and then she was tapped again. She could feel that he was not disgusted with her. Maybe it would work next time. Since she was 8 years old and began to immerse herself in this circle, Christina gradually understood a truth that a girl of her age probably shouldn't understand. In the entertainment industry, her singing skills were actually worthless, but her body was a bargaining chip that could help her get to the top. Since she encountered an opportunity to maximize the benefits of this bargaining chip at one time, Christina did not hesitate at all. Just as she was thinking quietly, the sound from the TV quickly attracted Christina's attention. This was a news program on her local TV station in California. At this time, the host was talking about the large-scale employee stock ownership plan that Ygritte had just launched in an amazed tone. 25% of the shares, worth $25 billion. Christina listened to these astonishing figures with eyes widened slightly. Suddenly, she felt that the check in her wallet was insignificant. $25 billion. What a huge sum of money. Equivalent to, the $100,000 check in her wallet, countless times anyway. If she could have even 1% of this money, no, 1,000th, Christina felt that she would never have to work again in her life. That man actually wanted to distribute such a large sum of money directly to all the employees of Ygritte? Exclamation mark. Chapter 787 Crazy. A few days after Valentine's Day, an explosive piece of news quickly spread, which was undoubtedly the large-scale employee stock ownership plan of the internet industry giant Ygritte. This matter has been the focus of many media attention before, and most of the related news believe that Simon Westeros might try to reduce the equity rewards that should be paid as much as possible. When the huge equity distribution plan of 25% of Ygritte's total share capital and a value of $25 billion was announced, the reward quota that far exceeded the industry's expectations was simply eye-popping. $25 billion. This is more than the total wealth of many traditional rich people. Once all cashed out, it will undoubtedly create hundreds of billionaires and millionaires. Suddenly taking out so many shares as a reward? Is Simon Westeros crazy again? Hundreds of media reporters from all over the world quickly gathered in San Francisco because of this news, and more inside stories were revealed. In addition to the rumors flying around, a piece of news officially confirmed by Ygritte finally made the public feel that things were a little more normal. There was nothing wrong with the employee stock ownership plan with a total value of $25 billion. However, this batch of stocks was definitely not distributed unconditionally and for free to the current 25,000 employees of Ygritte worldwide, but was accompanied by various restrictive clauses. Simply put, the more rewards you get, the more constraints you will be subject to. The most watched Ygritte 4 giants, Tim Berners-Lee, Jeff Bezos, Carol Bartz and Alice Ferguson, are said to have to sign a new 5-year employment contract in order to get the total 17% stock share promised in their contract. Because the original contract has not expired, part of the three people's bonus shares will be postponed to their next 5-year term, and there are still strict performance growth indicators. Not only that, after getting these shares, the 4 people will also be subject to many restrictions in terms of cashing out in the future. If they forcibly leave during the next contract period, a large part of the shares will be returned. The 4 giants have already occupied most of the employee stock ownership plan. However, although only 8% of the remaining shares are for other management and ordinary employees, the total value is still as high as $8 billion. According to the current total number of 25,000 employees of Ygritte, each person can get $320,000. At this stage, Silicon Valley, which is very hungry for talent, has a rapid increase in the average annual salary to $80,000. The average bonus of $320,000 is equivalent to the salary of many programmers for 4 years. What's more, the distribution of this part of the shares will certainly not be evenly distributed. Most people can only get a small amount of stock symbolically, and more of them are subscribed at a low price, rather than directly rewarded for free. The focus of this incentive is still those management and technical cores who have made more contributions to Ygritte, many of whom will be billionaires and millionaires. There is also a key prerequisite: most employees participating in the reward and subscription plan need to sign a non-compete agreement for at least 3 years. Many of Ygritte's products, at least on the surface, are very easy to imitate and copy. As the new technology wave becomes more and more turbulent, other capitals that want to enter the internet industry often first target Ygritte, which has formed a number of sustainable business models. They poach people from Ygritte to form a team. Whether it is a portal website, search engine, social networking site or online community, If they want to copy these business models, they can achieve twice the result with half the effort. In recent years, the biggest headache for Egret is the continuous loss of a large number of employees under the tireless efforts of competitors. As long as this large-scale employee stock ownership plan is completed, relying on the extensive non-compete agreement restrictions, it will not be easy for other companies to poach from Egret for at least the next 3 years. For the new technology field that is changing with each passing day, even if some employees insist on leaving and are bound by the non-compete agreement and cannot engage in related occupations within the specified period, then after the non-compete agreement expires, most of the very formal technology and experience at this time will become obsolete. Such a period of time is enough for Egret to thoroughly consolidate its industry advantages and leave most potential competitors far behind. In general, with Egret's huge valuation of $100 billion, Westeros only needs to take out $8 billion of stock in addition to the contract with the Big Four to maintain the company's industry advantage for at least 3 years, which is relatively cost-effective. In February, as one of the 3 core technology giants in the Westeros system, Cisco's market value has easily exceeded $150 billion and is heading straight for $200 billion. Egret, whose development momentum and monopoly pattern are no less than Cisco, has an IPO valuation of $100 billion. After listing, it may also be a supergiant of $200 billion. Compared with this income, even the entire $25 billion reward plan is actually worth it. There is naturally no lack of doubts in the midst of exclamation and amazement. For most ordinary people, the biggest doubt is whether Egret is really worth $100 billion. Many reporters began to dig deep into this issue. Soon there was news. The New York Times, a giant newspaper on the East Coast, specially published a special feature on its Sunday edition on February 19. The core information involved in the special feature surprised the industry insiders even more than the $100 billion valuation of Egret. Egret's revenue in 1994 will reach the terrifying level of tens of billions of dollars. Compared with the establishment period of Egret, it took 5 years to create tens of billions of dollars in revenue from scratch. Anyone who has a little idea of this should understand how terrible this data is. At present, most of the world's top 500 companies with a long history have revenues of less than $10 billion. In fact, according to last year's data, the revenue threshold for Fortune's top 500 companies is only $1.8 billion, and among the 500 companies around the world, only 97 have revenues of $10 billion. Egret has only been established for more than 5 years and has achieved a goal that many companies cannot achieve for generations. How can this not be called a miracle? Even in the new technology industry, take Microsoft, which gradually overlaps with Egret in many businesses. Microsoft's fiscal year is from July of the previous year to June of the following year. In the fiscal year 1994 from July 1993 to June 1994, Microsoft, which had been established for 20 years, had an annual revenue of only $5.63 billion and an annual net profit of $1.29 billion. The revenue part of this data is only equivalent to the $5.41 billion revenue of Egret in the natural year of 1993. In addition, Microsoft's revenue growth in the fiscal year 1994 was only 31%. In comparison, in 1994, when Egret's revenue exceeded $10 billion, its annual growth rate still reached a terrifying 100%. On the other hand, according to the data released at the beginning of last year, Egret's loss in 1993 was $390 million, which seems far from being comparable to Microsoft's net profit of more than $1 billion. However, everyone understands that this is only because Egret, which is in a period of rapid growth, needs to make huge expenditures in various aspects. A careful examination of Egret's business will not be difficult to find that in addition to the e-commerce business that has been burning money and suffering heavy losses, the other core businesses, such as software business, data center business, advertising business, etc., have very high gross profit margins. In summary, if Egret pursues profits, the company's net profit margin can at least reach the same level as Microsoft. According to Microsoft's 23% net profit margin in the last fiscal year, Egret's revenue of tens of billions of dollars can theoretically easily achieve a net profit of more than $2 billion. The reason why Egret has not made a profit for the time being is mainly because Egret pays more attention to the growth of the company, so it has made huge investments in technology research and development, product marketing, etc. regardless of cost. Even so, according to the analysis of the New York Times article, Ygritte's speed of making money has obviously exceeded the speed of spending money. Compared with 1993, in the past 1994, whether or not it needs to make a beautiful financial report for IPO considerations, Ygritte is likely to have a considerable profit surplus. When the New York Times article was published, even some professional financial media had to question the tens of billions of dollars in revenue in 5 years. However, the facts seem to be true. The key to the matter is still monopoly. Ygritte, together with Cisco and AOL, has created the internet industry in the past 5 years, and quickly introduced the United States and the world into the information age. There is no doubt about this. Because of its early advantages, Cisco has almost monopolized the market of professional routers and switches, and AOL's market share in the ISP field is far greater than that of even old giants such as AT&T. As for Ygritte, it not only has a stronger monopoly advantage, but also covers a wider range of fields. First of all, Ygritte has almost mastered all the basic internet tool software. Because of the perfect patent barriers built in advance, it can be said that there is no other branch at present. With a pricing power, the price is naturally high. The new technology wave is so turbulent that as long as you want to enter this field, as long as you want to create a website, you can't do without Ygritte's series of basic tool software. This is exactly the most ideal toll bridge envisioned by Buffett, and it is the only toll bridge facing the global market. Moreover, as Ygritte changes from the traditional outright sale to the new rent collection subscription model in the software business, it has largely avoided the damage of piracy. Even if it is a website hiding in a corner of Africa, you can check the subscription information to see if you are using pirated software. If you do not subscribe to genuine software, first of all, your website will not appear in the various recommendation systems of Ygritte, and secondly, you may face lawsuits from Ygritte at any time. Therefore, any company that wants to make a difference in the internet field must pay fees to Ygritte's toll bridge. In the past few years, there have been hundreds of thousands of internet companies of all sizes around the world, but these companies have unknowingly contributed billions of dollars in revenue to Ygritte's software business. Then, there is the advertising business. With a mature business model in Simon's memory, there is no need to explore too much. After a few years, Ygritte's advertising business has been very well divided into 4 parts: portal website advertising, social network advertising, search engine advertising and advertising alliance program. Because of the interface monopoly advantage that IE browser brings to Ygritte, companies outside the Westeros system can only advertise to Ygritte if they want to obtain more network traffic. This is actually equivalent to another toll bridge. Moreover, with the rapid development of the internet, online advertisers are no longer limited to new technology companies. Traditional industries have also begun to place advertisements in this field. In 1993, Ygritte's advertising revenue reached $1.15 billion. With a boiling level of the entire industry in 1994, the growth of this business will only be more crazy. The media roughly estimated that the total revenue of software and advertising alone in 1994 may exceed Ygritte's annual revenue in 1993. For those who know the inside story, this is actually true. In addition to the 2 core businesses of software and advertising, Ygritte also has its data center business, e-commerce business, application store business, online game business and even professional solutions and technology licensing business, etc., which generally have strong advantages over other competitors in the industry. Let's not talk about other things. Just for online games, Happy Farm, which was popular all over the world last year, brought Ygritte, the operator, a huge income of $250 million in 7 months after it was launched by the end of 1994. The development cost of this game was only $1.5 million, and the return on investment reached more than 100 times. There is also a data center business. With a continuous poaching of industry competitors in the past few years, Ygritte's cloud computing technology solutions have gradually leaked out. However, other competitors are unlikely to have Ygritte's various advantages in developing cloud computing in the short term, and can only focus on relatively traditional data center business. In order to confuse police opponents, Ygritte was also position itself in the data center, IDC, business. In the past year, Ygritte has successively invested in the construction of as many as 11 large data centers with an investment of over $100 million in North America, Europe and Asia, which is far more than the investment of Amazon's 7 large logistics distribution centers in North America. It can be imagined that if there is not enough interest in it, Ygritte will not do this at all. Although many of them are still under construction, only the parts that have been put into use have too much redundancy compared to Ygritte's own needs. Because the entry threshold of the data center business is relatively low, not to mention Ygritte's core cloud computing technology, this field is not exclusive to Ygritte. In the past few years, old giants such as IBM, HP and even Microsoft have entered the IDC field, and many small and medium-sized independent IDC companies have opened. According to some statistics in the industry, the market share of Ygritte's business is only about 50%. However, with only about 50%, compared with the industry's overall market size of nearly $5 billion in the past year, it is probably possible to imagine the revenue volume of Ygritte in this business. The last e-commerce. With the opening of Amazon's 7 large logistics distribution centers across the United States, Ygritte's e-commerce business is clearly in a state of being far ahead of other peers who have entered the market one after another. Simon's memory of a lot of information about e-commerce also saved Alice Ferguson's e-commerce business from taking many detours. Although e-commerce has brought the greatest losses to Ygritte, seeing the rapid growth in recent years, no one will doubt the huge business potential in this field. It can be said that if Ygritte's existing businesses are done separately, it is difficult for each one to achieve too much scale. However, all these businesses together immediately gave Ygritte a strong synergy and monopoly advantage. While other similar companies are still struggling to find business models or trying every means to pursue more market share, Ygritte easily pocketed most of the profits in related fields by relying on its absolute advantages and a series of mature business models in the memory of its boss Simon. Among them, the data center business with the lowest share has reached more than 50% of the share, the online advertising revenue share has reached more than 90%, and the basic tool software is planned to be 100% exclusive. When the entire industry was burning money crazily to divide up the rapidly rising big cake of the internet, a large part of these burned funds fell into the pockets of Ygritte. For such a monopolistic industry oligopoly with a revenue volume of tens of billions of dollars and still showing super high growth, a valuation of $100 billion is definitely not too little. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 788 New Gold Rush Era. The media's heated discussion about Ygritte's $25 billion equity incentive plan has directly led to a surge in both personal computer sales and internet user access worldwide in recent days. The Wall Street Journal also proposed the concept of a new gold rush era in an article on February 20th. Because not only will many employees of Ygritte become rich with the IPO of this new technology company, but more and more internet entrepreneurs are also starting to get rich overnight. During the Information Age marketing plan at the end of last year, the Westeros system has focused on promoting many cases of making huge fortunes by relying on the internet industry. The recent discussion on Ygritte's equity incentive plan has once again brought out many inspirational stories of starting from scratch in the internet field. Among them, an ordinary restaurant chef in Iowa, central United States, with only some basic computer knowledge, through more than a year of self-study, using the full set of basic tool software and easy-to-use data center services launched by Ygritte, created a food-sharing website in his spare time that unexpectedly won the favor of a large number of users. Recently, he received a huge amount of financing of up to $15 million from a Silicon Valley venture capital with a 20% stake, and the website was valued at $75 million. This middle-aged man in his 40s, who once had an annual salary of only $50,000, thought that he would be unknown all his life, but in the blink of an eye, his personal wealth jumped to $60 million. There are definitely more similar cases. Therefore, while proposing the concept of the new gold rush era in the Wall Street Journal article, it also further commented that this is a new round of wealth redistribution that is not initiated by violence or plunder. Not only that, the threshold of this wealth redistribution is also very friendly to ordinary people, just like the gold rush that anyone could rush to San Francisco in the past. As long as you have a computer connected to the internet, you have the opportunity to create a wealth miracle. Such news is beneficial for stimulating the development of the internet industry and diverting the outside world's attention from Ygritte's large-scale employee stock ownership plan. The Westeros system soon began to add fuel to the fire. Simon and the two Jenny returned to the West Coast from Florida on February 20th. Simon's 27th birthday followed. A low-key party was held to pass the time. Only some close friends were invited. However, a lot of gifts were received, many of which were from women around him. Janet did not let these gifts disappear out of jealousy this time. Instead, she opened them with interest and checked them one by one. The production of the song Young and Beautiful is still going on. At Janet's instigation, this time he planned to release it publicly, and also bring another song, Box Last Day, that was also in production, and the instrumental that Simon changed from Dead Soul's overture to Blizzard that a female assistant secretly kept for a long time. He never thought about making money. So he planned to make it into an MV and put it directly on the online platform to increase traffic for a grid. Among them, Box Last Day for Yulia Shilshikina used a woman's solo dance as the MV, but for the other two songs, it was impossible for two Jennies to appear. Simon quickly came up with a good idea. Video mashup. This is a common splicing and editing mode on many video websites in memory. According to the tone of a song, various shots from many movies and TV shows are selected to form an MV, which is very popular. At this stage, because the internet has just become popular, movie piracy is not so rampant, and there are no video websites, so few people can see wonderful video mashups. However, all these problems are not a problem for Simon. Simon not only owns the copyrights of thousands of films and TV series that Deanery's Entertainment Group has accumulated through acquisitions and produced in recent years, but also, if necessary, no one will refuse to borrow the footage from other studios. Of course, Simon does not intend to let outsiders take advantage of the money. Not to mention the longer-term copyright reserves, just the films produced by Deanery's Entertainment in recent years are enough for Simon to make two wonderful mashup videos. The plan was quickly finalized. The first song, Young and Beautiful, will be based on the aesthetic shots of famous Hollywood actresses. However, in order to avoid editing all actresses related to himself, Simon plans to start with actresses from the golden age of Hollywood: Vivian Leigh, Audrey Hepburn, Marilyn Monroe, Elizabeth Taylor, etc., all the way to recent years, and all the shots he plans to capture are the most classic shots, and as much as possible, he will focus on Deanery's Entertainment's film library movies. After all, after the release of the mixed cut video MV, it is likely to drive a wave of movie sales related to the MV shots. Even if you don't plan to make money directly from this song, you will not miss this kind of peripheral benefits. For another song, Blizzard, Simon plans to make a mixed cut of wonderful shots from the DC movie universe. From the original Batman Begins to Suicide Squad at the end of last year, the melody of Blizzard itself fits the epic temperament of the DC movie universe series perfectly, and it also happens to be a warm-up for Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice at the end of this year. After Simon's 27th birthday, the long-awaited This Man from Earth was released on February 24th. Because it is a cold schedule at the end of February and there are no other high-quality films, major theaters are happy to take out more screen resources to release this movie. Galeman Pictures raised 3,107 screens for the opening at one time. Prior to this, the action movie Broken Arrow starring John Travolta, which opened on Valentine's Day, had been released for 2 weeks. Simon was somewhat disappointed by the reputation of the film, which only scored 5.3 points overall, not even passing. Fortunately, with the strong publicity of Deanery's Entertainment as a compensation, watching movies during the Valentine's Day period is also a rigid demand. As the only blockbuster during the Valentine's Day period, Bai Jiawu's unique violent aesthetic style can be regarded as a bright spot for North American audiences. The film opened with 2,638 screens. In the first box office week from February 10th to February 16th, it earned $24.53 million in 7 days, with an average of more than $9,300 per theater per week. Although it failed to break 10,000, it met expectations. Subsequently, in the second box office week from February 17th to February 23rd, after Valentine's Day, there was still no strong competitor, and the film's second week decline remained at a fairly good 27%, earning $17.86 million. The cumulative box office in 2 weeks was $42.39 million, which is still about $8 million away from the $50 million production cost line. Considering that the film will face the impact of The Man from Earth in the box office week starting on February 24th, The publicity and distribution team of Deaneries Pictures predicts that the total box office in North America will be around $70 million. According to the overseas opening situation at the same time, the total overseas box office is roughly the same as that in North America, and the global total box office is about $150 million. The production cost of $50 million and the global box office 3 times just recover the cost. If it were other second and third tier film companies, they would definitely be sad to face such a situation, because small studios usually have a tight capital chain and are very dependent on box office revenue. Once the box office fails, even if it is just breaking even, it often may encounter trouble before the later videotape and TV broadcast revenue. A behemoth like Deaneries Entertainment Group does not have this problem. Because its own size is large enough, the perfect omni-channel operation has formed sustainability, which can not only keep as much profit as possible in the omni-channel range of a movie and the studio system itself, but also make its films get rid of the dependence on the box office to the greatest extent. In short, the cost has been recovered by relying on the box office, and the project will directly enter the profit stage in the later stage. For Deaneries Entertainment, this project is a success. With the advent of the era of Hollywood blockbusters, more and more film companies are finding it difficult to make a profit directly from the box office. Most of them have to rely on peripheral channels. This is also the reason why second and third tier Hollywood film companies are finding it increasingly difficult to survive. Even if there are 1 or 2 successes occasionally, such as Lionsgate Summit in Simon's memory, they will soon fall into silence due to the lack of support from omni-channel operations and the inability to form a cycle. In addition to Broken Arrow, the brothers McMullen, which won the jury prize at the Sundance Film Festival in January, was also released on February 10. Relying on the fame of the Sundance Awards and the good reputation of the film itself after its release, it opened on 513 screens and earned $3.96 million in the first week. The decline in the second week was only 19%, and it earned another $3.21 million. The good curve means that this small film with a production cost of only $500,000 has been a great success at the box office, and the total domestic box office is expected to be between $10 million and $15 million. Simon has always admired Barry Diller's tent theory when he was running Paramount. The blockbuster is the trunk of the tent, and other low-cost and medium-cost films are the poles and curtains of the tent. For a tent, only when the trunk, poles and curtains are complete can it shelter from wind and rain. Both are indispensable. The same is true for film companies. The reason why large studios have stronger risk resistance is that the tent itself is large enough to form a complete system. When large studios further integrate to form comprehensive media groups, they evolve from tents to castles, which are completely fearless of wind and rain. Therefore, although the box office volume of Broken Arrow and the brothers McMullen is very different, Simon did not despise the latter at all. Then came The Man from Earth. After the official release on February 24, The Man from Earth was still controversial, just like during the preview in Park City. Those who liked it very much, and those who hated it were disappointed. However, compared to Broken Arrow, which did not even pass the passing score 2 weeks ago, this Man from Earth is still recognized by the majority, with a comprehensive media score of 8.2 points, which is already an excellent level. It is only because the movie was written by Simon himself, and it is not an adaptation like the DC Movie Universe project, and it is very personal, so it has attracted a lot of different opinions. After all, criticism against Simon is definitely more attractive to the public than praise. In short, not only in the United States, but also in all movie markets that opened at the same time, countless media are discussing this Man from Earth. Because of the content of the film, this discussion inevitably extends to Simon personally again. An immortal who has survived for 14,000 years, is this what Simon Westeros is hinting at? Just like The Sixth Sense a few years ago. Because of this suspicion, some people even began to take an interest in Simon's biological samples in private. A maid in the family quickly reported quietly that someone offered $100,000 to buy a strand of Simon's hair. After the death of Doris Fitch, the Westeros family had stricter requirements on the loyalty of the female maids and guards and the male bodyguards around them. During the training stage, Doris Fitch was used as a counterexample, or, to be frank, as a warning. At the same time, it was promised that if someone attempted to infiltrate the Westeros family through them, as long as they reported it in time, they would receive a corresponding reward. Simon was not stingy about this. Because of these measures, from the Doris Fitch incident to the present, at least within the close monitoring range of the Westeros family intelligence team, no betrayal incidents have been found. Once there is a situation, all have been reported in time. Simon also arranged several phishing tests, and all the test subjects involved passed the test. Of course, these people were not told the truth of the matter, but a generous reward was directly issued. This time, Simon could only say that he was a little amused. $100,000 is too much of an underestimation of the loyalty of the Westeros family's female maids and guards. Moreover, if some people contact Simon directly, he himself is willing to sell. The amount of hair a normal person has is about 100,000. If a haircut costs $100,000 per strand, it is a huge sum of money even for Simon himself. After so many years, Simon believes that his biological samples must have been carefully studied by many secret laboratories, and he himself has done so. The conclusion is that Simon's personal physique is indeed beyond ordinary people, but it is far from the level of Superman, and it is completely within the physiological range of humans. Simon only treats such episodes as jokes in private, and he is even too lazy to track down the victim. In any case, under the strong topic, the North American film market unexpectedly ushered in a wave of movie watching in this unpopular schedule at the end of February. In the first week from February 24th to March 2nd, the opening score of This Man from Earth finally reached $76.19 million in the first 7 days, with an average of $24,000 in the theaters, which is completely a blockbuster opening score. The whole of Hollywood can only envy this. Everyone understands that this kind of success is difficult to replicate. Because the success of this movie is based on Simon's own strong popularity, other studios may be able to create a similar story, but without the popularity brought by Simon Westeros, they can only make a small profit at most. The publicity team of Gay-Omen Pictures had already expected that the opening performance of This Man from Earth would be very good, but they still did not expect that the first week would exceed $70 million. You know, the production cost of This Man from Earth was only $1.5 million. Because the film has its own topic popularity, Gay-Omen Pictures invested only $10 million in the publicity and promotion budget, a large part of which was still the cost of copying 3,107 opening screens. The main publicity channel was just to let the main creators successively log in various late-night shows and flat posters of the theaters. And as Ella Deutschman and Simon said at the beginning, various public relations were used to avoid spoilers. The most expensive TV commercials were useless. The main reason was that it was difficult to cut a trailer for this movie that was neither spoiler-proof nor attractive to the audience, so they simply didn't do it. In this case, it was still a cold period at the end of February. The opening score of $76.19 million in the first week directly set the highest record of Hollywood movies opening in February, and far surpassed the previous data. It can only be described as a miracle. Affected by This Man from Earth, the single-week decline of Broken Arrow in its third week widened to 43%, earning $10.17 million, and the cumulative box office was $52.56 million. The single-week box office fell into the 10 million range. Whether it can continue to earn 20 million and reach the expected $70 million in the future can only depend on whether the decline of Broken Arrow in the fourth week will be narrowed again. In addition, the Brothers McMullen was not affected too much. It fell by 25% in the third week of its release, earning another $2.39 million, with a cumulative box office of $9.56 million, and breaking 10 million is imminent. Subsequently, another box office week opened on March 3rd. Because of the huge box office of This Man from Earth in the first week, many audiences who did not enter the theater because of the controversy of this movie inevitably developed a strong curiosity and began to buy tickets to enter. As a result, from March 3rd to March 9th, the second week of its release, the weekly decline of This Man from Earth was not as much as many media expected, but only 26%. The revenue in the second week was still as high as $56.37 million, and the cumulative box office in 2 weeks was $132.56 million, even exceeding the trend of many blockbuster movies. According to this box office trend, it is not a problem for This Man from Earth to break through the North American box office of $200 million, and it is not completely impossible to even sprint to the $300 million threshold. Chapter 789 English Rose. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Rachel Weisz felt a little silly when she walked out of a cinema showing the same movie for the 5th time. She still went to see a movie at this time in the morning. However, since she received an invitation last week, she couldn't help but want to know more about a man who stood at the top of the Hollywood pyramid. This Man from Earth happened to be his latest work, and it was not a commercial film like the DC movie universe. It was unrestrained. If she knew Chinese, Rachel Weisz's most intuitive feeling about this man from Earth would probably be like this. Simon Westeros had also seen Lola Run, the earliest movie made by an 18-year-old boy. At that time, she felt incredible when she heard that it was just a movie made by an 18-year-old boy. She also had some admiration for him because she loved drama since she was a child. Later, Simon Westeros rose rapidly in Hollywood, without giving people much time to react, and went further to become the richest man in the world. Even though she started acting at the age of 15, Rachel still felt that this was a legendary figure who was unlikely to have any intersection with him in this life. However, things in the world are always so wonderful. Just last week, her agent suddenly called her in an excited tone and informed her to rush to the CAA headquarters in Century City as soon as possible. Last year, she tried to enter Hollywood. Because she had accumulated good qualifications in the British entertainment industry and had a Cambridge University diploma that was highly sought after in the uneducated Hollywood, she was easily signed by CAA. She arrived at the agent's office and learned that Simon Westeros wanted to date her. In this circle, Rachel Weisz has heard a lot of rumors about Westeros, and of course she understands what dating means here. She is independent and even a little rebellious since she was a child, and she is not a casual woman. However, with her smart brain as a graduate of Cambridge University, she certainly knows what the invitation from Simon Westeros means. Being in the entertainment industry, there are all kinds of gossips everywhere. Rachel Weisz knows very well that most of the newly rising actresses in Hollywood in recent years have various connections with Simon Westeros, including Sandra Bullock, Nicole Kidman, Courteney Cox, Famke Janssen, Julia Roberts, Valeria Golino, Meg Ryan, etc. Therefore, if she agreed to the other party's date, she would have a good chance to become the next Westeros girl. It just so happened that Deaneries Entertainment was preparing a series of blockbuster projects during this period, such as Charlie's Angels, The Mummy, Jumanji, etc., which seemed to have roles suitable for her to try. The agent had also sent her resume, but before that, neither she nor the agent had any expectations. Now, this is an obvious opportunity. The kind of opportunity to step into heaven in one step. However, she was not lacking in pride in her bones. If the two parties could meet at the party, and if he could be patient and talk to her first, Rachel felt that she would not be too resistant. However, what is this now? A call girl? When she had this idea, she wanted to refuse it directly, but when she saw the fanatical expression on the agent's face, Rachel felt that if she refused on the spot, she would probably be strangled to death by the other party. It seemed that she found an excuse in her heart, so she said she needed to think about it. The agent had no intention of getting a positive answer from her at all. He said it was no problem in a very easy way, and then he helped her to start making arrangements in the next few days. Even Michael Ovitz, the president of CAA, took the time to have lunch with her. It is difficult to keep secrets in this circle, and some ambiguous news will inevitably leak out. Faced with a bunch of flattering or jealous eyes, Rachel Weisz has simply stopped appearing at any gatherings in recent days, and has not even been to the CAA headquarters. Moreover, a male actor who was pursuing her suddenly disappeared from her life. I roughly guessed what it was, but I didn't ask. It's nothing more than being warned or sent away. CAA can't kill people to silence them. In fact, I also understand that not refusing is actually equivalent to acquiescence. In just a few days, I received another piece of news. A few days ago, I successfully auditioned for a role in the new film Stealing Beauty by Italian film master Bernardo Bertolucci. When her agent notified her, her tone was obviously disapproving. In order to get this role in Bertolucci's new film, they had to go through a lot of trouble, but now they said that it was a bit of a loss for her to play such a small role that was not even the second female lead. However, it is Bertolucci's movie after all, so he can just accumulate some experience. He was still gossiping on the phone. It was said that the heroine of Stealing Beauty had been confirmed to be Liv Tyler of ICM, the daughter of Steven Tyler, the lead singer of the famous band Aerosmith. In terms of resources and connections, no one could snatch her away. But something unexpected happened when the time came. The heroine suddenly turned to Maya Kirshner, the actress who was nominated for the Best Actress at this year's Oscars for Little Women last year. Although Maya Kirshner's chance of winning the Little Golden Man is almost zero, a girl who is just 20 years old has been nominated for the Best Actress at the Oscars. Even if she is not the youngest Best Actress nominee in Oscar history, it is already a qualification that many Hollywood actresses can hardly achieve in their lifetime. How can such a girl from a Russian immigrant family in Canada with no background do all this? The key lies in, yes, Simon Westeros. You know, Stealing Beauty is not a project under Deanery's Entertainment, but a movie invested by Fox Film. Simon Westeros only made a phone call, and Fox gave up the heroine originally selected. At the end of the gossip, the agent also said in a bewitching tone that as long as she could climb up the towering tree of Simon Westeros, she would have the day to grab whoever she wanted to play. Rachel felt that the agent was too excited, and couldn't help but refute what if she wanted to grab Maya Kirshner's role? The agent's words, "It depends on your own ability," made her realize that she had dug a hole for herself, and some thoughts that could not be suppressed in her mind entangled her for several days. However, after the excitement, things seemed to change again. On March 2nd, she received an invitation, and today is March 10th. During this period, she was very unhappy to be dragged to a private hospital in Malibu for a physical examination. As a result, there was no movement from Westeros. Did the date suddenly cancel? Whenever this thought came up, I didn't know whether I was relieved or disappointed. Near noon, the street in West Hollywood was busy. Rachel Weisz stood at the entrance of the theater and recalled the plot of the movie for a moment. Then she walked to the nearby parking lot, got into her Buick sedan, looked around through the car window, and was about to find a place to have lunch when her cell phone rang. As soon as she pressed the answer button, the excited voice of her agent came from the microphone. Rachel probably realized something and her heartbeat began to accelerate. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it was Santa Monica Airport in downtown Santa Monica. After carefully dressing up and changing into Versace women's suit sent by Westeros, Rachel Weisz came to the airport accompanied by her agent Todd Winterbottom. There was already a Gulfstream V-type private jet waiting on the runway. Finally, after listening to the agent's mumbling and exhortation, Rachel confirmed her identity with the two uniformed girls at the gangway and entered the cabin carrying the Gucci shoulder bag that was also sent by Westeros. Then, Rachel soon stared blankly in the cabin aisle. In the luxuriously decorated Gulfstream V cabin, there was another beautiful lady in the same attire, and she was also looking at her suspiciously. The stewardess who had just introduced herself as Nikki Dennis did not seem to notice the abnormality between the two of them, and took the initiative to help introduce them. "Ms. Weisz, this is Kate Beckinsale. Ms. Beckinsale, this is Rachel Weisz." After Nikki's introduction, Rachel Weisz felt that it would be impolite not to greet the other party, so she took the initiative to step forward and stretched out her hand to the lady named Kate Beckinsale. In her mind, she still felt that she seemed to have seen her before. When Kate Beckinsale spoke, her typical British accent immediately reminded Rachel of a thriller she had watched in China a few years ago. This was her fellow countryman. During the greeting process, Kate Beckinsale obviously also discovered the fact that Rachel was from the UK, but she did not say much for a while. There was some inexplicable strange atmosphere floating in the air. After saying hello, Rachel wanted to sit on the other side of the cabin. Nikki made a gesture of invitation, whether intentionally or unintentionally. After all, it was her first time to take a private plane, so Rachel didn't feel like refusing. She followed the other party's instructions and sat down opposite Kate Beckinsale. Then there was silence. Nikki briefly introduced some precautions, confirmed that the two had no other questions, and left for the time being. The Gulfstream V soon began to glide on the runway of Santa Monica Airport. When the private plane stopped shaking completely, the window was a clear blue sky supported by clouds. Kate, who was sitting opposite, fumbled to open her seat belt, and Rachel hurriedly lowered her head and did the same. After a moment, the two women looked up again. Their eyes met. Finally, Kate Beckinsale suddenly showed a smile that was no longer disguised, and whispered to her like a whisper, "What a jerk." Rachel naturally knew who the jerk Kate was talking about, and also understood why the other party said so. "It's obvious. Someone wants to, Rachel responded with a smile and whispered, "Indeed, asshole." After the two women said this, the distance between them inexplicably shortened. They subconsciously turned their eyes slightly towards the aisle, a little worried that their slander would be heard by Nikki. The other party was obviously not a full-time flight attendant on this plane, but should be the female maids and guards of the legendary Westeros family. From Nikki's appearance and behavior, Rachel felt that the possibility of a female guard was greater. Nikki soon appeared again with a decent smile on her face, asking the two women if they wanted anything to drink. Rachel wanted to just order a cup of coffee, but Kate took the initiative to ask what was on the plane. After listening to Nikki's introduction, she took the initiative to help the two people order a bottle of red wine. Nikki left for a short time and soon returned with another girl, each holding a tray, one with red wine and the other with some nuts and snacks. After carefully opening the red wine for the two women and asking some more questions, Nikki was about to leave with her companions when Rachel finally remembered something and stopped Nikki and asked, "Where are we going?" Nikki stopped and replied, "Seattle." Kate, who had been secretly looking at the bottle of red wine from Chateau Latour, also reacted and raised her head in confusion. "Going to the west. Why Seattle?" Nikki was very patient and explained, "Microsoft's headquarters is in Seattle. Today is the day when Microsoft releases the Windows 95 operating system." The boss was invited to attend the press conference. Only then did she understand. Both women moved from the UK to North America in the past 2 years and stayed in Los Angeles most of the time. They have never had the opportunity to go to Seattle. Their impression of this city is probably The Sleepless in Seattle starring Tom Hanks and Meg Ryan in the summer 2 years ago. Without asking too much, when Nikki left again, Kate Beckinsale took the initiative to talk about Sleepless in Seattle. They happened to have seen this movie. However, Rachel liked it very much, but Kate thought the story was too idealistic. As the communication deepened, the two women also learned more about each other, and then they were surprised to find that Rachel Wise was a top student at Cambridge, and Kate Beckinsale had studied at Oxford. The difference was that Rachel got a degree, while Kate chose to drop out of school in her junior year to concentrate on acting. But in any case, the two women were both at the level of the proud daughters of heaven. After drinking red wine and chatting for more than half an hour, Kate suddenly asked Rachel again to make sure that Nikki and the other two would not come to disturb them rashly, "What do you think we can get after tonight?" Rachel could only play dumb for such a revealing topic. "Huh?" Kate Beckinsale smiled and said, "I think you must have heard that Simon Westeros is very generous and often gives luxury houses to the women around him, just like the waist beauty Yasmin Gary and the leg beauty Nadia Orman. The two women's families are considered wealthy, but they are only slightly better than the middle class. Luxury houses, yachts and private jets are very far away from them. They can only rent houses for the time being when they come to Hollywood to make a living." Rachel Wise imagined herself owning a mansion in Beverly Hills. She was inexplicably looking forward to it, but she asked, "If he gives it to you, will you take it?" Kate nodded without hesitation, "Yes, why not?" Rachel paused and said, "But you have to know that there is no such thing as a free lunch. If you take Simon Westeros's things, you will definitely be his woman for a long time in the future." Kate seemed to have known this for a long time. She poked her head over and whispered, "I've inquired about it. Westeros is a very good man. If we get the mansion, we only need to stay with him for a year or two and we can leave. He won't stop us." Rachel looked at Kate and said, "But, don't you think this is inappropriate?" Kate shrugged, "I just think that even if we get a good opportunity soon after tonight, it will take 4 or 5 years to buy a mansion worth $2 or $3 million in Beverly Hills. Even if we are unlucky, we will never be able to afford it. Besides, this is Simon Westeros. His affairs with those two beauties are basically public. Have you seen anyone laugh at them? Anyway, I just see many people envious. Let's not talk about the house. Maybe you have heard of Instagram. Westeros gave them some shares. I saw it in a magazine recently. Guess how much it is worth now?" Rachel shook her head. Kate stretched out her hand and waved it in front of Rachel. $50 million US. Tisk, if I can have such a sum of money, I don't need to do anything. I can just enjoy life in the future. Rachel listened to what Kate said, and her mind was a little confused for a while. Kate sighed with longing in her eyes, took a sip of the red wine in front of her, leaned back in her chair with relaxation, tilted her head slightly to look at Rachel, and smiled. "Anyway, even if there is nothing else, Simon Westeros is also a good lover. He is handsome, talented, and his physical strength must be very good. Rachel's cheeks were slightly hot because of Kate's last sentence, and she said, "But, you have to know that Westeros is already married." Kate said confidently, "What's the matter? Maybe I can still snatch him away." Having said that, Kate became interested again, and said to Rachel half-jokingly, "Let's try to snatch him away together, just like the waist and legs." "Well, I am the waist, and your legs are also mine." Seeing that Kate was getting more and more out of control, Rachel wanted to stop, but when she heard her take all the waist and legs, she said dissatisfiedly, "What do you mean the waist and legs are all yours?" Kate looked at Rachel carefully with a scrutinizing look on her face and said, "You are very beautiful, Rachel, but, well, don't blame me for being too straightforward. You'd better control your figure." Women usually find it difficult to tolerate men pointing fingers at their figures. However, what is more difficult to tolerate than this is probably a woman pointing fingers at her figure. Rachel simply rolled her eyes and decided not to have these irrelevant and outrageous conversations with Kate anymore. Kate didn't mind. She quietly tasted the red wine for a while, and seemed to feel that the atmosphere was almost brewing, so she spoke again. Chatting randomly, the flight of less than 2 hours passed quickly. When the Gulfstream V landed at the city airport on the south side of Lake Washington in downtown Seattle, looking at the sky with fine rain outside the window, a thought flashed through Rachel's mind, which was indeed the same as sleepless in Seattle. Subconsciously, she also realized that these scattered thoughts were probably an instinct to cover up her inner tension. After leaving the airport, they took a speedboat to Mercer Island in the center of Lake Washington and entered the mansion at the southern end of the island, where someone was waiting for them. It was still not Simon Westeros. Not seeing the man at the first sight, the two women could not help but feel a sense of relief and loss, as well as a faint expectation that they would never admit to, until late at night that day, when a certain man finally returned. Chapter 790 Breakup. In the morning, she woke up very early but pretended to sleep. Feeling that she was the only one left in the big bed, Rachel Wise fell asleep again. She was tossed around last night. I don't know how long it took. The bright spring sunshine broke into the bedroom through the gap in the curtains and fell on her face. She opened her eyes. The sleepiness was completely gone, and some other fatigue was gone. I remembered a certain argument. Women do have advantages in this regard. However, after sitting up, I was a little confused and didn't know what to do. Looking around, I found a beautiful crystal ball on the bedside table. I curiously reached out to take it and looked at it. I don't know where I touched it, and the crystal ball seemed to light up. It was the kind of lightning-like colorful light that was scattered, as if countless colorful cracks bloomed inside the ball. It was very beautiful. So I became interested, studied it a little, and soon realized that this was probably an electrostatic trigger. There was no switch. You only need to touch the surface of the crystal ball, and the radio light inside will light up. I remember seeing this kind of thing when I visited the Science and Technology Museum when I was a child, but I have forgotten the principle. It's a very interesting thing. Putting aside her own situation for the moment, she played with it repeatedly, and made up her mind to go to the boutique to ask about it after returning to Los Angeles, and buy one to put in her apartment. Just as she was excited, the bedroom door was pushed open. Rachel Wise looked up, and her right palm happened to cover the crystal ball again. Diddy, diddy, diddy. The crisp and rapid electronic sound, similar to the common alarm clock ring, came from the wrist of the Way family maid named Isabel, who had just entered the door yesterday. Rachel Wise and Isabel looked at each other briefly, and then subconsciously glanced at each other's wrist. Instinctively realizing that she might have made a big fool of herself, her disobedient right hand took the initiative to help its owner confirm it, raised it again, and then fell again. Diddy, diddy, diddy. God, I really wish I were Alice. I could crawl into the rabbit hole and never come out again. Isabel looked at Rachel's rapidly red face and her panicked action of putting the crystal ball back on the bedside table. She hid the smile that wanted to overflow from the corner of her mouth and said politely, "Ms. Wise, is there anything I can help you with?" Rachel shook her head quickly, pointed at the crystal ball that was back on the bedside table, and said hesitantly, "Hey, I'm sorry, I thought it was just an ordinary decoration." "It's okay," Isabel said, and then said, "Do you want to get up now?" She really wanted to stay in bed again, so that she could avoid the embarrassment just now, but she just hummed lightly. She really couldn't sleep. Isabel walked to the window, pressed the electric switch to open the curtains, and the bright sunlight immediately filled the bedroom. She said, "You can wash up first." There are brand new toothbrushes in the bathroom. I will help you prepare clothes. In addition, what do you want to eat for breakfast? Rachel looked around. Last night, I walked from downstairs to upstairs. There was no trace of my clothes around. Moreover, a certain guy seemed to have a violent tendency. I vaguely remembered that the Versace women's dress I just changed into yesterday was torn and could not be worn again. Isabel saw what she was thinking after opening the curtains, made a gesture to wait, walked into the bathroom, and came out with a bathrobe and handed it to Rachel a moment later. After a little trouble, I came downstairs and found that it was already past 10 o'clock in the morning. It was a rare sunny day in Seattle during the rainy season. The temperature in March seemed just right in the temperate marine climate zone. The villa was very quiet. I was embarrassed to ask where the certain guy went, so I had to ask. In fact, I didn't want to see Kate Beckinsale very much. Last night, the two of them were enemies. Perhaps because she didn't want to embarrass her, Isabel didn't show up again after sending her a new set of clothes. When another waitress saw her asking, she personally took her to a living room on the east side of the villa that was connected to a terrace facing the lake. Kate was leaning on the sofa leisurely, flipping through a fashion magazine, and occasionally glancing out of the French window. The waitress put breakfast on a round table closer to the French window. Rachel greeted Kate and walked over to sit down. Following each other's gaze, she easily saw two men sitting opposite each other on the terrace. One of them was naturally Simon Westeros. The other, as she could tell from his iconic black eyes, was Bill Gates, the founder of Microsoft. Westeros's trip to Seattle was to attend the launch of the other company's latest operating system. It was said to be a very powerful company. The terrace was very large, and the two men were sitting by the guardrail in the distance. Rachel couldn't hear what they were saying, but she ate breakfast and occasionally looked over. It seemed that Bill Gates was getting more and more excited, and the hair on his forehead was floating because of the obvious angry gesture of waving his hands. Someone was sitting still, even with his legs crossed. Watching this scene quietly, Rachel felt that it was like a self-righteous monkey in a zoo baring its teeth and claws in front of a sleeping tiger. It was a bit ridiculous. The release of Windows 95, which is more powerful and more friendly to the general public without professional background, is a watershed for the entire information industry. However, this was not the reason why Simon attended the press conference yesterday. Taking this opportunity to come to Seattle, Simon planned to have a serious talk with Damon to resolve the many differences that have accumulated unconsciously between Microsoft and several other companies in the Westeros system, especially Ygritte. However, the result of this meeting in the morning was obviously not good. Simon's requirement was that at least the overseas version of Windows 95 must have Ygritte's IE browser built in. Unlike North America, due to the differences in relevant laws and regulations in various countries, even if Ygritte attaches great importance to intellectual property protection and technology patent applications worldwide, it is difficult to guarantee that some technology companies in other countries will not launch other types of browser software without authorization. If the local government turns a blind eye and deliberately condones it, no one can guarantee that Ygritte's absolute monopoly on browser software will be broken. The most convenient way to solve this problem is to let Windows, which is about to dominate the PC market, have IE built in. The reason why Microsoft was able to defeat Netscape browser with its technologically backward and problematic IE browser is the key to this pre-installation monopoly. Moreover, in the mainstream PC market, Ygritte can negotiate with large OEM manufacturers for pre-installation, but with the outbreak of the new technology industry, large and small OEM manufacturers around the world will flourish, and even include a pirated market of astonishing scale. These are no longer areas that Ygritte can easily control, and it is inevitable that competitors will take advantage of them. There is also the government factor. Faced with the huge benefits brought by the outbreak of the new technology industry, it is hard to say whether overseas governments will force Ygritte to license browser software with bullshit reasons, such as national security commonly used by the United States. In short, as long as the Ygritte version of IE is tied to the Microsoft operating system so that it cannot even be uninstalled, many problems will be solved. Unfortunately, Damon seemed to think that he had Ygritte's Achilles heel and insisted on asking for a deeper level of browser software core patent license as a bargaining chip. In addition, he also asked Ygritte to stop the Linux version of the PC operating system that was being secretly developed. Ygritte's operating system development project has always been kept confidential, but some things are difficult to hide in this circle. Simon would never agree to either of the two conditions. Only a fool would believe Damon's promise that he would not develop his own browser as long as the patent was available. There is also Ygritte's operating system development, which not only involves Simon's layout for the PC era, but also includes the future mobile communication era, which is also impossible to give up. Faced with Damon's stubbornness, Simon certainly has countermeasures. On the contrary, Simon still has a lot of chips for Microsoft. First of all, after all these years of changes, Simon still holds 18.7% of Microsoft's shares. With Paul Allen's continued reduction of holdings, he has now secured his position as Microsoft's second-largest shareholder. Even if he cannot compete with Damon, who still holds nearly 40% of the shares, for control of the company, Simon has considerable say by relying on the shares in his hands. Microsoft's current board of directors has a total of 11 members, and the Westeros system occupies 2 of them, which is enough to play a role in some important company resolutions. Moreover, as a major shareholder, the most important move is undoubtedly to reduce holdings. Even if Microsoft's share in the operating system market continues to rise, it cannot withstand the continued decline and reduction of holdings by the Westeros system. If Simon insists on doing so, many other shareholders will put pressure on Damon and ask him to compromise. After all, Damon does not have an absolute shareholding in Microsoft and lacks absolute control. It is not impossible for him to be forced to step down at that time. Secondly, by taking advantage of the absolute advantage of the Westeros system in the Internet field, Simon can completely block Microsoft from the Internet industry. In addition to the monopoly of PC operating systems, Microsoft's layout in the Internet field was also crucial to Microsoft's ability to reach a peak market value of $600 billion around 2000. In particular, the monopoly of pre-installed browsers once gave Microsoft an industry advantage that was difficult to match with other peers. In addition, Microsoft in memory also entered the fields of network access, data centers, portals, etc. during the Internet bubble around 2000, which provided great help for Microsoft to sprint to a market value of $600 billion. This time, because of Simon's series of preemptive layouts, Cisco, AOL and Ygritte, the 3 giants, have formed a very strong monopoly barrier in the Internet field. However, the large number of core patents held by these 3 companies are enough to make many competitors who intend to enter the market to share the cake return empty-handed. In the past few years, while focusing on the development of the Windows system, Microsoft has also begun to get involved in businesses such as portals and data centers, just like in the original time and space. Among them, there is also the factor that the Westeros system actively provides patent authorization for support. For example, if there is no authorization from Ygritte, Microsoft cannot do the email service under the portal website. There is also the data center business. Although there was competition between the 2 parties, Ygritte still shared some technical achievements with the other party and promoted Microsoft's data center services on network platforms such as the Ygritte portal. Although Microsoft paid a huge amount of advertising fees in the process, Ygritte would not easily advertise for other important competitors even if they paid advertising fees. In addition, the desktop software store launched by Microsoft along with Windows 95 also infringed a large number of related technical patents of Ygritte's software store. Before coming to Seattle this time, Simon had seen the draft document of Ygritte's plan to file a lawsuit against Microsoft's desktop software store, but he suppressed it temporarily. It can be said that once it gets serious, Ygritte is enough to force Microsoft to completely shut down this service. At the beginning, Damon directly infringed and imitated Apple Macintosh to launch the Windows operating system, and then half coaxed and half cheated and even cheated to make this system until now. Apple has never been able to do anything with Microsoft, and the lawsuit between the 2 parties is still ongoing. However, this cheating method is ineffective for the Westeros system. If they infringe the patent and refuse to change it, or just keep dragging it out, at most they will have to pay a large sum of money in the end, just like the Netscape that was dragged to death in Simon's memory. However, don't forget that this time, the Internet is the absolute domain of the Westeros system. Microsoft's many network services always need suppliers and consumers. Just like a software mall, if no one provides you with software, how can you play? To achieve this goal, choose one of 2 is enough. Anyone who wants to sell software through the Internet will find it difficult to bypass the marketing and payment channels of the Westeros system. At that time, what will those software developers choose? There is also the data center business. If the 2 sides fall out, those corporate users will avoid being affected, Even if they do not turn to Westeros, there are still suppliers such as IBM and HP. In short, there are too many choices. Without users, Microsoft will not be able to continue this part of the business. What's more, the U.S. intellectual property protection laws are not vegetarian. If the Westeros system completely breaks off relations and forcibly withdraws a series of non-permanent patent licenses granted to Microsoft in recent years, and Microsoft really insists on using them, the huge fine will be enough to make Daemon suffer. On the terrace of the lakeside villa on Mercer Island. Listening to Simon's threatening statement of the pros and cons, Daemon soon lost his composure and almost stood up from his chair, waving his arms and accusing Simon of blackmail. Unlike the gentle and polite person in the media, everyone in the circle actually knows that Bill Gates is a very irritable person, comparable to Jobs in this respect, especially as Microsoft becomes more and more successful. His temper is getting worse and worse. Simon, who was planning to take a sip of the coffee on the table, gave up the idea when he noticed the spit flying out of Damen's mouth when he roared. He frowned and said to Gates, who looked like a fighting cock opposite him, "Bill, we are all adults. Don't make a fuss like children, okay?" Bill Gates glared and poked himself, then pointed at Simon. "Child? Hey, who is the child between the two of us, don't you know? Westeros, do you really think you are 14,000 years old? You are just a willful lunatic, a psychopath. I tell you, I will never be threatened by you. I can even make IE browser completely unable to run on Windows." Simon sneered. "Otherwise, you can try it now. I'll look forward to you doing it." Damen's voice got louder. "Do you think I dare not?" Simon shrugged. "I said, you can do it now. Try it. Maybe you can't wait. Otherwise call Steve back to announce your decision, and we will see whether the result is IE being banned or you are kicked out by the board of directors first. I own 37.3% of the shares, and I have Alan's support. Of course, it's a pity that it's not an absolute controlling stake. Besides, I don't think Paul will support you in doing stupid things. Also, do you think that Westeros is the only capital relying on IE? If you dare to do this, you will become the public enemy of the entire information industry. In comparison, if I block Microsoft from the internet industry, everyone will be happy to see it." Mr. Daimon half stood and stared at Simon for a moment, then said fiercely, "In any case, don't even think about pre-installing IE on Windows. Don't even think about it in this lifetime. I'll only give you 1 day to think about it. You'd better give me a satisfactory answer before next Monday, Bill. I was expecting Microsoft to become a part of the Westeros system, but now I've completely given up on this idea. So, I'm not negotiating with you. This is an ultimatum. If you don't agree, I'll keep my word. I'll start reducing my holdings of Microsoft stock, I'll release a free Linux desktop operating system in advance, and I'll completely block Microsoft from the internet industry. You don't have to do portals, data centers, network access, and all that. Just live with your operating system. Oh, and Office software. You relied on Office to force Apple to tolerate your development of the operating system, right? It just so happens that Ignorant has been quietly developing a network Office system for a long time, and we will soon become competitors in this field. So, how about we make a bet and see the future development trend of Office software? Will it continue to be a standalone system or become more and more dependent on the internet? Chapter 791 Compromise. Rachel Wise hadn't even finished a piece of bread when the glass door leading to the terrace in the living room was violently pushed open. The two girls looked up at the same time. Seeing the two beautiful girls in the room, the aggressive Daemon classmate paused slightly. His face changed rapidly several times, as if he wanted to restrain his expression, but soon gave up, continued to walk through the room with an angry look, and walked away. A moment later, Simon pushed the door open, without any intention of seeing Daemon off, nodded slightly to Rachel at the dining table, and walked to a corner of the long sofa where Kate Beckinsale was reclining and sat down. Kate put down the magazine in her hand, propped herself up and crawled to the other end of the sofa in a somewhat seductive posture. Seeing the man reaching out his hand to her, she laid down on her back and rested her head on Simon's legs. She gently pressed the man's big hand that was touching her delicate face and asked with a smile, "What happened just now?" Simon smiled and said, "It's obvious that the negotiations broke down." Kate smiled and said, "Then why are you still so happy? Mr. Gates looked very angry just now." Simon's fingertips slid from Kate's smooth face to her neck and said, "Although the negotiations broke down, I was actually bullying him. You know, you always feel good after bullying someone." Kate symbolically stopped the man's actions and heard some other meanings in his words. She said with a close tone between lovers, "You are such a bad guy." Simon looked at the beautiful eyes of the English rose and said, "I'm going back to California soon. Do you want to go back with me, or stay here for a few days?" "So anxious, today is Saturday." Kate was a little surprised and almost wanted to sit up. Originally, she had no resistance to this legendary man. Last night, although a certain guy was a little strong, he actually gave her a very good feeling. She also wanted to take advantage of this weekend to get to know him better, at least to become his lover first. Perhaps, it is not impossible to achieve a certain goal in the future. Simon said, "There are a lot of things to do, and we must leave immediately. How about this? You and Rachel can spend a few days in Seattle. The cherry blossoms in the city will bloom soon, and they are very beautiful." Kate nodded, but seemed a little uncertain. "Simon, can we continue to live here?" Simon smiled and said, "Of course, I will leave a few people to be your drivers and wallets. You can go wherever you want and buy whatever you want." "Thank you, Simon, you are so considerate." Kate held Simon's arm and sat up, kissed the man on the face, and said, "So, when can we see you next time?" "This should be soon." Simon said, taking his arm from Kate's arms, stood up and said, "In this case, I'll leave first." Rachel Wise, who had never had a chance to speak, finally reacted when she saw the two of them getting up and going out, and subconsciously stood up and followed. The entourage outside had already packed up and was waiting to leave. They sent the man to the small dock by the lake. He watched him board the speedboat and head to the airport on the other side of the lake. He blinked a few times in a daze. Did he promise anything? The domineering guy. She didn't say she would continue to stay in Seattle, not to mention, with Kate Beckinsale. They made enemies last night. When the speedboat soon arrived at the other side of the lake, Kate pulled Rachel beside her. "Hey, let's go back, you still don't want to leave?" How could I?" Rachel denied subconsciously, and then said, "Besides, I didn't say I wanted to stay, he just decided for me." Kate looked at her with a contemptuous expression. "Then why didn't you say it just now?" Rachel argued, "He didn't give me a chance to speak at all." "You have your mouth." Simon didn't put on the tape, Kate said again, then waved her hand, took her shoulder and dragged her to the villa. "Okay, sister, now we just need to plan carefully how to play in the next few days. You heard that there is a driver and a wallet. I think this is not a good idea." Rachel frowned slightly and muttered. When they first met yesterday, Rachel had a good impression of Kate. She was generous and straightforward and good at getting along with people. She had a high IQ and EQ, and she was also from the same country as Britain. However, after a day and a night, she gradually began to dislike him. He played too much, was a bit materialistic, didn't care about other people's feelings, and didn't hide his desire for a guy in his words and deeds. He didn't even care about the fact that he was a married man. Back at the villa, Kate continued to drag Rachel to the study room with a computer, and began to look for information on the internet to plan the next few days. She accidentally saw a Boeing 767 flying into the sky at the airport across the lake through the study window, but she didn't suggest leaving. Then Rachel couldn't help but think that she probably wanted to stay. Okay. She was also a hypocritical woman. Who cares? With such a self-destructive decision, the two women went out to a famous restaurant for lunch at noon, and started to play, visit and shop in the afternoon. Anyway, a man was paying the bill, and the guy had too much money to spend. For the first time in his life, he let go. Of course, the two women were very smart people. They quietly set their spending limit at about $100,000. Even if you know that adding another zero is insignificant to someone, you still need to know yourself. If a man offers it, even if it is a Beverly mansion, Kate is willing to accept it, but Rachel will probably hesitate before accepting it. Now the men let them take it themselves. If they don't know how to be restrained in this situation, then they have a problem with their IQ. Moreover, the two women can only be regarded as third-tier Hollywood actors at the moment. $100,000 is already a lot of money for them. Kate returned to the UK last year to shoot a thriller Step by Step, The Heroine, and the scale is still very large. Although she has some qualifications in the circle, her salary is still only £30,000. The glamour of the entertainment industry has always been the glamour of a few people at the top. This is why countless people are willing to sell everything they have and do everything they can to climb up. After investing in Microsoft for so many years, until the meeting with Damon on March 11, Simon had always expected this software giant to become a part of the Westeros system. Microsoft, Intel, Ygritte, Cisco, AOL, Oracle, Sun and other companies work closely together, and the Westeros system is enough to completely control the global information industry. Unfortunately, this idea did not come true. Simon was just a little regretful about this, but not too disappointed. People's hearts are unpredictable. The more outstanding or self-proclaimed people are, the more they would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of an ox. Even if they understand that mutual cooperation can maximize their benefits, some people still prefer to take the absolute initiative in their own small piece of land. Even if the harvest is less, the development is more difficult, or even if they accidentally decline, they are unwilling to accept even nominally becoming a vassal of others. The former Soviet Union fell apart because of this. Ukraine, which inherited a large amount of legacy from the former Soviet Union and got rid of a large group of burdens around it that needed assistance, could have relied on its own deep foundation in industry and agriculture to become a mini-Soviet Union. In Simon's memory, it fell into the poorest and most dilapidated end in Europe. It was also because too many people, for various reasons, either conflicted with their own interests or were bound by public opinion, could not make the best choice for this country. Bill Gates is a very proud man. As Windows' monopoly advantage in the operating system field becomes more and more obvious, the software tycoon is increasingly resistant to the software empire he created becoming part of a certain business system. Even though he knows that this will have many benefits for Microsoft, Gates is still more willing to keep the company firmly in his own hands, and he probably has the ambition to directly compete with the Westeros system in his heart. At the meeting on the morning of March 11, Simon determined that there was no room for maneuver in some things, so he completely gave up the idea of making Microsoft a member of the Westeros system. Speaking of which, it's not bad to have such an enemy. The Westeros system actually needs opponents, which can not only maintain the enterprising spirit within the company, but also avoid the outside world's fear of the companies in the Westeros system. However, just as many major countries in the world are actually hostile to each other, but they still have very extensive economic cooperation on the surface, even if the positions are completely opposite, Microsoft's cooperation with the Westeros system will not stop. Because both sides have chips that are mutually dependent and mutually restrained. Just like back then, when Apple was at its peak, facing Gates' threat to stop supplying Office software, it could only allow the other party to develop a separate operating system, thus nurturing a tiger to harm. At present, Microsoft's advantage in the field of operating systems is just like Apple's back then, and the comprehensive strength of the Westeros system is even stronger. After the meeting on Saturday, Simon did not expect Damon to take the initiative to compromise. He quickly contacted the spokesperson of the Westeros system on the Microsoft board of directors and some other shareholders and executives of Microsoft. Even though Microsoft is Gates' one-man show under normal circumstances, facing Simon's ultimatum, I believe Microsoft also knows how to choose. Not only that, the next day, March 12, Ygritte suddenly released its full-year financial report for 1994. After Deanery's entertainment group went public last year, the fiscal year cycle was set from October of the previous year to September of the following year according to the peak and off-peak seasons of the Hollywood entertainment industry. This boundary happens to be the end of the summer season and the start of the autumn season of TV. Such a setting is more conducive to financial statistics in all aspects, and even has the effect of tax avoidance. Ygritte still conducts financial statistics according to the natural year before going public. Not surprisingly, after going public, Ygritte's fiscal year cycle will still be calculated according to the natural year. This is a digression. Even though there were many speculations and estimates in advance, when Ygritte actually released its full-year financial report for 1994, it still caused a sensation in the entire media industry. Ygritte's annual revenue of $5.41 billion last year was already very impressive. And this year, when Ygritte's full-year revenue of $11.67 billion appeared on major online platforms and the front pages of a series of mainstream newspapers in North America, many people even questioned it at the first time, believing that this was probably false financial data made by Ygritte in order to obtain a higher IPO valuation. $11.67 billion. How is it possible? However, after carefully reading the detailed financial report data published on many platforms, everyone had to accept it. First of all, The advertising business, which contributed the largest revenue to Ygritte in the past year, compared with a $1.15 billion in advertising revenue in 1993, because all new technology companies began to burn money crazily in the past year, and even traditional companies began to pay attention to the marketing of internet platforms. Ygritte's portal website, social network, search engine and advertising alliance, the total revenue of the 4 online advertising platforms reached an astonishing $3.21 billion, a growth rate of 179%. In terms of e-commerce business, Amazon's online wall had a revenue of $2.59 billion in 1994, compared with $1.36 billion in 1993, an annual growth rate of 91%, nearly doubling. Under the radical expansion strategy of a workaholic housekeeper, because the gross profit margin of e-commerce is far lower than that of other businesses, coupled with huge technical research and development, channel construction, advertising marketing, and even large-scale subsidies to make users form online consumption habits, the loss of the e-commerce business alone is as high as $710 million. However, no one can ignore the high growth and vast market potential of this business that far exceeds software, advertising and other businesses. Software and advertising are ultimately more inclined towards corporate users, while e-commerce is for all the public. The most typical reference is the scale comparison between traditional paper media and television advertising and the retail industry. In the original time and space, Amazon gradually became the overlord in the field of e-commerce with a steady development strategy. However, in Simon's view, Bezos' steadiness was more of a necessity, because Amazon had just begun to move towards the fast lane when the internet bubble burst, and its market value once fell by as much as 90%. In the critical years of Amazon's rapid growth, there was simply not enough money for Bezos to burn. Simon initially hoped that Ygritte's e-commerce business would develop steadily. In the end, things did not go as planned. Every manager has his own style of doing things, and Simon could not directly replace Bezos, who had already begun to control the overall situation, with Alice to take charge of the e-commerce business. However, the result was not bad. Amazon once proved the correctness of its development strategy with a series of huge successes, but this does not mean that the development strategies of other companies will not work. In Simon's view, Alice's radical expansion method is very similar to the business strategies of some emerging internet unicorn companies after 2010. The key is 2 words: burning money. This is not a derogatory term. Simon remembered reading an article about the shared travel business. The internet industry has never lacked ideas. Before the emergence of travel giants like Uber, many people had already come up with similar project plans. However, most of the plans were hindered by a key difficulty, that is, how to get users to break away from traditional travel habits and use online taxi services. In the end, everyone just found that poverty still limited everyone's imagination. The way shared giants solve this problem is very simple and crude. Subsidy. Burn money crazily to subsidize. Finding that this strategy is actually effective, all internet companies, whether emerging or old, whether shared or e-commerce, have started a new round of subsidy wars. For a time, red envelopes were flying all over the sky, and the giants also harvested a large number of users unknowingly. When consumption habits are formed and subsidies disappear, users can no longer get rid of their dependence on these services. Simon opened the internet era in advance by investing unremittingly, and fundamentally relied on spending money. In order to promote its own network services, AOL also adopted a large-scale subsidy preferential plan. But I didn't think much about it at the time. It was Alice's radical expansion strategy that made Simon see the shadow of the money-burning war in the future. At this stage, since there is sufficient funds and all conditions are complete, Simon thinks it is not a bad idea to directly invest money to catalyze the e-commerce market into a period of rapid expansion. At the end of last year, when planning the development of the company for the new year, Simon personally approved the expansion plan of Ygritte's 1995 e-commerce business, which lost $1 billion, most of which will be used for product discounts and transportation fee subsidies directly to users. Online shopping is actually addictive. Once you get used to it, you can't change it. As long as users form a habit, all investments will be recovered in multiples in the future. After e-commerce, another important software business, with a continuous increase in the types of Ygritte's internet-related software in the past year, this year, the revenue from IE enterprise service fees after free will be included. Egret's software business revenue in 1994 totaled $1.99 billion, a year-on-year increase of 145%. With this item alone, Egret is already comparable to Microsoft, which had a total revenue of $5.63 billion in the previous fiscal year. As I recall, Microsoft's operating system business was gradually marginalized, but the revenue of Office, which seemed insignificant to ordinary people, gradually accounted for as much as 1/3 of the company's revenue, so the strong vitality of application software can be seen. Moreover, the subsequent strength of Office also relied largely on the subscription model that gradually turned to the cloud. Egret's Internet tool software matrix has now achieved the transformation from selling out to subscription. In the past year, in addition to key products such as the 3 Web Musketeers and picture design software Egret Photoshop, embedded browser player software Egret Flash Player, and video editing software Egret Video Studio, Egret's software department has also successively launched other professional software closely related to Internet services such as audio editing, network documents, and typesetting design through self-development and mergers and acquisitions. Not only that, in order to avoid the emergence of other 3D software in the industry, Simon has decided to hand over the 3D modeling and animation software Maya used by Deanery's Special Effects and Pixar Studios to the Egret software department for transformation, development and commercial operation. Of course, the functions of the public version will definitely be restricted to a certain extent. Simon did this for another purpose, which is to promote the development of 3D games. With a rapid improvement of basic software and hardware performance, 3D games are now in their infancy. Compared with animation and special effects, the market size of 3D software in the gaming field is even larger. In addition to the software business, the EWS data center business, which is also in charge of Carol Bartz, has also achieved an ultra-high annual growth of up to 118% in the past year, with revenue reaching $1.73 billion. Calculated, the total revenue of only the 4 cores of advertising, e-commerce, software and EWS has reached $9.52 billion. Others such as Store Software Store, Steam Game Store, Online Game Business, Solutions and Patent Licensing, etc., have also contributed $2.15 billion in revenue. According to Comprehensive Statistics, in 1994, Egret, which has become a behemoth, had a total annual revenue of $11.67 billion. As some media predicted, with a revenue of tens of billions of dollars a year, Egret's speed of making money has exceeded its speed of spending money. Even after large investments in various aspects, this new technology company, which was established only about 5 years ago, still achieved a net profit of $790 million. For the media and the public, the financial report data of Egret only brought shock. For Microsoft, it was the most direct and intense pressure. Facing Simon's ultimatum, under the multiple lobbying and pressure from Microsoft's board of directors, major shareholders and management, on Monday morning, March 13, Bill Gates finally chose to compromise and agreed to Simon's request to pre-install IE in Windows systems sold overseas. Chapter 792 Birthday Party. Although Bill Gates gave in on the issue of pre-installing IE on overseas Windows systems, there will inevitably be some wrangling over the details of the cooperation. However, as long as the cooperation is confirmed, other minor details are irrelevant. With the conclusion of this cooperation, the relationship between Microsoft and the Westeros system has actually broken down completely. Since Simon no longer holds the idea of winning over Microsoft, his strategy towards this operating system giant has changed accordingly. In addition to reducing Microsoft's shares, Simon will begin to make substantial progress in a series of threatening clauses on Saturday morning, speeding up the development of the Linux operating system and blocking Microsoft in the Internet field. However, unlike the radical threats, he will adopt a frog in warm water approach. Among the many technology companies in the Westeros system, it is expected that Egret will have the most intense confrontation with Microsoft. After leaving Seattle that day, Simon went directly to San Francisco to discuss with several Egret executives a series of matters after the breakdown of the relationship with Microsoft. The discussion on Saturday afternoon basically finalized a response strategy. First of all, it is to speed up the development of the Linux operating system, and plan to officially release the PC version of the graphical interface Linux system by 1997 at the latest. In order to achieve this goal, Egret will increase cooperation with Sun. In fact, through some cooperation and exchanges, Egret has obtained the permanent license of Java language from Sun, and has been developing and improving the software development platform based on Java language. Anyone who pays a little attention to the dynamics of the IT industry knows that the development of operating systems is not difficult. The key lies in the construction of the software ecosystem in the field of operating systems. If no one provides software for your system, even if the system is excellent, it will be useless. If you want to build a software ecosystem, the most basic requirement is a software development platform. However, the most popular development language at present is Microsoft's C language. Once Ygritte releases its own operating system, Daemon will definitely not let a Linux system use C language to develop software. Java is the best choice for the Linux system in Simon's imagination. Moreover, Java language is actually a better computer programming language than C language, and has a strong advantage over C language in many aspects such as adapting to network environment. It was once suppressed by C language for a long time, and the key was Microsoft's strength and Sun's decline. In addition to Sun, Simon also set his sights on the declining Apple. The reason is still patents. Although Apple has declined, it has developed graphical interface operating systems earlier than Microsoft, so it holds a large number of core patents that can compete with Microsoft Windows. Only by taking down Apple can Ygritte fight against the patent barriers established by Microsoft in the operating system field. The second is to block Microsoft in the Internet field. After the meeting on Saturday afternoon, Ygritte will no longer authorize any key Internet technology patents to Microsoft unless it is absolutely necessary. As for the business that Microsoft has already launched, the Ygritte team also has enough means to suppress it quietly. Even without Ygritte's action, Microsoft began to do stupid things. Faced with Simon's coercion, after compromising on IE pre-installation, Simon received a call from Bezos on Monday morning of the new week. Ygritte's advertising business department suddenly received a notice that Microsoft planned to cut the advertising budget for Ygritte's various platforms in the second quarter by half. In the past few years, Microsoft has been one of Ygritte's most important advertisers. In 1994, Microsoft alone spent $55 million on advertising on Ygritte's various platforms, mainly to promote its own operating system, office software, data center and other businesses. Although it is almost a unique business, both Simon and Ygritte's management understand that only by allowing advertisers to truly benefit can their own business be sustained for a long time. Therefore, the operation team has always attached great importance to the feedback on the advertising effect of each platform, and tried to ensure that the effect of online advertising is not inferior to that of traditional advertising platforms. Because of this strict requirement, although the fees are high, the advertising effect of Ygritte's platform is also very valuable. Before this, as a member of the Westeros system, Microsoft enjoyed special treatment for advertising on the Ygritte platform. In 1994, the $55 million advertising brought the software giant all kinds of benefits that were no less than the $100 million worth of advertising on traditional media. The relationship between the two sides broke down completely. Simon was still considering how to reduce Microsoft's exposure on the Ygritte platform. Unexpectedly, Daemon, who is obviously hot-headed, probably took the initiative to cut the advertising budget planned for Ygritte in order to counterattack Simon. This can only be described as stupid. In traditional business operations, some advertisers will put pressure on media platforms by means such as cutting advertising budgets, forcing the other party to make various compromises in public opinion. However, Microsoft's advertising budget cuts are of no concern to Ygritte. Because Ygritte itself and the rapidly expanding advertising alliance almost monopolize most of the traffic on the Internet platform, Ygritte's advertising business is now completely a buyer's market. Microsoft gave up the advertising resources that should have belonged to it, and soon other customers would not be able to fill them. Even if the special offers for Microsoft were removed, Ygritte could still earn more. In comparison, Microsoft lost Ygritte's platform, and if it wants to get the same advertising effect in other channels, it must invest more. Moreover, businesses such as data centers that are highly dependent on Internet platform publicity will only be more difficult to develop without the support of Ygritte. Not only that, Daemon also tried to raise funds to buy the Microsoft shares held by Simon through Paul Allen. This is probably an idea that Bill Gates has had for a long time. It was only because Microsoft's stock price has been rising steadily in the past few years and the relationship between the two sides has remained basically harmonious that he did not do so. Now, even though the value of this batch of shares has exceeded $20 billion, Daemon has finally made up his mind. Microsoft itself certainly cannot come up with more than $20 billion in cash, but with Microsoft's current development momentum, it is not difficult for Gates to raise more than $20 billion together with some capital giants. Anyway, as long as the equity is not in Simon's hands. However, if the other party wants to buy, Simon does not intend to sell. Damon was hot-headed to cut Microsoft's advertising investment on the Ygritte platform, but Simon was not hot-headed. The shares in his hands are the most important bargaining chip for Simon to restrain Damon before Ygritte's Linux operating system is enough to compete with Microsoft. As long as he holds this batch of shares, Simon will have considerable say in this company. Moreover, under the suppression of the Westeros system, even if Microsoft's market value cannot reach the high of $600 billion this time, the market value of $200 to $300 billion at the peak of the new technology wave will definitely be no problem. Selling it now is also a big disadvantage for Simon. Malibu, Cape May Manor. After handling matters in Seattle and San Francisco, Simon returned to Los Angeles yesterday afternoon. Today is March 13th. Monday. Janet's 35th birthday. The evening birthday party started at 7 p.m., and the excitement was far greater than Simon's birthday party last month. For a long time after they met, Janet was very concerned about her age. However, after the age of 30, except for the slight change in temperament after becoming a wife and mother, the passage of time did not leave many marks on her body, and the initial worries were finally gradually put down. Birthdays come, of course, they should be celebrated. Simon used to see arguments in many places that Western women age easily, but he did not agree at the time. Changes in a person's appearance and figure are greatly affected by their natural constitution and living environment. Whether it is easy to age basically varies from person to person. Whether in the East or the West, there are many fairies who are born to resist the erosion of time. Simon's side, Kathryn and Janet are all like this. In the past, Kathryn Bigelow became the first female Best Director in Oscar history in 2010. On the Oscar podium at that time, Kathryn, who was still elegant in a coffee-colored evening dress, was believed to be in her 30s or 40s. However, in fact, this female director was born in 1951, which was 2010. In addition to God's gift of food, women who have been pampered for a long time and those who have to run around for food and clothing will naturally have very different looks and figures at the same age. There are also so-called Russian girls who become aunts after marriage. In fact, if the living conditions are ordinary and they are busy, women in any place are not like this after marriage. Birthday party scene in Shell Villa. Janet, wearing a silk burgundy evening gown that she had always preferred, walked through the crowd with Simon on her arm. One was mature and steady, the other was elegant and bright. Even though they knew the age difference between them, even the guests who wanted to secretly find some flaws could not help but subconsciously feel that this couple was really a perfect match. When the two walked towards her, after so many years, Kathryn Bigelow still felt that they were the same as when they first met. The boy who gave people a sense of maturity, far beyond his peers, was still young and steady. The young girl who once maintained a girlish heart was still lively and bright. However, from 1986 to 1995, many years had passed without knowing it. Time flies. Slowly but firmly, it quietly stole the time of too many people. He hugged Janet, who threw herself into his arms, affectionately, and said happy birthday. He looked at a young man with a warm smile, and Simon naturally smiled back. During the chat, he mentioned that he had recently raised a cat. It was a very beautiful American Shorthair. Now they have 2 puppies and 3 cats. Janet said with great interest that she must go and see them when she has time, and complained that Simon didn't like pets and didn't keep anything at home. Simon felt very aggrieved about this. Obviously, both of them don't like pets. I don't have that kind of patience. Janet certainly wouldn't reveal the truth at this time, such as someone actually likes to keep pets, but it would be anti-human to say it out. After chatting with Kathryn for a while, Sandra Bullock, who I knew a long time ago, also came over. Hugging and wishing her a happy birthday, the girl's eyes flickered slightly, and she looked at the couple in front of her with envy. After all, they were just talking about some recent interesting trivia. Simon noticed Sandra's thoughts and took the initiative to mention very considerately that the recent projects were not suitable for her, and all she needed were some beautiful vases. He also joked that as the muse who filmed Lola Run with him, if there was a suitable opportunity, she would of course be the first person to consider. This is also true. Sandra was a little embarrassed. Since she missed a certain relationship, Sandra has focused most of her attention on her career in recent years. With Simon's support, Sandra has always maintained a first-class level, but the pattern of Hollywood has changed faster and faster in recent years, and she feels that she can't keep up with the pace. In addition, inevitably, the opportunities to meet Simon have become less and less. Instead, she often goes shopping and eats with Janet in private, but Janet doesn't pay much attention to Daenerys' affairs. During this period, Daenerys is preparing a series of big projects. As long as she can get the script, Sandra has basically read it. She has also tried to get in touch with some roles and talked to Simon on the phone several times, but unfortunately there is no result, so it is inevitable that she is uneasy. Most of the stars in the circle who are at the top of the pyramid but are still prone to various psychological problems are caused by this anxiety and uneasiness. People are like this. They can take it, but they can't let it go. After climbing to the top of the mountain with great difficulty, it is inevitable that they will be squeezed down by others. Simon is a very nostalgic person. However, there is really no suitable project for her recently. He hopes that Sandra can become a real top actress, not a vase in some special effects blockbusters. Hearing Simon say Sandra is his muse, Janet was immediately dissatisfied and said she was jealous. She was the kind that was hard to coax. Sandra smiled and confessed that she had a boyfriend, but she was worried that he was too inferior in front of a certain guy, so she didn't bring him here today. Simon heard this and covered his chest with a heartache, and was immediately hit by Janet. At 8 o'clock, in front of the mountain-like birthday cake, everyone sang a blessing song together, cut the cake, and at the reminder of the waiter, the guests gathered in pairs in the center of the hall. The song Young and Beautiful that had been quietly rehearsed for more than half a month sounded. A little girl sang Live. In this circle, as soon as Christina opened her mouth, all the guests on the scene immediately tasted the surprise in it. Whether it was the slow dance in the center of the hall, or the careful tasting of champagne and red wine around, they were immersed in it and quietly intoxicated. The two protagonists of tonight were naturally in the center of the dance floor. Janet hugged Simon tightly, her head buried in the man's neck. When the song was halfway through, she leaned close to his ear and said emotionally, "Thank you, my love." Simon smiled and turned his head to kiss the woman's earlobe, and whispered, "Me too." Janet's body was soft, and she seemed to say something inexplicably, "Little bastard, hold me." Simon understood, and caught Janet's right arm that was originally around him, and held it on the woman's wrist. But there was no more strength as before. Janet rubbed Simon's cheek with satisfaction, completely emptying her mind, and indulged in enjoying the present moment. The song echoed in the hall. Lord, when I go to heaven, please allow me to take my love with me. Please open the gates of heaven for him. Please send down such grace. That graceful demeanor, that majestic posture, that handsome face. That is the light of my faith, that is the other side of my sinking. Chapter 793 Nothing is fair. Rachel Weisz and Kate Beckinsale had planned to spend a week in Seattle, but unfortunately they were urgently recalled by their respective agencies 3 days later. Opportunities fell from the sky. When Rachel returned to Los Angeles, her agent Todd Winterbottom, who was so excited that he almost lost his composure, handed her 2 scripts. Both were blockbuster projects coveted by many Hollywood actresses of the right age. Daenerys' special effects blockbuster The Mummy, co-produced by Fox, and James Cameron's new film Titanic. Happiness came too suddenly, and Rachel couldn't help but feel a little unreal. At the age of 15, she started to play some small roles in the British local film and television industry. She is 25 years old this year and has been in this circle for 10 years. The more she knows about this industry, the more she knows how rare it is to get such an opportunity. There is no fairness in this circle. Many small actors who are mixed at the bottom may not even have the opportunity to play a supporting role in such a blockbuster movie in their entire lives. But she got 2 in a blink of an eye. And they are both heroines. The Oscars, the closing ceremony of the award season, is coming soon. Hollywood stars of all sizes, who have been busy for a year, will gather in Hollywood, so it is also the most active period for gossip in this circle. The opportunity that many people are scrambling for has suddenly fallen to 2 unknown British actresses. This kind of news is difficult to conceal and spreads quickly. Rachel Weisz's agency CAA and Kate Beckinsale's agency WMA both responded immediately and equipped the 2 women with the top management, public relations and assistant teams. At this time, The first thing to guard against is some messy things that will ruin the opportunity that is about to be obtained. In order to pursue the top, women will do everything they can to tear each other apart secretly. This is especially true for women in Hollywood. In the days that followed, Rachel was surrounded by a bunch of people from the company and began to work day and night. She spent a lot of time studying the script, gaining in-depth knowledge of the relevant information of the two projects, meeting with the senior management of Deaneries Entertainment, communicating with the main creators of the two projects, rehearsing and auditioning repeatedly, participating in contract negotiations with her agent, and almost immediately starting a diet and body shaping plan, accepting a series of media interviews to increase exposure, and so on. Because of the suddenly tight schedule, Rachel had to take the initiative to give up the small role in the new film Stealing Beauty by Italian director Bernardo Bertolucci, because the film was scheduled to be shot in Italy in May. Although she had a small role, she would not be able to leave for Italy at that time. As the news spread, Rachel soon learned that Kate Beckinsale had been offered the opportunity to play the leading role in Charlie's Angels. Although it is a movie with 3 female protagonists, Rachel thinks that the heroine of Charlie's Angels is more valuable than the Mummy and Titanic. After all, the entertainment industry is dominated by men. When a man and a woman co-star, the male star will definitely get more audiences. Correspondingly, the heroine will not have much room to play. Rachel's heroine has been confirmed, and the 3 core creators of The Mummy, which will be released next summer, are basically in place. The director is the original Stephen Sommers. This young director, who graduated from the USC Film School, is 33 years old this year. 6 years ago, he successfully entered Hollywood with his well-received debut film. The most recent live-action film, The Jungle Book, adapted from Disney Animation directed by him, was released during the Christmas season last year, and the box office was also considerable. Val Kilmer has been confirmed as the male protagonist. This Hollywood actor, who made his debut with Cruise in Top Gun, has not had good luck in recent years. In fact, even in the later period that Simon remembered, Val Kilmer was not a very lucky actor. He had no shortage of opportunities, but whether it was George Lucas's special effects blockbuster The Gathering or Simon's Batman Forever, and many other films later, he never had the feeling of becoming a big star. The failure of his career seemed to be reflected in the appearance of this actor. Later, Simon accidentally saw him in a movie adapted from a Swedish thriller novel, The Snowman. His appearance and figure were so out of shape that you couldn't recognize him without looking at the cast list. Simon, this big butterfly, has changed the fate of many people, and Val Kilmer is another one. If possible, Simon would prefer the original actor Brendan Fraser, but this actor is only a 27-year-old young man. Yes, the same age as Simon. Simon has seen the sample tapes of the film he starred in. Compared with Simon's mature temperament accumulated in 2 lives, Brendan Fraser can still be described as beautiful and fresh. Most of the films he starred in were high school students. His appearance is still very likely to attract the covetousness of some Hollywood bigwigs with special sexual orientations. It does not match the image of the unshaven prodigal son in The Mummy a few years later, and his acting skills are also quite raw. In comparison, Val Kilmer, who has sufficient status, qualifications, age, image and temperament, seems to be just right. Moreover, this Hollywood actor, who has just regained a lot of popularity with Heat last year, is also willing to sign a long-term contract for the trilogy, and the 2 sides hit it off. In the past, because Hollywood is a producer responsibility system, related projects still need some big producers to hold the helm. Deaneries Entertainment has gradually changed this pattern. Traditional Hollywood producers often control the production ideas and content direction of a project. The most typical example is Spielberg. In this regard, Simon is basically the one who finalizes it himself on Deaneries' side. In fact, he is also an executive producer with a transcendent status, but Simon rarely has a nominal title. Therefore, the producers of a series of blockbuster films of Deaneries Entertainment are mainly responsible for logistics, helping directors and actors solve all kinds of problems encountered during the filming process. Simon, the behind-the-scenes boss, and the director jointly control the creation. Over the years, Deaneries Entertainment has also had a very stable team of producers. It's just that because the core of control is usually Simon himself, these people are not as famous as those gold medal producers such as Jerry Bruckheimer and Joe Silver, who need to control the overall situation. Among the 3 projects of external cooperation, The Mummy is scheduled to be released the earliest, and the production team is also formed the fastest. While casting, the script is basically finalized, and the location scouting and special effects planning have begun. The project is expected to start in June. In order to save costs as much as possible, Simon planned to shoot the main scenes in Morocco as in the original version. Morocco in North Africa is not far from the UK, which makes it convenient for the crew to travel back and forth to shoot some related shots in the UK. From Janet's birthday to the Oscars at the end of March, Ygritte continued to advance its IPO process, and the employee stock ownership plan of 25% of the total share capital was implemented very smoothly. Simon stayed in Los Angeles to handle a series of important projects for Daenerys. The Easter and summer films Toy Story 3, Jurassic Park 2 and Apollo 13 have been completed and were in the marketing stage before the release. The Mind Game, the 3D animated version of Beauty and the Beast and Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice in the second half of the year to the end of the year are still in production, requiring Simon to pay enough attention. Then there was a series of project preparation and production from 1996 to 1997. Not only blockbusters like Sleepy Hollow, Mission Impossible 2, The Mummy, Jumanji, and Wonder Woman 2, but also new films from the Conjuring universe, the Rush Hour series, and Jim Carrey's new film that made a splash last year, and other medium-sized but equally important projects. Among them, Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice is being filmed in Australia, and Simon plans to go to Australia after the Oscars to follow up in person for a while. Also this month, many things related to the Westeros system are happening. Last year's midterm election solved many political obstacles to the Westeros system in Washington, and the advancement of a series of bills has therefore begun to accelerate. Following the lifting of the media integration ban, in mid-March, both houses of the U.S. Congress and the White House successfully passed the Digital Copyright Act that had been blocked last year. The most important safe harbor regulations in the bill means that the entire internet no longer needs to worry about large-scale infringement lawsuits. Of course, inevitably, the announcement of this bill has also made piracy more prevalent on internet platforms. Another bill, the Communications Decency Act, has also entered the final review stage. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be voted on in April. Unless there are major unforeseen changes, it is almost certain to be passed. As for the Telecommunications Act, which will affect the entire telecommunications industry, even with the efforts of the Westeros system and other telecommunications industry giants, it will still face considerable obstacles. After all, unlike the lifting of the media integration ban, the new Telecommunications Act will be a complete loosening of the information industry. Finally, there is a capital gains tax reform bill. Both parties want to pass this bill very tacitly, but they have been dragging their feet because of the reaction of the media and the public. After Clinton came to power, he formulated a number of tax increase policies for the entire population, such as the gasoline tax. Now that he has started to reduce taxes, it is still difficult for the general public to directly enjoy the benefits of capital gains tax. You can imagine how everyone will react. Fortunately, last year's midterm elections gave Clinton an excuse to pass the buck. Now that both the Senate and the House of Representatives are controlled by the Republicans, the pressure from public opinion that the Democrats need to bear will be much smaller if this bill is submitted and passed. The White House can actually refuse to sign it. However, Mr. President is powerless against this trend, right? As expected by the public, the capital gains tax reform bill will probably be voted on in Congress around May. Coincidentally, Ygritte will be listed next. In order to avoid making it difficult for everyone to do business by making a big mistake, this IPO will still be mainly based on additional issuance. However, Simon can quietly start cashing out other technology stocks. With his holding years of many technology stocks, he will be able to enjoy the minimum capital gains tax rate of 15% by then. The 15% tax rate is much easier to accept than the current 28% tax rate. Daenerys Studios. Simon's casting director Linda Vargas waited patiently in the lounge for more than 10 minutes, and the door of her boss's office finally opened. After sending the two screenwriters of Jumanji away, Simon motioned Linda Vargas to come in. Sitting at his desk, Simon opened the latest version of the script of Jumanji that he had just discussed with two screenwriters, and asked, "How did it turn out?" Linda Vargas shook her head. Schwarzenegger's agent still insisted on signing only one film contract. The two discussed the casting of Jumanji. After finalizing the 2017 version of the plot and memory, the former leading actor Dwayne Johnson naturally could not use the original version. Johnson's current condition is similar to that of Brendan Fraser, and he can't support this role at all. After choosing, Simon found that Arnold Schwarzenegger is more suitable for Dr. Spencer in the film. The 2017 version of Jumanji has many comedy elements, and Arnold happens to be the only superstar among the current action male stars who has opened up his own comedy route. For others, Sylvester Stallone is more suitable for tragic roles, while Harrison Ford, Mel Gibson and others do not fit the role at all. Simon also considered second-tier actors such as Dolph Lundgren and Jean-Claude Van Damme, and then found that there is a reason why these action men can only shoot B-level action movies. Arnold's acting skills are already hard to complement, and Dolph Lundgren and others are even worse. Facing the contact of Deanery's Entertainment, Schwarzenegger's feedback was actually very positive, saying that he was happy to star in this movie. However, he can participate in the film, but he will not talk about long-term contracts. After the success of The Expert and Clerks of the Mountain and other projects, Sylvester Stallone has begun to go downhill. Relying on the success of Terminator 2 and last year's True Lies, Arnold still maintains his peak and now has enough confidence to negotiate with Deanery's. For series movies, especially blockbusters, Simon likes to use relatively cheap actors, but he never refuses suitable first-line celebrities. Although it is positioned as a long-term series, Simon's idea has always been to make the first part as good as possible, and never let the first part become an awkward prelude to the series, which will often only make the entire series unable to proceed. Because of this consideration, Simon is very inclined to Schwarzenegger. At the same time, Simon cannot let the sequel be stopped after the success of the first part because of the dispute between the two sides over the salary, or fall into the situation of working for the stars. Trouble. Seeing her boss knocking on the table to think, Linda Vargas hesitated and said, "Boss, Bruce Willis contacted me yesterday. He is also very interested in this role. He also filmed a performance sample in private. Do you want to see it?" When Simon heard Willis's name, he shook his head without thinking. Willis is completely incompatible with this role. He lacks the kind of tough temperament I want, and he is too short. Linda Vargas knew that Willis's height was 183 centimeters, which was actually taller than Stallone's 178 centimeters. However, just mentioning Willis was already a favor, and she realized that there was no room for negotiation in her boss's tone, so she didn't say anything more. Since the beginning of Lola Run, she has been able to serve as Simon's exclusive casting director for so many years, and now she also enjoys the treatment of vice president of Deanery's group. Linda Vargas cherishes her job very much and is cautious. She knows that her young boss is not someone who can be easily influenced. Just mentioning Willis was considered a favor. Her boss also knew that she was doing a favor and allowed it. After all, Hollywood is a circle of personal relationships. But if she keeps trying to persuade her boss to change his mind, it will touch the red line that she, as a casting director, should not cross. The job of a casting staff is to strictly select actors according to the ideas of the project's main creators, and they should never have their own ideas. Chapter 794 Oscar. In the office, Simon thought for a moment, took a notebook next to him, quickly wrote a few lines on it with a pencil, tore it off and handed it to Linda Vargas, saying, "Trilogy, this is the highest offer I can give. In 3 days, if Arnold disagrees, you can help me choose other actors. This time, you don't need to consider the status, as long as the image and acting skills meet the standards." Linda Vargas took the paper page handed over by Simon, which had 3 sets of quotes on it. The basic salary for the trilogy is $15 million. The second part will increase the global box office gross profit by 10%, and the third part will increase to 20%. Linda Vargas quickly calculated that a special effects blockbuster like Jumanji should be able to achieve a global box office performance comparable to Schwarzenegger's Terminator 2, reaching about $500 million. According to the production cost of $100 million and the publicity and promotion of $500 million, the global box office gross profit of 10% can be about $6 million, and 20% is $12 million. For a big star who gets a full basic salary, such a profit sharing is actually very sincere. The premise is that the box office of the trilogy can reach such a level. If only the global box office of True Lies last year was less than $400 million, even a 20% gross profit share would not be too much. This can also mobilize the enthusiasm of the main creators to a great extent. In general, The salary plan offered by the boss requires the actors and the project to share certain risks, and will not allow the main creators to sit back and enjoy the fruits of the project when the project is losing money. This is Daenerys' consistent salary strategy. Moreover, for this salary, there is also the factor of avoiding Schwarzenegger's asking price for the sequel. Because even if the first part reaches more than $500 million worldwide, without the restriction of a long-term contract, Schwarzenegger may ask for a full channel share on top of the full basic salary in the future. The most typical precedent is Warner's Lethal Weapon series. After the success of the first part of Lethal Weapon, which was not optimistic at the time, Warner basically only made hard-earned money in the subsequent two works, and the bulk of the money was taken by several main creators such as Mel Gibson through a high basic salary and full channel share. Obviously, the powerful boss of the company will not allow Daenerys to fall into such a role. Based on past experience, it is roughly judged that the possibility that Schwarzenegger will agree to this offer should be between 50 and 50. Linda Vargas put away her thoughts and said to Simon, "Boss, I have read the first draft of the script of Jumanji and I have an idea in my mind. Do you want to listen to it?" Simon nodded. "Go ahead." Linda Vargas said, "I also think that the role of Dr. Spencer is almost tailor-made for Arnold. In this case, if Arnold disagrees, we should be able to modify the setting of this role to adapt to other stars, such as Harrison Ford, university professor, archaeologist, or Stallone, Vietnam War veteran, firearms expert. This story is originally built based on video games. Of course, the character attributes are determined by us. There is no need to be trapped by one character." Simon suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment when he heard Linda say this. Indeed, his thinking was completely trapped by the plot characters in his memory. There is no need to do this. Moreover, if you think about it carefully, in the previous film, Dr. Spencer and Karen Gillan's Iron Fist Robbie have overlapping character attributes. Both of them tend to output force. Because of the suppression of Dwayne Johnson, Karen Gillan, who is also very popular, did not have much room to play. If Dr. Spencer's all-round adventurer setting is changed to gun experts suitable for Stallone, one long range, one close combat, and the other two auxiliary, this is more reasonable. After smoothing out his thoughts, Simon clapped his hands lightly, looked at the woman opposite him who had naturally developed a very attractive temperament because of her superior status and high salary over the years, and smiled. "Linda, have I given you a raise?" Linda Vargas' body felt a little hot under the scorching gaze of her young boss. Over the years, she has been courted by countless men of the opposite sex who wanted to get opportunities from her, but those beautiful men are completely incomparable to the young man opposite. Suppressing her inner restlessness, Linda smiled and said, "I just gave you a raise last year." Simon nodded. "Oh, forget it, I'll give you a raise in 2 years. If you have such good ideas in the future, you can always tell me." Linda Vargas was stunned for a moment, pretending to be dissatisfied and said, "Boss, according to the normal plot, you should get a raise. You are too stingy." Simon had already used a pencil to quickly write down the new ideas inspired by Linda on the draft script of Jumanji in front of him, and smiled. "I am a capitalist. Giving employees a raise goes against the genetic instinct of capitalists." Being in a circle where she often interacts with Simon, Linda Vargas occasionally heard about her boss's theory of genetic instinct. She joked a little, but did not dwell on the topic of salary increase. She was very satisfied with her salary. After talking about the progress of casting for other projects, Linda Vargas stood up and left. It was March 23rd, Thursday. Simon gave Arnold time to consider until next Monday, which happened to be the date of the new Oscars ceremony. After another busy day, the next day was Friday. The film This Man from Earth, which was released on February 24th, ended its 4th week of release. Following the amazing box office results of $76.19 million in the first week and $56.37 million in the second week, This Man from Earth fell 49% in the 3rd week of its release, an unexpected and expected deep drop, earning $28.73 million. Subsequently, in the 4th box office week from March 17th to March 23rd, the box office decline of This Man from Earth narrowed to 31% again, with a single-week box office of $19.83 million. 4 weeks after its release, this ultra-low-budget science fiction film, which had a production budget of only $1.5 million, has already grossed $181.12 million. The originally predicted $300 million domestic box office has been lost due to the sharp drop in the third week. However, even with a current domestic box office of $180 million, this phenomenal alternative science fiction temporarily ranks first in the 1995 box office. The estimated domestic box office of $250 million may only be broken by Jurassic Park 2 in the summer and Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice at the end of the year. Because of the unexpected popularity of This Man from Earth, even though they knew that the possibility of replicating this box office miracle was slim, Hollywood studios began to frantically search for similar scripts. In any case, according to the cost level of This Man from Earth, even if the domestic box office was only 1/10 of that, the film company would still be able to reap considerable profits. At the same time, the second and third tier actors who participated in This Man from Earth have all greatly increased their popularity because of the unexpected popularity of this movie. Even if it is impossible to reach the first tier level at one time, relying on the popularity brought by this movie, the actors will not lack film contracts for at least the next few years. If you can manage it carefully, plus some luck, it is enough to gain a firm foothold in Hollywood. After all, the capacity of the top of the pyramid in this circle is very small, and it is a blessing for many actors to be able to hold this rice bowl. Simon also found that the baby-faced supermodel Trish Goff, who performed well in This Man from Earth, seems to be more and more suitable for the role of Robbie the Iron Fist in Jumanji. She has the same baby face and tall stature as the original Karen Gillan, and even her figure is impeccable. However, just like George Clooney, who wanted to hold back for a few more years to continue to star in Deanery's hit TV series ER, Trish Goff is a Victoria's Secret Angel spokesperson, and she signed a 5-year contract. It has only been a year. If she turns to Hollywood, she may not be able to fulfill her spokesperson obligations wholeheartedly. Victoria's Secret brand spokespersons are not just about participating in the annual Victoria's Secret fashion show, but also have to shoot various types of brand-related advertisements and regularly attend physical store marketing activities. Not only that, this baby-faced supermodel who suddenly became famous is also the object of pursuit by many other brands. In the past 4 major spring fashion weeks, the girl walked more than 70 shows from North America to Europe, and she was almost never touched. When Simon called Grace Spelt to ask for her opinion, the woman also said that she had specially sent an assistant to watch Trish Goff, who had just returned from Milan, sleep in her New York apartment. She planned to sleep for a week straight, otherwise she would not be able to recover the energy loss of less than 4 hours of rest a day in the past month. Trish Goff was undoubtedly the most successful one among the 3 supermodels who helped Grace to bring out, so she was naturally the cash cow of Grace's agent. If Trish Goff's career focus shifted to Hollywood, it would definitely be a great thing for this baby-faced supermodel, but it would not be good news for Grace. Trish Goff's actor contract was with WMA, and the commission of the actor's salary would only fall to WMA. However, when Simon mentioned the matter of letting Trish Goff play Iron Fist Robbie, Grace did not object at all, and had an attitude of doing whatever the man said without any opinion. Grace had no objection, so Simon decided directly without asking the baby-faced person for his opinion. I believe that if the other party is a little smarter, they will know how to choose. After all, modeling is a job for young people, and it is easy for the younger generation to beat the older generation. Otherwise, Cindy Crawford would not insist on starring in the bad movie Fair Game from Warner after Simon reminded her. As for Victoria's Secret, as long as the coordination is good, it is nothing more than making the girl busier. It is the good time of youth. If you don't work hard now, you can't wait until you are 30 to make progress. After making up their minds, the matter was basically settled on the weekend before the Oscars. Simon was satisfied with Trish Goff's performance in The Man from Earth. However, since she was going to star in Jumanji, which had more scenes and higher requirements, Simon still required the girl to continue to receive strict acting training before the filming of the movie. In terms of acting, Simon believes in talent, but he believes more in acquired efforts. For this reason, he also gave Trish Goff a small incentive. Before the filming is scheduled to start at the end of the year, Simon will personally audition the girl. The starting salary of the trilogy will be determined according to the audition performance, with a score of 1 to 10, from $100,000 to $1 million US. Of course, if Trish Goff can't even reach the passing score of 6 points, Simon will definitely have to make a temporary replacement. Usually, The salary for a new actress to star in a blockbuster is only $200,000 or $300,000 or even less. Even though Trish Goff has gained good popularity in the fashion circle and with A Man from Earth, she is a newcomer in Hollywood after all, and Simon's initial basic salary is very generous. In addition, since she is Iron Fist Robbie, she must also undergo physical training. Fortunately, as a Victoria's Secret angel, the girl has always maintained the habit of fitness. The next step is nothing more than increasing the intensity of training. Grace also said that she will personally monitor it. This matter is finalized, and Trish Goff's fate is completely changed. In the past, this baby-faced model was only famous for a while in the 1990s. Later, she tried to enter the entertainment industry, but to no avail. In the end, she was completely silent and became an ordinary real estate agent in New York. Now, under the influence of Simon, the big butterfly, the fashion circle not only has a baby-faced supermodel, but Hollywood will also have a baby-faced action actress. The weekend is over. On Monday morning, Linda Vargas told Simon that Schwarzenegger had rejected his offer. The other party probably wanted to talk more. However, Simon's ultimatum was not negotiable, and he didn't like to waste unnecessary energy on such a tug-of-war. What's more, Linda also told Schwarzenegger about the alternative plan that came up last week, and the other party still thought that he had something to rely on and chose to refuse, so there was even less to talk about. What Simon didn't know was that Linda Vargas had some small thoughts in private. The plan on Thursday was proposed by her, and the woman naturally hoped that her suggestion would be adopted by Simon, so that her weight in the heart of her boss would definitely increase a lot. Due to this small thought, Linda almost didn't tell Schwarzenegger about the alternative plan. If Schwarzenegger didn't know that there was an alternative plan, he would be more likely to refuse. In the end, she didn't hide it, because she was loyal to her young boss, and Linda also knew that Simon was not a boss who was easily fooled. Sure enough, when discussing this matter on Monday, Simon casually asked Linda if she had told Arnold about the alternative plan. Linda Vargas broke out in a cold sweat when her boss asked her a seemingly casual question. Afterwards, she repeatedly reminded herself of this question in her heart 100 times. Since Schwarzenegger gave up the opportunity, Simon asked Linda to contact Stallone directly. Compared with Schwarzenegger, Stallone is more positive about this project. This action actor, whose fame was quite inspiring, has obviously not developed as well as Schwarzenegger in recent years. Even several action movies he participated in the past few years have brought losses to the studio, and his status has declined seriously. For this reason, Stallone is still planning to slow down. Previously, he was discussing the plan to participate in James Mangold's new film Police Empire, which made its debut at Sundance at the beginning of the year. The original male lead of this movie is Stallone. Because the purpose of the film is to impact the Oscars, the production cost is not high. Stallone joined at the minimum salary standard of the Screen Actors Guild and only received a symbolic salary of $60,000. When James Mangold was signed, Simon asked someone to contact Stallone. With the idea of making friends with a booming Deaneries Entertainment, Stallone has basically agreed to it, without even asking for additional conditions. Simon had no intention of using Stallone for Jumanji, but only wanted to compensate him later. Simon has always admired professional and hard-working people, and Stallone is definitely one of them. Now, it is considered a direct compensation. The script of Jumanji has also begun to be revised. The setting of the Vietnam War veteran who is trying to take advantage of Rambo's popularity will definitely be retained. In addition, 2 attributes have been added to Stallone: strategic expert and gun master, which happens to be the command core and long-range output of the team. The matter was finalized within a day. Stallone personally called Simon at noon, hoping to chat in person at the Oscar after-party that evening, and he was very enthusiastic. As for Schwarzenegger, he was completely out of the project. Another day passed quickly. It was 6 o'clock on Monday afternoon. After experiencing the excitement of God watching a movie, in 1994, the much-anticipated 67th Academy Awards ceremony was officially opened at the Sacred Civic Auditorium in Los Angeles. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 795: Dragon and Phoenix. When the Oscars ceremony at the Sacred Citizens Hall opened at 6 o'clock in the evening, Simon was with a woman and the children at Cape Doomer Manor. Sophia Fessy flew in from Europe today. As usual, there would be a Melisandre party tonight, but the woman did not come specifically for this, but was invited by Janet. The reason was a recent pregnancy test. It was known that the woman was pregnant with twins a long time ago, but she did not pay special attention to the gender, otherwise it could have been confirmed through DNA testing in London. When she was 4 months pregnant, she had a routine pregnancy test, and the gender of the fetus was determined by ultrasound. The result was not 2 boys or 2 girls, but 1 boy and 1 girl. Twins. Janet was the first to get the news and told Simon. Simon's feeling about this was that the names he chose that night last year just happened to be used. The boy was named Greenwich Westeros and the girl was named Cinderella Westeros. Then, Janet took the initiative to invite Sophia to stay in Los Angeles for a few days. Sophia rarely came to North America since she became pregnant, both to avoid the 2 Jennies and the 2 children. Even though Janet didn't make a big fuss about this, it was still a little awkward. However, since Janet invited her personally, the woman didn't refuse and took the opportunity to come. Simon was somewhat worried that the 3 women would quarrel, so he left work early that day. Fortunately, the imagined scene did not happen. When he returned to Cape Doomer Manor at around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the 3 women and the little ones were having a great time. Sophia brought a lot of gifts, 2 for Janet and 3 for the children, filling up the whole room. After all, it's still the case that more gifts are less annoying. Sophia's emotional intelligence is not much worse than Simon, who has lived 2 lives. Not only that, after Simon left work early, although Sophia looked at him with deep affection, she still very skillfully pushed Simon to the opposite side of her and the 2 Jennies, and her words were very much a common enemy to attack Simon's philandering behavior, and the 3 women were all victims. The 2 Jennies were very smart and probably understood Sophia's intentions, but they cooperated very well. Simon was also very cooperative, with a look of accepting the punishment. After the Oscars ceremony at the Sacred Civic Auditorium began, he turned on the TV. It was another good topic. In fact, the biggest problem when people get along with each other is that they have nothing to say. As long as there is something to talk about, the relationship will be closer without knowing it. The broadcaster of the awards ceremony is still ABC, which has not changed for a long time, but the host this time is David Letterman, the host of CBS's The Late Show with David Letterman. Deaneries Entertainment has recently launched an investigation in contact with 3 TV networks, and the real purpose is of course ABC. Simon also discovered that NBC has Jay Leno's The Tonight Show with Jay Leno, CBS has David Letterman's The Late Show with David Letterman, but ABC, one of the 3 major old TV networks, lacks a late-night talk show. In the same period, there is only a night news program Nightline with very low ratings. Because there are usually many big names present, popular talk shows are quite popular TV programs. This can be seen from the fact that Oprah Winfrey, Jay Leno, David Letterman and others often rank at the top of the TV industry income rankings. For commercially operated American TV stations, the salary of TV people is directly positively correlated with the popularity of the program, so even many news program hosts can get an annual salary of tens of millions of dollars. Currently, the 2 most popular late-night talk shows, The Tonight Show with Jay Leno is very popular and can bring NBC $150 million in advertising revenue each year. The Late Late Show with David is temporarily inferior to the other because it has been launched for a short time, but it can also bring CBS $50 million in revenue each year. On the other hand, ABC's Nightline can only bring the TV network a mere $10 million in advertising revenue each year. Seeing David Letterman on the Oscar stage, Simon quietly took note of this. In the future, if he can't dig up other late-night talk shows to replace Nightline, he must cultivate a similar show himself. Obviously not used to the rhythm of the Oscars, David Letterman, who tried to host this awards ceremony for the first time, performed awkwardly. Various jokes and ridicules of last year's popular films made Simon feel nothing, and the audience's reaction was far less lively than when Billy Crystal hosted. Fortunately, the sluggish opening of the late-night show host did not affect this award ceremony that is destined to be remembered. Since Forrest Gump won the first Best Film Editing Award, the atmosphere in the Sacred Citizen Auditorium has been very warm. There are too many excellent films this year. Whether it is Forrest Gump with 13 nominations or Batman, The Dark Knight Rises, with only 3 technical award nominations, they have attracted much attention. 4 Weddings and a Funeral, Heat, Legend of the Fallen, Little Women and other films are also quite popular, far from the decline of the Oscars in the later stage of decline, when the audience did not see many of the nominated films. In addition, whether Tom Hanks, who was hyped by the media beforehand, will win the Oscar for Best Actor again after last year's Philadelphia Story to create history, has also become the biggest suspense of this awards ceremony. An hour after the awards ceremony began, the Westeros family began to eat dinner, and the topic moved from the living room to the dining room. This continued until after 8 o'clock, when the awards ceremony was mostly over and dinner was over. Daenerys Entertainment had already won 9 awards out of a total of 26 nominations this year. Considering that several important awards in the future will basically fall on Forrest Gump, it will be able to get at least half of the 26 nominations tonight. After dinner, Simon also set off to the city. Not only did his boss have to personally express his wishes to the winners of tonight at Melisandre's party, but he also had some other meetings scheduled, including talking to Stallone about Jumanji, which had just been agreed upon today, and, most importantly, Warren Buffett would come tonight. Berkshire Hathaway, run by Warren Buffett, is a major shareholder of Metropolitan ABC Group, the parent company of ABC TV Network, and is a very good friend of Tom Murphy, the current chairman and CEO of Metropolitan ABC. The two basically maintain a common attitude towards ABC. Daenerys Entertainment wants to acquire Metropolitan ABC, and Buffett is an obstacle that cannot be avoided. However, as long as this veteran investor in Omaha agrees, the matter can basically be finalized. Melisandre's party no longer needs Sophia to personally organize it, so the woman did not rush to the Sunset Tower Hotel in the city with Simon. When Simon left, Janet, who was seeing the man off, still looked aggressive and said that a certain guy didn't need to come back tonight, and the women were going to sleep together and talk privately. Arriving at the Sunset Tower Hotel in West Hollywood, it was already 9:30. The Oscars are over. The popular Forrest Gump won 8 Little Golden Men with a good score of 8 out of 13 nominations, including the core Best Picture, Best Director and Best Actor awards. This result exceeded the 13 nominations and 6 out of the original Time and Space. Obviously, Daenerys' powerful public relations offensive worked. Tom Hanks also became the first actor in Hollywood history to win the Oscar for Best Actor for 2 consecutive years, creating a new history in Hollywood. In addition, Daenerys also won 6 Oscars in non-core awards such as Best Original Score and Best Documentary Feature, which Forrest Gump missed 26 nominations, 14 awards. A big win. After keeping a low profile last year, Daenerys once again became the biggest winner of the Oscars. And she deserves it. Because there were so many good films last year, most of which were produced by Daenerys Entertainment. After the awards ceremony, there were even voices on the internet that mentioned some films that did not win awards to defend injustice. Simon arrived at the party and had just congratulated the Forrest Gump crew when Arnold Schwarzenegger and his wife came over. As the male lead of last year's hit True Lies, Arnold would naturally not miss this year's Oscars. Even if the Jumanji project was not negotiated, it did not prevent Melisandre from sending an invitation to the other party. Unless it was something that touched Simon's red line, he would never turn against him because of a business failure. Arnold didn't beat around the bush. He simply said hello and said directly, "Simon, I heard that you want Sylvie to take over the project." To be honest, Sylvie is a good guy, but he has no talent for comedy. Maybe we can talk about it again, right? Before Simon could answer, Stallone had already approached with his girlfriend Jennifer Flavin, greeted the two enthusiastically, and said casually, "What are you talking about?" The two action stars have always been at odds with each other in private. Simon would not let them clash at his own party. He smiled and said, "Nothing." Then he said directly to Schwarzenegger, "Sorry, Arnold, it's a pity this time. Maybe we will have a chance to cooperate next time." After speaking, he made a gesture to Stallone, nodded to Arnold, and turned to leave. After being suppressed by Schwarzenegger for several years and being cheated at the beginning, it was a rare occasion for Stallone to gain the upper hand. Before turning around with Simon, he couldn't help but glance at this old rival. Hollywood news always spreads fast. During the day, Schwarzenegger was the first to receive the news that Daenerys had turned to Stallone. He immediately realized that Simon, the person in charge of casting, was not joking about the alternative plan. He also realized his own mistake. In recent years, Schwarzenegger has also seen that special effects movies are the general trend in Hollywood, and traditional muscle man action movies are becoming less and less popular. He was determined to win Jumanji. After reading the initial script outline, Arnold thought that this role belonged to him, so he wanted to bargain with Daenerys. Simon gave the last offer last week, and Schwarzenegger was hesitant at the time and almost agreed. He knew that Daenerys was strong in contract negotiations. However, under the persuasion of his agent, he actually wanted to insist on it, so he refused again, but he didn't expect it to be so suddenly. Watching Westeros and Stallone leave, at a certain moment, Schwarzenegger couldn't help but vent his anger on his agent. He was still a little uneasy. Schwarzenegger's wife Maria Shriver, who had been standing quietly beside him, saw her husband's uncertain expression and whispered to comfort him, "Arnold, I don't think it's a big deal. Didn't Warner invite you to participate in the order? We are not short of opportunities." Schwarzenegger is big, but his brain matches his size. Hearing this, he smiled bitterly and shook his head and said, "It's different, dear." It is precisely because he has no shortage of film contracts that Schwarzenegger can bargain with Daenerys fearlessly. Warner's The Order is one of the most important projects, and the other party has also offered a full salary of $15 million. However, The Order is still an old-fashioned action movie that Arnold is good at. He knows very well that starring in such a movie will not bring him any breakthrough, but just repeating his previous performances. Even if the project fails, it will damage his status. Stallone's popularity has declined in recent years. The key reason is that he has been repeating a screen image, which has caused the audience to gradually become tired of it. Daenerys' Jumanji is different. This is not only the most popular special effects blockbuster in recent years, but also happens to be suitable for their obvious action roles, and the setting is different from the lone hero that was common in the past. It is definitely a project that can refresh the audience. Now, judging from the situation, it is completely hopeless. On the other hand, even if Stallone is selected, Simon still thinks Arnold is more suitable. However, since the decision has been made, Simon will not change it easily. This movie is a challenge for Stallone. If it succeeds, he can break through the shackles of previous roles. For Simon, it is also a breakthrough attempt. Even if it fails, it doesn't matter. Daenerys Entertainment can now fully withstand the failure of one or two projects. What's more, this is an external cooperation project. Simon launched these projects only out of the mentality of maintaining the balance of Hollywood, and he has no intention of helping other film companies to develop. Stallone deliberately sent his girlfriend away, and the two came to the top bar terrace of the Sunset Tower Hotel where the party was held, and found a seat. The action star seriously talked about his ideas about this project, and Simon also began to raise his own opinions. If Stallone wants to succeed in this project, the key is still a sense of contrast. A big reason for the success of the original film is the lighthearted and humorous tone of the film. However, this does not mean that Stallone has to be funny in it. This is mainly the work of two supporting roles. In the version with Dwayne Johnson, Johnson is still the action leader and is not responsible for too many funny scenes. He just successfully added the contrast setting of being possessed by a geek and performed it very successfully. This time, Stallone has to do the same, and he must also incorporate his own style. This is actually the same as Sun and Dagger, which opened Schwarzenegger's comedy career. In Sun and Dagger, Danny DeVito is responsible for the comedy, and the strong contrast between the two brothers whose images are completely incompatible. Stallone attaches great importance to this project. The two chatted for more than half an hour. If Bryce Levison hadn't come to say hello and reminded Stallone that Simon had other social engagements, the action star would definitely want to continue chatting with Simon. After Stallone left, Simon looked at the woman who looked like a mermaid in a silver sequined dress tonight, patted his side, and asked with a smile, "Why are you here?" Bryce Levison didn't shy away and squeezed beside Simon, but pointed to the bar lobby and said with a smile, "Don't blame me for disturbing you, I was instigated to come here." Simon looked over where Bryce pointed and didn't find anything special. However, he soon realized that she should have been sent by Grace Spalt. Grace said on the weekend that she would come to the West Coast today, but she didn't expect that she would bring Bryce Levison with her. Perhaps, it could be that Bryce took the initiative to come up. This woman was severely punished by Janet in Florida last time, and it seems that she didn't remember it. Chapter 796 Buffett. Simon was chatting quietly with Bryce Levison when he heard a slightly hoarse and old voice greeting him. "Hey, Simon. Turning his head, he saw that it was Warren Buffett. Simon and Buffett were both at the top of the social pyramid, and this was not the first time they had come into contact. They had met in some social occasions before, but they were not familiar with each other. The meeting tonight was not deliberately arranged. Simon knew that Buffett would be there and planned to have a chance encounter. In fact, both parties knew each other's purpose. Otherwise Buffett, a 65-year-old man, would not have asked for an invitation to attend such a fashionable party. In the past, Buffett agreed to sell the Metropolitan ABC Group to Disney in 1995 because he saw that the impact of cable television and the internet on traditional public television networks was becoming more and more obvious, so he chose to cash out at a high price. Facts have basically proved the correctness of Buffett's decision. After the new century, including Fox, the 4 major public television networks in the United States have basically been declining. Television programs that had 20 to 30 million viewers in the early days of the network have become increasingly rare after the millennium. Although they have been making money, they are far less popular than the increasingly prosperous cable TV and the internet, and can only become vassals of major media groups. Buffett's cashing out time seems to be a little early, but it is in line with the investment principle of this veteran investor not to pursue the last dollar. It is this prudent investment strategy that allowed Buffett in the original time and space to clear out the stocks of the 2 housing agencies early before the subprime mortgage crisis, avoiding the impact of Berkshire Hathaway. Smiling, he stood up and shook hands with Buffett, and casually introduced Bryce next to him. After greeting, Simon whispered in the woman's ear, and waited for Bryce to turn around and leave reluctantly, and then sat down with Buffett. Buffett watched Bryce walk away like a mermaid, and joked with Simon, "I really envy you young people." Simon also laughed and said, "Warren, you are not old at all." Speaking of which, Buffett is actually in a state of 1 house, 2 wives. The investment tycoon had separated from his original wife in the 1970s, but the two never divorced. Over the years, they have been going out in public together as a couple. At the same time, Buffett has been living with another partner, which is considered a couple. It is rumored that the relationship between the 3 is very good. Buffett now sends holiday cards to relatives and friends, and even signs them together. In recent years, many media have ridiculed Warren Buffett for having 2 wives for various reasons. In fact, Buffett's 1 house, 2 wives is not worth mentioning in the circle of wealthy people. When a person can get in touch with the scenery at the top of the pyramid, he will inevitably find that many things are far beyond the boldest fantasy. Apart from being stingy like Grandad in spending money, Buffett is no different from ordinary super-rich people in other aspects, one of which is that he often attends various top social gatherings. Of course, except for charity parties that require donations. After politely complimenting the party, Buffett turned the topic to Ygritte, asking Simon questions about various issues of the company. Although the billionaire is 65 years old, his memory and thinking are still quite sharp and agile. Many data related to Ygritte seem to be imprinted in his mind. Moreover, it is obvious that Buffett is confused and questioned by Ygritte's rapidly rising financial data. In the past, no matter how turbulent the internet wave was, Buffett was determined not to get involved in new technology industries that he was not familiar with. This even led to Buffett being thrown eggs by shareholders at the Berkshire Hathaway annual meeting, accusing him of missing the best investment opportunity. Now, the old-school conservative Buffett obviously still doesn't understand the internet, so Amazon Online Wall is indeed the part of the business with the most serious losses. Simon, have you ever thought about separating this part of the business, or reducing the investment in this area, so that it can develop more steadily, so that the stock price growth potential of Ygritte after listing will definitely be greater? Simon realized that Buffett was interested in Ygritte's IPO. This is not surprising at all. Buffett likes companies with moats the most. Now Ygritte, whether it is advertising or software and other businesses, can be said to be high city and deep moat, and no other company in the same industry can compete. However, for this investor who pays great attention to profit margins, Ygritte's shortcomings are also obvious. The most important point is that the investment is too aggressive, which has caused huge losses that he thinks are completely unnecessary. If these burdens are cut or gotten rid of, Ygritte will immediately become Buffett's most ideal investment target, with high growth rate, high profit margin, and a corporate moat that is difficult for peers to cross. Simon certainly would not do this to cater to Buffett's investment intention. He shook his head and said, "Warren, e-commerce is an indispensable part of Ygritte's business system. This business may seem to be loss-making, but it can greatly increase the types of services in the internet industry, thereby increasing users' stickiness to the internet. In short, this is a kind of market cultivation. All the businesses that Ygritte is doing now are like this. As long as the public is aware that there are enough services on the internet, they will gradually consume directly or indirectly in this field. Buffett nodded, shook his head again, and said, "But, Simon, there is no shortage of capital to develop any business in the internet field now. I think Ygritte can be more focused. You have to know that if a company pays too much attention to diversification, the results are often not very good." Simon said, "Of course I understand that Ygritte is actually already making relevant arrangements. I will also streamline this company at the right opportunity, but not now." The right opportunity Simon mentioned was after the bursting of the internet bubble. The early development of the Westeros system in the new technology field could not stop the normal economic laws of the capital society at all. The day when the bubble bursts will come sooner or later. At that time, Simon will not only streamline the business, but also streamline the huge and rapidly bloated staff team of Ygritte. In recent years, in pursuit of rapid expansion, Ygritte has accumulated various problems. Simon will solve them as much as possible through drastic streamlining after the internet bubble bursts, so as to achieve a rebirth for the company. Buffett obviously couldn't understand Simon's thoughts, and thought that this was an excuse from the young man in front of him. He could only shake his head slightly and change the subject. "Simon, I found that you are planning to acquire ABC, right? In this matter, Simon has actually revealed a lot of flaws. For example, the ESPN shares obtained from the Hearst family. For example, the large-scale IPO financing last year. And in the past few years, several popular TV programs such as Friends and ER were deliberately handed over to the other two TV networks. Simon's intention for this arrangement is similar to the foreign cooperation projects in Hollywood, parasitic infiltration. However, in Buffett's view, this is obviously intended to deliberately suppress the development of ABC in order to lower the bid when launching the acquisition, which is actually another part of the fact. In this case, Simon simply nodded and said, "Yes, after the ban on media integration is lifted, further integration in this field to adapt to global competition is an inevitable trend. Metropolitan ABC is my top priority, but of course, it is not the only choice. Warren, if you are willing, we can talk about the offer now." Berkshire Hathaway holds 25% of the shares of Metropolitan ABC Group. Buffett actually has more say in this company than Chairman and CEO Tom Murphy. As long as he agrees, the matter can basically be finalized. Buffett did not respond immediately, but complained, "Simon, Deanery's current stock price is too high." Simon just smiled and shrugged. He recalled Disney's acquisition plan for Metropolitan ABC in his memory. It was a mixed transaction of half equity and half cash. Obviously, this time, Buffett had the same idea, but the current stock price of Deanery's Entertainment was very high. The investment tycoon did not want to obtain a full cash acquisition, but was worried that Metropolitan ABC would suffer a loss after exchanging shares or part of the shares. Because he has been paying close attention, Simon knows that the current market value of Metropolitan ABC Group is about $16 billion. Since the Westeros system has led to the recovery of the entire North American stock market in advance, the current market value of Metropolitan ABC must exceed the original timeline. Counting the company's debt of about $3 billion, and before the acquisition, the overall $19 billion is exactly the same as the total transaction amount of Disney's acquisition of Metropolitan ABC in the original time and space. This time, Deanery's wants to acquire this company. The total transaction amount must be more than $20 billion, including assets and liabilities. Simon does not feel disadvantaged or pressured by this, because Deanery's market value is actually higher, currently exceeding $130 billion. According to the financial report of Deanery's Entertainment's first quarter of fiscal year 1995 released in February, the price-earnings ratio has reached more than 120 times, which is absolutely unacceptable to Buffett. In comparison, the price-earnings ratio of Metropolitan ABC Group is only 37 times. Seeing Simon smiling but not answering, Buffett frowned slightly in distress and asked, "Simon, do you think Deanery's stock price still has room to rise?" Simon shook his head and said, "Warren, who can say for sure about this kind of thing? However, I have enough confidence in Deanery's. Many people say that the company's growth has reached its ceiling. However, as long as they pay a little attention to the financial report, It is not difficult to find that Deaneries' quarterly financial report released in February still has a year-on-year growth rate of 39%. I believe this growth can continue for a long time. Buffett frowned and thought for a moment, and seemed to have made up his mind. He said, "Simon, I can sell Metropolitan ABC to you, but I think my shareholders also need to get enough interest protection, so I hope to get a cash plus convertible bond payment method, half cash and half convertible bonds based on the current stock price as a benchmark, for 10 years, with an annual interest rate of 8%. Every investor has his own specific investment style. The transaction method of cash plus stocks or bonds is a common method used by Buffett in acquisition transactions. Cash can ensure that the money is in your pocket. Stocks or bonds can save capital gains tax in the short term and maximize profits in the future. Moreover, Buffett often asks for risk-free maximization of profits. Simon chose to refuse without hesitation. "Warren, if you insist, there is no need for us to talk about it." Deaneries Entertainment's IPO last year was to prepare for the acquisition of the public television network. Including the financing during the IPO and some subsequent profits of Deaneries, the entire Deaneries Entertainment Group currently has a cash reserve of more than $7 billion. As long as the cash is not spent, it will inevitably suffer from inflation. The larger the cash, the more so. Therefore, for Deaneries Entertainment, even if its own stock price is very high, a full cash acquisition is the top priority. Buffett now wants both cash and a stable high-interest bond. He also requires that this part of the bonds can be converted into Deaneries Entertainment's future shares at any time according to the agreed stock price at the right time in the future. This good thing has been enjoyed by this investor many times, but it was only agreed when some companies were in trouble and had no choice. Deaneries Entertainment is in a good situation. If Simon agrees to such obviously unequal transaction terms, he will be criticized by other shareholders. Having said that, Simon didn't want the deal to fall through, so he softened his tone and said, "Warren, I will definitely not accept this kind of transaction model with unequal additional terms. You have to be responsible to your shareholders, and so do I. So, either all cash or all stock, or cash and stock without any extra terms. Otherwise, I can only try to cooperate with the other two TV networks. And, frankly speaking, in Hollywood today, only Deaneries Entertainment has enough strength to acquire the three major TV networks. With the development of cable TV and the internet, the decline of public TV networks is very obvious. The later you choose to sell, or sell it to other companies in the future, the less likely you will get a high price. If you keep holding it, unfortunately, the value of this TV network will shrink faster, just like the current print media industry." Buffett heard Simon's words, his expression did not change, and he said, "Simon, since you think so, why do you want to acquire a TV network?" Simon said, "It is already difficult for a single TV network to develop, but it is an indispensable part of a large media group. It can provide marketing and sales channels for Deaneries' other businesses. I don't think you understand this." Buffett shook his head again. He did not refute Simon's argument, but he muttered again, "Deaneries' stock price is too high." The old man still wanted stocks, but he obviously could not accept Deaneries' super high price-earnings ratio of 120 times. Simon smiled and said, "Then choose all cash. Warren, you should have heard the news that the capital gains tax will be adjusted soon. At that time, the 15% capital gains tax rate will be nothing for the income you have invested in Metropolitan ABC over the years. Even if the deal is negotiated now, it involves a huge merger of $20 billion. It will take at least 3 to 5 months to complete the transaction. According to the information Simon received, if nothing unexpected happens, the capital gains tax reform bill will be passed in May. At that time, Berkshire Hathaway, which has held shares of Metropolitan ABC Group for many years, can fully enjoy the most favorable capital gains tax rate." Chapter 797, Listen to Women's Words the Other Way. Simon decisively rejected Buffett's proposal to take all the benefits, and he was obviously a little entangled. The investment tycoon was of course aware of the industry trend of public television networks, and the current high point of the North American stock market drove Buffett to cash out the Metropolitan ABC Group as soon as possible. Moreover, after silently watching the development of the weird capital behemoth of the Westeros system for many years, Buffett also wanted to take advantage of it. A big business of $20 billion could not be settled in a few words at a time. The conversation between the two did not even involve specific offers. After chatting for more than 10 minutes, Buffett said he needed to think about it and got up to say goodbye. Simon was not in a hurry and personally sent him out of the bar before returning. It was a sleepless night and the party atmosphere was strong. After turning around, he saw Eva Herzigova and Aniela Pasterva pretending to walk by and greet him by chance. Simon casually put his arms around the waists of the two Czech girls and said, "Go dancing with me." The two girls agreed obediently and took the initiative to hold the man's arms on the left and right. As two of the three supermodels who rose rapidly last year under Grace, the two women knew very well who was behind all this. Seeing that Coco Gauff, who seemed to be the most popular with Simon, was far ahead in the fashion circle in Hollywood, they certainly hoped to get more resources from the man. The three walked to the dance floor. Simon told Eva Herzigova to leave for a short time and come to the band to explain according to the man's instructions. The bar soon sounded a lively dance music. The men and women who had been secretly paying attention to the movements of a certain man at the party gathered on the dance floor after the music started. Knowing the sexual orientation of a certain young tycoon, the men would not approach him to get bored. However, the beautiful and bright girls did not have such scruples. As the music played, they surrounded Simon and competed for beauty. Daniela and Eva were quickly squeezed away. When the song ended, Simon was left with a series of lip prints on his cheeks and neck, and there was a stack of business cards in his shirt and trousers pockets. The girls who were able to get the invitation to Melisandre's party were not unknown, but in front of a certain man, there really had no room for restraint. After dancing, they moved to a sofa booth in a corner of the bar to continue having fun. The girl next to Simon was also replaced by Maya Kirshner, who won the Golden Globe Award and Oscar Best Actress nominations for Little Women this year. Maya Kirshner just turned 20 this year. Initially, she replaced Winona Ryder to star in Little Women. Simon's intention was just to let her get a Golden Globe nomination first. However, the girl's performance obviously exceeded expectations. Coupled with Deanery's Entertainment's strong public relations network, she easily got an Oscar nomination. From the time they met at the Sundance Film Festival last year to now, Simon and this petite Russian girl have never had a close relationship. He just purely likes Maya Kirshner's performance in his memory and thinks she is better than Winona Ryder. The previous stupidity was just because of lack of opportunities. Now, Simon gave her a chance, and the girl immediately began to bloom. Not only that, because of Simon's preference, Hollywood naturally regarded the girl as another lover of his. Judging from the situation, even the girl herself thought so. Everyone left the dance floor and sat down on the sofa booth in the corner of the bar. Maya Kirshner stayed close to Simon, took a stack of wet wipes from the elusive girl and considerately helped Simon wipe his lip marks. Gwyneth Paltrow, who was lucky enough to occupy the seat on the other side of Simon, wanted to ask for a wet wipe to help the man wipe, but was directly ignored by Maya. In another place, you can see Grace Spolt and Bryce Levison sitting on high stools by the bar on the other side of the booth, each with a glass of champagne. No matter their status or age, they can compete for a favor with a group of fairies around Simon. Bryce glanced in a certain direction with obvious jealousy, and retracted her gaze and said to Grace, "It seems that you have no chance tonight." Grace picked up the champagne and took a sip, then glanced in the direction of Simon with a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. "I don't care." Bryce couldn't stand Grace's eyes and teased, "Your daughter is already in love with my son. Can you stop being such a nympho? I'm going to vomit." Grace was not someone to be trifled with, and glared at Bryce when she heard it. "I'm a nympho, go ahead and vomit." After all, the tulips that have been raised in greenhouses from childhood to adulthood cannot match the momentum of wild roses that have experienced wind and rain. Bryce felt guilty for a while when she was stared at by Grace, and then she became angry and said like a little girl, "I won't take you in tonight." The two came to Los Angeles this time, and Bryce took the initiative to invite Grace to stay in her holiday villa in Palisades. Grace simply ignored it and turned her eyes to the man. Eva Herzigova and Aniela Pasterva came over from Simon's side, probably wanting some drinks, and saw Grace, and took the initiative to come over to say hello. Grace just nodded at the two girls, and Bryce said to them with some dissatisfaction, "You are so useless. You were pushed aside so easily. No wonder he doesn't like you as much as Chusi." The two Czech girls knew that Bryce was Grace's good friend and did not dare to refute. They were indeed pushed away from Simon by a group of fairies. After all, it was the ecological suppression in the circle. Among the professions of movie stars, singers and models, Models are the least respected. Even supermodels are still models and naturally have no confidence. When the two women returned to Simon with a few glasses of wine in their hands, Bryce seemed to have discovered something and asked Grace, "Where is Coco Gauff? Why didn't she come tonight?" Grace said, "She was too tired at the fashion week. I arranged for her to rest in New York and she can't run around." Bryce blinked a few times and laughed knowingly. "You're jealous and don't want her to always appear in front of Simon." Bryce said this and was waiting for Grace to refute and argue, but Grace nodded directly, "Yes." Bryce's fist landed in the air. Bryce was a little bored and threatened, "I'll tell Simon later." Grace retracted her gaze and stared at Bryce up and down, and said coldly, "If you dare to say bad things about me in front of Simon, I will strangle you to death." Bryce felt a chill on her back. She inexplicably felt that the woman in front of her, who seemed to her to have lost her mind, would really do this. She concealed her guilty conscience and raised her chin pretending to be indifferent. "Come on, strangle me." Grace withdrew her gaze, raised her glass and sipped the champagne, saying, "Your neck is very beautiful, very thin, very white, and slender, the kind Simon likes very much." Bryce heard her suddenly praise herself again, and was about to show a proud expression, but Grace added faintly, "But it's also easy to cut it off." Bryce tried to think, and threatened subconsciously, "If you say that again, I will let my son bully your daughter severely." Grace really stopped talking. However, Bryce was still a little frustrated, realizing that Grace was not afraid that she would let her son bully her daughter, but that it seemed that the lady didn't care. Of course, Grace didn't care, but she didn't care. Because of her profession, she was a woman who was very good at judging people. Bryce was a very strong mother, so her son, who seemed to be excellent, tall and strong, and served as the captain of the school football team, was actually very cowardly and lacked his own opinions because of his mother's long-term suppression. To a large extent, he was like her mother, and they were all flowers raised in a greenhouse from childhood to adulthood. And his daughter, of course, was like himself. Many facts have proved that even if they don't try to do it, after a long time of getting along, children's personalities are most influenced by their parents, especially when teenagers are most capable of imitating. Once a personality is formed, it is engraved in the bones and difficult to change. Grace has always been confident that her daughter, who is as smart as herself, will not suffer any loss when getting along with a boy from Bryce's family. The two occasionally bickered and chatted, and from time to time they had to reject one or two ignorant young men who came to chat up. They thought that a guy would choose one or two girls to leave the party together, and they would definitely have no chance tonight. However, about half an hour later, they found that Simon seemed to be leaving alone, so Bryce immediately pulled Grace and quietly chased after him. Just caught up with him at the elevator. Simon brought Girl A with him, and there were two bodyguards around him. Seeing the two women, Simon smiled and greeted them. "Are you leaving too?" Bryce rolled her eyes at the man and started to follow the procedure. "Simon, can you take us home?" Simon nodded and asked again, "Where do you live?" Bryce came to Simon's side and pushed Girl A away. She didn't rush to take the man's arm, but said, "I have a villa in Palisade," and gestured to Grace, who was standing quietly on the other side of Simon. "Gray also lives with me. It's more comfortable than the hotel." Simon smiled and said, "It's just on the way." The elevator door opened at this time, and everyone entered the elevator together. The two bodyguards stood silently in a corner near the door pretending to be wooden, leaving the spacious space at the back for the boss and a few people. When the elevator began to fall, Bryce glanced at the man again. "Just on the way." Simon nodded. "Yes, I'm going home tonight." Before coming out, Janet sent Simon away and said that he didn't need to go back tonight, and they were going to have a night talk. However, women's words must be listened to in reverse, not to mention that there are 3 women in the house, and they are all mothers of his children. Even if he will be looked down upon if he goes back, he has to go back. There are 2 identical black Bentleys in the underground parking lot. Simon will bring at least a group of 4 bodyguards when he travels now, and 1 car is definitely not enough. Girl A went to the latter car silently, and Grace and Bryce squeezed with Simon in the back seat of the front Bentley, pulled down the tailgate, and when the car drove onto Sunset Boulevard, Bryce began to get restless, and Simon did not refuse. However, even if Bryce took the initiative to explain that the villa in Palisade was the private property left to her by her parents, not the property of the Levison family, and hoped that Simon could stay, in the end he could only pass by. After watching the 2 women get off the car and enter the villa, Simon continued to rush back to Cape Dumay Manor. When he got home, it was already 11:30. He took a shower quietly and changed his clothes that smelled of other women's perfume. After asking the night maid, the three women had already gone to rest, and they did not really have a long talk, but each of them had 3 bedrooms. First came to Sophia's room. Despite the jet lag, Sophia, who had just arrived from Europe during the day, had already gone to bed. However, looking at the TV that was on, she had obviously tried to wait for Simon, but unfortunately she couldn't resist the pregnant woman's sleepiness instinct. He quietly squatted at the head of the bed and leaned over to kiss the woman's cheek. Sophia opened her eyes like Sleeping Beauty, smiled at Simon, and took the man's hand and pressed it on her bulging belly. Green and Cynro were fighting just now. Simon silently felt a warmth in his palm and asked with a smile, "Who won?" Sophia said, "It must be Green. Our son will definitely be as good as you in the future." Simon said, "It seems that they say daughters are like their fathers. No, I hope Cynro is like Zir. Anyway, she has her father and brothers to protect her, so of course it's better for her to be smarter. Speaking of which, Zir is so smart, it's amazing. Maybe she will become another Simon Westeros in the future. I feel threatened when you say that." "Oh, you won't. You are an elitist at heart. You don't like mediocre people. You must hope that your children will be as outstanding as possible. If they are better than you, you will be happier." "So I am such a person." Sophia nodded. "Yes, it's such an obvious thing." Simon smiled. "I really hadn't thought about this before, but now I think it's probably because the person involved is confused." After chatting for a while, Sophia took the initiative to push Simon to leave. He shouldn't stay here tonight. After saying goodnight to the woman, watching her fall asleep, and helping to turn off the TV, Simon left Sophia's bedroom and turned to the female assistant. Jennifer was still awake. "When I just entered the room, there was still the sound of reading in the room. Looking at the big bed, I found Seattle was there too." The little girl was lying quietly beside her mother with her beautiful eyes open, listening to the female assistant reading A Brief History of Time, a book that was completely not in the category of infant or even teenager reading. Seeing Simon coming in, the female assistant did not stop reading. She patiently read a chapter, then put down the book and said softly to her daughter, "Okay, we can only stop here tonight." Seattle nodded obediently, and did not forget to say to Simon in a childish voice, "Good night, Dad." "Good night, baby." Simon kissed the little guy on the delicate face, pointed to the book Jennifer put down, and asked with a smile, "Do you understand it?" The female assistant shook her head. "Not really, this is picked by Zir himself." The daughter certainly couldn't fall asleep immediately. Simon was curious and looked at the little person in the woman's arms who was less than 1.5 years old. "Baby, what is this book about?" Seattle blinked and said, "The universe." "Oh," Simon nodded, and asked again, "How do you feel?" Seattle seemed to think for a while, and then said, "Beautiful." Simon and the female assistant looked at each other. "Okay. Those who can use beautiful to describe an obscure popular science book must be extraordinary." Jennifer just smiled softly, stretched out her hand and pushed Simon. "Sir and I are going to sleep, you go to Jenny." Simon nodded, said goodnight to the mother and daughter again, and left this bedroom. He did not forget to check on the other 2 sons who were already fast asleep. He wanted to wake the 2 silly boys up to read a passage from A Brief History of Time and ask them about their feelings, but he gave up and went to the round master bedroom of Shale Villa. Janet was already asleep. Feeling Simon getting on the bed, Janet shrank in like a kitten, arched in the man's arms, found a comfortable position, and calmed down again. Simon kissed the woman on the face and said goodnight, until Janet subconsciously opened her little mouth and bit his shoulder, then smiled and fell asleep. Chapter 798, Cersei Capital's Further Expansion. After the Oscars, Simon did not immediately follow the schedule to go to Australia to follow up the filming of Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice. The project of acquiring the asset management department of State Street Bank, which BlackRock Asset Management, a subsidiary of Cersei Capital, has been promoting since last year, has finally been finalized after more than half a year of ups and downs. The biggest obstacle to this matter was originally in Washington. After last year's midterm elections, many problems are no longer problems. After Simon quietly withdrew all his previous political arrangements in Florida, as a kind of return, the last few opposition voices from the Republican Party also died down. As for the media and the public, There are almost no media in the United States that dare to directly confront the Westeros system at this stage. Time has been delayed for so long that it is no longer considered news, so the whole thing has caused little waves in the media. Such a highly professional financial merger is too far away from the lives of the public, and lacks the promotion of the media, so even fewer people pay attention to it. On March 29, Simon and his wife flew to Boston to officially sign the merger agreement with State Street Bank. After more than half a year of development, coupled with this merger, the total assets controlled by BlackRock Asset Management Company has reached an unprecedented $370 billion. At this stage, no fund company can compare with BlackRock. Speaking of which, because it is mainly engaged in low-risk and stable return asset management business, the scale of BlackRock's controlled assets seems huge. After merging with State Street Bank's asset management department, it is expected that the annual revenue from management fees and consulting fees will only be around $1.5 billion. Due to the nature of the enterprise, BlackRock's net profit margin attributable to shareholders is relatively high, reaching 30%, so the annual profit is about $450 million. Such profits are even less than 1/10 of the annual income of Cersei Fund Management Company, which is engaged in hedging business, last year. Relying on the crazy hedging with many technology stock shorts in the first half of last year, coupled with the harvest brought by the financial turmoil in Latin America caused by the Mexican peso crisis in the second half of the year, in the end, after deducting all fees, in 1994, Cersei Fund Management Company still reaped a huge profit of a total of $6.9 billion. However, compared with the total size of Cersei Fund Management Company of $5 billion at the beginning of 1994, Simon has controlled this amount of funds to about $3 billion through continuous settlement and return, and there is a trend of further contraction in the future. Because as more and more funds flow into the capital hedging industry, according to Soros's famous theory of reflexivity that market participants and the market themselves influence each other, the uncertainty in this field will increase significantly. Moreover, capital hedging is ultimately a zero-sum game. Cersei Fund Management Company made $6.9 billion last year, which actually means that many people lost so much money, which may unknowingly make many enemies for the Westeros system. The assassination in the first half of last year and the subsequent explosion of Woodfield Manor, in the final analysis, someone lost so much money in the capital hedging market that he wanted to take a different approach. Simon does not want something to happen again. Therefore, Simon even plans to completely withdraw Cersei capital from the hedging field in the near future, at least not to personally participate in this part of the business, and then tend to Apollo Management Company and BlackRock Asset Management Company. Compared with the shrinking hedge business, the scale of the other two subsidiaries is continuously expanding, which is the normal soldier in the financial field. During the primitive accumulation period, because there are too few chips, it doesn't matter if you use a few surprise soldiers. Even if you lose all of them, you won't lose too much. When capital develops to a certain extent, it is very irrational to continue to do so. Moreover, for BlackRock Asset Management, although the returns are far less than hedge funds, Simon is not interested in this at all, but the control of this financial giant over North American and even global capital. For many years to come, a large part of the power in this world will be rooted in capital. If you control capital, you have power. The more capital you control, the greater the power. In the original time and space, Lawrence Fink, who controls BlackRock Asset Management with an asset size of $7 trillion, often ranks at the top of the list of powerful people in the world with many heads of state. Now, this hidden power will belong to the Westeros family. After this merger, the Simons Cersei capital stake in BlackRock Asset Management was reduced to 32%. However, out of trust in the Westeros family, State Street Bank granted the Simons and their wife the voting rights for 22% of BlackRock Asset Management's shares obtained during the merger for a period of 5 years. A total of 54% of the voting rights gave the Westeros family absolute control over BlackRock Asset Management. It is undeniable that Lawrence Fink is a very outstanding senior manager in the financial industry. However, whether it is State Street Bank selling its asset management department or the investors of its department's assets willing to transition to Cersei Capital, they still value the surname Westeros. The main reason why Janet pushed for this merger was that she found that Lawrence Fink was trying to erode Cersei Capital's control over BlackRock Asset Management by continuously diluting its equity. With the completion of this transaction, Fink will not try to do so again unless he is stupid. Otherwise, Simon does not mind kicking him out. Many small funds with assets of hundreds of millions or billions of dollars often cannot survive after losing their core members. However, the current BlackRock asset management company has become a huge capital machine that can run smoothly without anyone. Simon accompanied Janet in Boston for a day. After the M&A contract was signed, Janet stayed in Boston to deal with some follow-up matters. Simon rushed to New York the next day, where he had a lot of work to deal with. The couple's planned trip to Australia was postponed to April 3rd. On March 30th and March 31st, Simon held professional and lengthy meetings with the teams of Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley and First Boston to discuss the IPO of Ygritte, the listing of Nokia in North America and the IPO of Melisandre. Among them, the listing of Nokia in North America will be the first, probably in May. Simon chose to list Nokia on the U.S. stock market mainly to pave the way for the development of this communications industry giant in North America. Only by linking Nokia's interests with North American investors can it avoid all kinds of troubles in the future. Therefore, this time, about 10% of the shares will be issued. As a support for Grace's husband Bill Spurt, Nokia's listing and additional issuance will be mainly handled by First Boston. In the past 1994, global mobile phone shipments continued to explode, reaching 31 million units. Nokia, which has surpassed Motorola, has a market share of 41%, with annual shipments of 12.7 million units. Including Nokia's base station equipment and other businesses, the company's annual revenue reached $4.31 billion and its net profit was $460 million. Influenced by Nokia's rapid growth in performance, coupled with the popularity of new technology concepts and the fact that the company itself is a Westeros concept stock, Nokia, which was listed on the London Stock Exchange 2 years ago, currently has a market value of £21.7 billion, equivalent to $32.6 billion. Therefore, this additional issuance of 10% of the shares raised more than $3 billion. It was completely handed over to First Boston, and Simon spared no effort in supporting Bill Spurt. The qualifications accumulated from this transaction will be enough for Bill Spult to firmly hold the position of the head of the First Boston Securities and Exchange Department in the next few years. It is not impossible for him to further control this investment bank subsidiary of UBS. Simon does not expect to go any further. As long as he is not crazy, the Swiss will definitely not allow an American to get involved in the core power of UBS. The main underwriters for the IPOs of the other two companies, Ygritte and Melisandre, are still Goldman Sachs and Morgan, which have a close relationship with the Westeros system. After Nokia's additional issuance in May, Ygritte's IPO rhythm is basically the same as Deanery's Entertainment last year. After completing the employee stock ownership plan, it will formally submit a prospectus to the SEC next month and is expected to be officially listed in July. The last Melisandre, the IPO plan has just begun, and the official listing will probably wait until early next year. Simon will choose to list the three companies, Nokia and Ygritte, two technology companies, on the Nasdaq market, while the more traditional Melisandre will be listed on the New York Stock Exchange. April 1st, April Fool's Day. This is Saturday. Simon is still in New York. Janet returned to Los Angeles directly after finishing her work in Boston yesterday. She will take Jennifer and the three little ones on a plane to Australia this morning. Originally, the couple planned to go to Australia alone. It was considered a time for the two of them. Janet called the old man and told him that he was very angry and said that if they didn't take their precious grandchildren with them, they would not go back. Janet was not afraid of anything except her father, so she had to agree. Because of a tacit understanding formed by the family, the two women took the three children first, and they chartered the first-class cabin of a commercial flight. Simon will leave as planned next Monday. After 2 consecutive days of meetings, Simon rushed to the manor in the northern suburbs of Greenwich last night and made an appointment with Celia Miller in the morning. In the study of the villa. After reporting in detail the recent developments of the 3 private military companies of the Westeros family, Celia finally mentioned one more thing. About the last time in Ukraine, she talked about sending UFMS mercenaries to Yugoslavia to carry out secret missions. The inside story of the whole thing was roughly revealed. At the beginning of the month, a mysterious armed group suddenly attacked an oil train escorted by armed forces in Serbia. Not only was the train blown up, but also irreversible damage was caused to the 2-kilometer-long railway, and more than 30 Serbian government troops were killed and injured. After the disintegration of Yugoslavia in 1992, the various ethnic groups in Serbia have been in a state of turmoil with the support of various forces. The 3-year melee just improved at the end of last year, and now, this kind of thing has suddenly happened again. No party claimed responsibility for the attack. However, the war has been reignited. The oil transportation from the Middle East to Europe, which had just been restored, has also been hit hard again. Even if Simon didn't know that someone secretly borrowed 200 soldiers from the UFMS, he could roughly figure out the joints. In fact, many people know this well. It's nothing more than a game. In the final analysis, it's for petrodollars. When ordinary people talk about the United States provoking various disputes in the Middle East, they always subconsciously think that this is because the Americans want to plunder the Middle East's oil resources. In fact, this is not the case. At least it's not the main reason. The fundamental purpose of the Americans doing this is actually to maintain the oil settlement system based on the US dollar. There is no commodity transaction in the world that can compare with oil. Tying the US dollar to oil can basically determine the status of the US dollar as a settlement currency in the global market. Only by ensuring this can the United States reap global wealth by controlling the issuance of the US dollar, and even pass on the losses that should have been borne by the United States to the world when an economic crisis occurs. The subprime mortgage crisis in 2008 is the most typical example of the United States passing on the crisis. The crisis affected the world, and even Africa could not escape it. Many African countries fell into turmoil again due to economic recession after 2008. However, the U.S. economy rebounded quickly after a brief downturn in 2009 and resumed a decade-long economic prosperity. Unlike the continuous rise in U.S. economic data, the economies of other old capitalist countries, such as Britain, France, Germany, etc., fell into a long period of turmoil and stagnation after 2008. All of this is because the United States successfully passed on a major crisis that should have completely destroyed the U.S. economy by using the U.S. dollar in 2008. Therefore, whether before or after 2008, in order to maintain the petrodollar and the dollar hegemony, the United States will definitely not hesitate to start any war. The reason why the Yugoslavia region lasted for 10 years in the 1990s was also because of this. This area happens to connect Europe and the Middle East. Therefore, Europe has always wanted to build an oil channel directly connecting Europe and the Middle East. Once this channel is built, it can not only greatly reduce the cost of Europe's energy acquisition, but most importantly, it can also bypass the US dollar settlement system to a large extent and realize direct local currency settlement transactions between Europe and several Middle Eastern oil-producing countries such as Syria, Iraq and even Iran. As the only superpower after the disintegration of the Soviet Union, the current United States will certainly not allow this to happen. Therefore, there was a decade of turmoil in the Yugoslavia region, which was a keynote of this road channel. So, starting in 1992, there was a 3-year melee. Just as the parties had just calmed down a little, an oil train was bombed and then continued to fight. In Simon's memory, this melee did not stop until after the millennium. As for the reason, just look at the fate of Syria, Iraq and Iran, and it will be clear at a glance. No one dared to mention the oil channel on the remaining Middle Eastern oil-producing countries such as Saudi Arabia, Yemen, and Kuwait. The countries in the former Yugoslavia region, which finally stabilized, came to their senses and no one dared to touch the bad luck again. Otherwise, it would be a disaster for the country to perish in a minute. Although he was dominated by a soul across the ocean, Simon also knew that the interests of the Westeros family were destined to be firmly tied to the country he was in. As a bystander in the past, Simon naturally condemned the brutal behavior of the United States. Now, Simon does not think there is anything wrong with Washington doing this. This is a world of the survival of the fittest after all. No matter how civilized it is on the surface, it is still the survival of the fittest. Countries that do not understand this or do not advocate this have no future in this world. Only by maintaining the aggressiveness derived from our genetic instincts can a country or nation survive for a long time. It's like two people, one is tall and strong, unreasonable and full of aggression, and the other is also big, but always thinks that it's better to be less troublesome, and to be patient and give in. As a result, the unreasonable person finds that the other one is always tolerant and yielding, so he will naturally continue to attack, and it is very likely that he will accidentally kill the other. If there is no rule in the world where the two people live that can restrain the barbarian, then the result will only be that the barbarian occupies the house of the good man, sleeps with the wife of the good man, and beats the child of the good man. This is the final outcome. Survival of the fittest. The key lies in the word competition. In Simon's memory, under the constant exaggeration of various forces, many people have prejudices against Russia, believing that Russia is aggressive and belongs to the evil Axis in its bones, and should be guarded against. However, many people seem to have forgotten a fact that Russian is not even in the top 5 of the most popular languages in the world. The most popular one is called English. Then, there is French, which is crowned with beauty and elegance, and is used in most of Africa. There is also Spanish, which is spoken all over the world, and is most widely spoken in Latin America. There are even German and Italian. However, because the countries behind these languages have enough resources, enough voice, and the moral high ground, they have become the symbol of world civilization, the makers of rules, and then use the rules they have made to continue plundering. If you disagree and dare not fight for it, you are of course uncivilized, evil, and need to be eliminated. Chapter 799 Investment in Hardware. In addition to dispensable commission, the biggest benefit of the Westeros system in cooperating with Washington's top leaders in this operation in Yugoslavia is to further closely link its private military forces with the U.S. government. The Military Consulting and Security Services, MCSS, controlled by the Westeros family in the United States, is already a contracted partner of the CIA. After this operation, Ukraine's Ukrainian Front Military Services, UFMS, also achieved this goal in fact. With this identity, Simon's private military forces can avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. Because as the cooperation deepens, there are more and more secrets that are not known to outsiders, and no one dares to easily open the lid. Those who have such intentions are almost equivalent to being enemies of the U.S. government. With the official recognition of legal privacy hidden in the dark, Simon can use these private armed forces more assuredly when necessary. Listen to Celia Miller's report on Saturday morning, and leave the afternoon to Joseph Sclapp and Paul Spates, the two heads of the political field. After the midterm elections last year, not counting some secret arrangements and the political lobbying departments of various subsidiaries, the Westeros family's relatively open political leaders were divided into two. Joseph Sclapp was mainly responsible for political trends and bill lobbying in Washington, while Paul Spates was responsible for implementing the Westeros system's intensive cultivation plan in various states in the United States, intending to infiltrate the Westeros family's political influence into various states, counties and even specific constituencies in the United States in the next few years. As long as Paul Spates' goal is achieved, the Westeros system will be able to influence the domestic political trends of the United States more quietly in the future, and it will not easily attract too much attention. Starting at 1 p.m., each person's meeting time is 2 hours. It is mainly to solve some matters that are not suitable for both parties to discuss in person on the phone and email that may be wiretapped. After finishing the afternoon work, Simon took a helicopter to Manhattan. Tonight, he will attend a reception by the Lauder family, mainly to celebrate the official listing of Estee Lauder Company on the New York Stock Exchange at the end of the month. As the world's largest cosmetics giant in memory, Simon began to pay attention to Estee Lauder very early, and in 1991, he obtained 10% of Estee Lauder's shares through the channel of Apollo Management Company with $250 million. In recent years, Estee Lauder has also had many collaborations with the Westeros system, and the interests of both parties are very closely related. Simon initially hoped that Melisandre could take over Apollo's 10% of Estee Lauder's shares. However, after some subsequent operations, all the sub-funds holding Estee Lauder shares under Apollo Management Company were replaced by the Westeros system's own capital, which was actually completely controlled by Westeros Company. 10% of the shares could not get much say in Estee Lauder, so Sophia was not interested, and Simon did not intend to make any more moves. With the continued recovery of the North American stock market and the successful expansion of Estee Lauder in the past few years, after launching its IPO last year, Estee Lauder's final IPO valuation reached $4.3 billion, with a number of shares issued accounting for 15% of the total share capital, raising $650 million, half of which belonged to the sale of Estee Lauder family shares and the other half to additional issuances for future corporate development. Based on the valuation of this IPO, in less than 4 years, Apollo Management's initial investment of $250 million has increased in value by 72%. Moreover, this is just the beginning. The industry is generally optimistic about the development prospects of Estée Lauder, and many analysts predict that Estée Lauder's market value will easily exceed $5 billion after listing. This data is still far from the $50 billion market value of Estée Lauder in Simon's memory, but it also means that Estée Lauder has huge growth potential in the future. Because of the optimism, Apollo Management's sub-fund, which is completely affiliated with Westeros, will continue to participate in Estée Lauder's IPO subscription this time, and will still maintain a 10% stake after listing. The Estée Lauder family has managed this company very well. Simon will not try to pursue control of this company, but he will try to increase his stake in the future. After arriving in Manhattan, Simon first had dinner with several people in charge of the Westeros building project to discuss the progress of the building's construction. At 7 o'clock, he arrived at the party on time. The party was held in the Lauder family's mansion on the Upper East Side. The guests were basically celebrities from Wall Street and the fashion industry, most of whom were acquainted with Simon. After greeting the head of the Lauder family, Ronald Lauder, and his wife, who personally welcomed the guests, Simon entered the party hall on the first floor of the villa and immediately attracted a lot of attention. The first person to greet him was Ronald Lauder's daughter, Irene Lauder. The two sides had a brief relationship, and it was the girl's first time at that time, but the two did not contact each other for several times afterwards. The young girl, who had just graduated from college and was a little sharp and arrogant when they first met, is now obviously much more stable. Her already outstanding temperament is even more demure and elegant. She is also holding the arm of a young man, obviously her boyfriend. Irene Lauder shook hands with Simon and introduced him. "Simon, this is my fiancé Eric Hinterhofer." Simon shook hands with the young man and happened to notice that there was still some, well, it should be called expectation in Irene Lauder's eyes. He cooperated with the man and smiled and complimented, "You two are a perfect match. Best wishes to you." Eric Hinterhofer was probably the same age as Simon and did not seem restrained in front of him. He smiled and expressed his gratitude, but he soon revealed his true colors and obviously eagerly introduced himself and Irene Lauder as college classmates who had finally gotten married after many years of pursuit. He probably wanted to show Simon that their relationship was very stable. Simon pretended not to notice the small detail of Irene Lauder's slightly frowned brows. He chatted with the two of them for a few words. When he saw Tris Eshgoff appear nearby, he waved to the girl. When she came closer, he naturally put his arm around the baby-faced supermodel's slender waist, raised his glass to Irene Lauder and the two of them, and then walked to John Caution, the head of Goldman Sachs, who was nodding at him not far away. The two had just met in the conference room 2 days ago. John Caution was the new chairman and CEO of Goldman Sachs who took office last year, replacing Robert Rubin and Stephen Friedman, who left one after another. Simon also knew that John Caution would not stay in this position for too long. If nothing unexpected happens, he will give up the CEO position to another famous Goldman Sachs executive, Henry Paulson, in Simon's memory next year. He only holds the title of chairman, and he will not hold it for many years. Of course, this did not prevent Simon from chatting and laughing with the other party. The guys who can climb to the top of the Wall Street pyramid, whether in terms of personal strength or identity background, are not simple. On the other side, seeing Simon walk away, Irene Lauder was about to walk somewhere else, and noticed that her fiancé was staring at the slim figure next to her guy, and immediately teased, "Isn't she beautiful?" Eric Hinterhoff was startled when he heard it, and quickly retracted his gaze, and explained to Irene Lauder in a flattering tone, "I just feel like, isn't Westeros married?" Irene Lauder still stared at her. "Yeah, so, are you envious?" Eric Hinterhoff quickly shook his head. "Of course not, Irene, I only love you, forever." As he said that, he reached out and wanted to put his arm around his fiancée's waist. She wanted to avoid him, but she realized that this was a public place and they were engaged after all. If she refused him on the spot, it might make her fiancé embarrassed. Irene Lauder still let him hold her, and warned him, "Remind you, Eric, I will never tolerate this kind of thing, not even once." Eric Hinterhofer said firmly without hesitation, "I promise you, Aaron." Irene Lauder let her fiancé go, but she still secretly glanced at the back of a guy not far away, and muttered in her heart, "What a filthy guy." Simon didn't know what Irene Lauder was thinking. He was talking to Goldman Sachs CEO John Caution about the $20 billion in Treasury bonds that the Mexican government was about to issue. This was a batch of bonds supported by the United States to solve Mexico's economic difficulties after the Mexican peso crisis last year. Of course, this was a relief that Mexico could only obtain after signing a series of unequal treaties, so it had considerable repayment guarantees. Robert Rubin, the previous head of Goldman Sachs, was just promoted from the president's economic policy assistant to the Secretary of the Treasury at the beginning of the year. He directly used his power to hand over the issuance rights of this batch of bonds to Goldman Sachs. Speaking of which, this operation is exactly the same as the operation of John Caution's successor Henry Paulson during the subprime mortgage crisis in the original time and space, both of which are keeping the fat water within the fields of outsiders. Simon has no opinion on this. The Westeros system will not be involved in investment banking business in the short term. The main reason for talking about this topic is that BlackRock Asset Management, which holds hundreds of billions of dollars in assets under Cersei Capital, happens to be the best buyer of various types of bonds. Investment banks are responsible for issuing stocks and bonds, and funds purchase stocks and bonds. This is the basic process of the operation of financial products in the United States. Therefore, there are various interest relationships between investment banks and funds. When there is a good investment opportunity between investment banks and funds that have a close relationship, investment banks will definitely think of each other first. Similarly, sometimes investment banks need help from funds, such as taking over some stocks and bonds that cannot be sold, which requires relevant funds to take action. Overall, this is a mutually beneficial and mutually helpful relationship. After years of cooperation, the relationship between Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley on Wall Street and Cersei Capital is roughly this, and First Boston can be added later. Lehman Brothers, which had the opportunity to achieve close cooperation, had long been completely forgotten by Simon. It was not until Bill and Grace Spolt came over to say hello that Simon stopped talking to John Caution. The scale of Estée Lauder's IPO was very small, at least it was not worth mentioning in front of Egret's IPO, so Goldman Sachs alone was enough to take it. There was no room for First Boston to intervene this time. Bill Spolt came here with his wife. Grace's client Trish Goff signed a cosmetics endorsement contract with Estée Lauder last year. According to Grace, this was the result of competition among Revlon, Maybelline and other brands. Trish Goff is a baby-faced lovely baby without makeup, but once she puts on heavy makeup, she immediately transforms into a stunning dark Lolita. Coupled with the girl's rising popularity, she is the best spokesperson for cosmetics products. Not only that, the new media operation department of Elite, which Grace heads, signed a large online marketing contract of $5 million this year after a trial cooperation with Estée Lauder last year. Simon values Estée Lauder for its courage to try new things and keep pace with the times. In memory, in the internet era, Estée Lauder kept up with the trend and spent more than 80% of its annual marketing budget online, and achieved very good results. Therefore, it has maintained long-term strong growth when many brands such as Revlon have almost declined. Grace always kept a proper distance from Simon in front of others. Knowing that this woman was thinking about herself, Simon also cooperated and took the initiative to ask about the operation of the new media department. After Ronald Lauder and his wife welcomed the guests and joined the conversation, he provided a lot of suggestions for the marketing cooperation between the two parties on the internet platform. Everyone chatted enthusiastically, and it was already past 8 o'clock without knowing it. After drinking several glasses of red wine in a row, Simon had to interrupt the conversation temporarily and apologized to go to the bathroom. Obviously, to show his importance to Simon, a distinguished guest, Ronald Lauder did not let the waiter take Simon to the public bathroom prepared for guests on the first floor, but grabbed his daughter who came over at some point and asked her to take Simon upstairs. Before Simon could refuse, Irene Lauder had already made a polite gesture of invitation, looking extremely decent. The two went upstairs together. Just after turning the corner of the stairs that the guests downstairs could not see, a certain girl who seemed to have been patient for a long time stopped pretending to be a lady, and there was a little question in her tone. "Mr. Westeros, you are really good at pretending, as if nothing happened between us." Simon followed the girl slightly, smelling the good fragrance coming from Irene Lauder and the arrogant tone that seemed to have returned to the night when the girl was probably still a girl. He smiled and said, "I think this is the respect for an engaged lady, isn't it?" Irene Lauder paused and snorted, as if she was unwilling, but you took my virginity. Simon said, it's my honor. Irene Lauder said again, I mean, then, you never contacted me again, and you also wanted me to take the initiative to get close to you. Simon explained, you know, I'm married. Irene Lauder curled her lips, this excuse is really poor. Just now, someone was hugging a girl who was not his wife. And, Mr. Westeros, I find that you are notorious in the circle. So, I took the initiative to stay away from you. You are a good girl. Why doesn't it sound like a compliment? I promise, it is definitely, Simon said, and saw Irene Lauder continue to go up the stairs. She has reached the 4th floor of this 5-story mansion and asked, are we going to the rooftop? Irene Lauder also found something wrong. The 2nd floor was enough. However, after hearing what Simon said, she couldn't help but tease, you want to be on the rooftop. That's so dirty. Sensing Simon's depression, Irene Lauder finally won a move. She raised her chin slightly, hesitated for a moment, and finally stopped going up. Instead, she took Simon through the corridor and came to the door of a room. After a slight hesitation, she pushed the door open. Simon only took a glance at the room and knew that this was Irene Lauder's bedroom. He didn't stop and walked in calmly, complimenting her, your room is really nice. Irene Lauder still hoped that the man would take the initiative to ignore this, but seeing him point it out, it was not easy to change rooms temporarily. She stood at the door and pointed in the direction of the bathroom. Suddenly, she remembered something and couldn't help asking, you are, that one, right? Simon paused, roughly understood, and smiled, of course, girl, you are so dirty. Simon just said this subconsciously. There is no very accurate adjective for dirty in English, so he casually used dirty, which is the same word as Irene Lauder's just filthy. However, dirty in English really has too many meanings. For example, obscene. Irene Lauder obviously misunderstood and was immediately unhappy. She just said Simon dirty, how could this guy describe her the other way around? So she subconsciously reached out to grab the man's collar. Facing Simon's puzzled eyes, she couldn't help but dodge slightly, then turned back again, and said aggressively, you have to apologize to me. Simon had no choice but to raise his hand slightly to surrender. Okay, I apologize. Irene Lauder felt Simon's insincere tone, and tightened her grip on the man's hand. She continued to look at him, as if she was dissatisfied, entangled, and eager to try. Simon waited for a moment, put down his raised hands, one of them reached over, grabbed the girl's chin and lifted it slightly, and lowered his head to kiss her. However, in less than 10 minutes, the two went downstairs one after another. Rejoining the social event, because it was not long, neither Irene Lauder's parents nor the girl's fiancé noticed anything unusual, but Grace looked at Simon meaningfully. The party started at 7 o'clock in the evening, and Simon only stayed for 2 hours. He left just after 9 o'clock, and took Coco Gauff away with him in the envious eyes of other models in the fashion circle who were also present. The next day was Sunday. There was still no time to relax. After the new year, Chen Qing and her 2 daughters returned from the other side of the ocean. After some time of preparation, they came up with a hardware investment plan, mainly about the VCD industry. Simon made an appointment to talk to the 2 daughters in the morning. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.